Hello, everybody, and welcome to the seasonal Weebcast, where I am joined by three esteemed colleagues to talk about all of the new summer season anime that's coming out. I am joined by Jeff Thu from his mother's basement.
Esteemed is a strong word, Digi.
I'm joined by Nate, the best guy ever.
Natsudayo, go fuck yourself.
And finally, by voice actress and singer, song translator, Popushi, or Sandy.
Hi.
And we're going to be going through all these shows one by one. And for this particular Weebcast, we're also going to be doing a special contest event between me and Jeff, specifically.
Oh boy.
You see, a lot of these shows are viewable on Crunchyroll.
Jesus Christ.
And me and Jeff both have Crunchyroll subscription offers.
Here it comes, people.
So what I want you all to do is, as you listen to this
Let
podcast,
the shilling begin.
Yeah.
Between me and Jeff, whoever you think puts up a better argument for the shows that they do or don't like, whoever you find yourself going, yeah, that sounds about right more, use that guy's Crunchyroll subscription.
Yeah, you could do that, or you could do the better idea. If you know that I have the best opinion, go to patreon.com/bestguyever. Just put your money right there. That's where it belongs.
Just give Ben just give patreon.com/bensaint all your money.
Sign up for Crunchyroll.
Actually, I have a Crunchyroll link too, and see,
Oh my
I'm
God,
the
really?
only female here. I think they have to choose me. Plus, I know more about the stuff this season because all of it is girl stuff. A good
That's
chunk
true,
of it is
that's
girl
true.
stuff. So they're probably
that
going to
is very
believe my
true.
opinion over your opinion. Just saying.
Okay, so we got a three-way contest going on.
I don't have a Crunchyroll link. I'm kidding.
Oh, shit.
Damn. I was wondering. I was like, man, really?
But you know
I didn't
what?
really
Really
know about
passing
that.
those out like panties on
But
Christmas.
if we all push for it, and hope
you
and
gotta-
pray.
you gotta-
Hey,
You gotta
this
talk
could
to
be a
Miles.
regular thing. Yeah.
You gotta talk to Miles, Sandy. Get yourself
Yeah.
a Crunchyroll URL so we can all fight it out. So if you want to give Digi $5, go to crunchyroll.com/digibro.
This is
If you
vulgar.
want to give Jeff $8,
$8.
go to
You asshole.
Guys, you
crunchyroll.com/basement.
started this on the worst possible
All right,
footing
moving along. I
imaginable.
just wanted to get that out there. So, all right, already right now there should be on screen all of the shows that we ultimately recommend. I'm putting those at the beginning. I did that last time as well, though I didn't announce it because this is probably going to be a long fucking podcast. And if you just want to know what to go watch, those are the shows we recommend. This way you won't spoil yourself or whatever for those shows. But we're going to be going through. There's going to be time codes in the description to each show. We're going to go through them alphabetically and talk about every single show. Some of us have watched all of them. I don't know how much.
It's
all
only
of us
me.
have watched. I think you're the one who
I'm the
finished
only one.
every first episode.
From 0 to 100, baby.
He's
All right,
the
so let's
champion.
go
He's the
ahead.
best guy ever.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
We're going through these one by one, starting with 91 Days. Jeff, do you want to introduce this one?
Yeah. So 91 Days is a Prohibition era mafia story, which are always fun. Baccano is like one of the best anime ever. So, by the same token, this
also has to be the best ever.
Yeah, and it's about some bootleggers, one of whom his dad I think was an accountant in the mafia who got murdered because reasons, and now that kid had to change his name and is on the run, and he's trying to re-infiltrate the mafia to get revenge.
It's sort of like a small-scale Count of Monte Cristo going on. The kid just wants to get revenge, kill all these people who wronged him in the past.
And I respect that motive. I hope
Yeah.
he succeeds.
I do too, because they're pieces of garbage, all the people who killed his family.
Hey, man.
But
When
then
you play the game, you better be ready to lose.
Yeah, that's true.
Since you brought up Baccano, I'll jump right in on that because I think it's interesting that this is a show. This is the first original show from Studio Shuka, who formed to make Do-Da-Da-Da Season 2, which they did for like 3 seasons over the last year. It was former Brainspace employees. Basically, the producer who did Baccano and Do-Da-Da-Da formed her own studio to continue that legacy, basically, because Brainspace has totally changed their style and don't do shows like that anymore. So now we've got this studio that not only have they done a bunch of do-da-da-da, but now they're basically doing a show that's obviously taking cues from Baccano. It's set in the same era, in the same country. It's gangsters. But this one doesn't have quite the same feel. It's not a wacky, over-the-top.
It's pretty edgy.
You know,
It's
gets
a little
pretty
it's a
edgy.
little bit less Tarantino, a little bit more Scorsese.
Yeah, it definitely is taking influence from like The Godfather and from maybe, you know, like you said, some Scorsese films. I definitely think the title cards are obviously styled after The Godfather's like font, and some of the music sounds like that kind of music, you know. So I think it's taking a lot of cues from classic gangster films, and it feels almost more like that than it does like anime, but then it also is totally anime.
It's
because
got
of
It's anime.
The villain who they introduce in the first episode is like straight lad Russo crazy, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love that they've got that like confluence of
I don't love that they just are ripping elements from the other show and just, okay, we need a new guy or new lad. He was successful. Everybody loved Lad back then. Let's get a new lad. Only this guy was
He's a
way
little too
worse.
similar.
if we can't have Baccano season 2 yet, I think that this is
begs the question, why can't we?
Yeah, good
I would love to
licensing.
have it.
because the other guys own it. Yeah, probably.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I asked about this at I actually spoke to this producer at Otakon last year. I said,
shit.
"Are you gonna make Baccano season 2?" And she said, "We don't plan to yet, but I would like to." So
Cool.
maybe it is licensing, because it seems like they want to do it. They clearly love the setting.
Yeah.
Man, Prohibition era stories are always so interesting. And it's great to see one period piece that's like good and exciting, not necessarily like as good as Baccano, but good and exciting and interesting come on the tails of the fucking obnoxious stupidity that was Joker game.
Right, that was terrible. So, all right, now that we've described what this show is, let's get into the opinions. Sandy, do you want to kick us off? Have you seen 91 Days?
Yeah, I did. I watched, I briefly went through it while I was at the airport because I just wanted to TLDR it in my head. And me personally, I don't very much like those kind of shows, typically, because I'm more girly. But when I find a good show that's well written and the art style's really good, despite it being like too gritty, like sometimes Berserk scared me a little because the gore and whatnot's too gritty. But this one was just right. And I've never seen The Godfather, but I know a lot about it.
Oh, for
and
shame.
this one was really cool. And like, I don't want to spoil anything, but like, shit went down in the second episode, 0 to 1,000 very quickly, and I'm very interested, so I'm gonna keep watching it.
Yeah, I'm not caught up yet on the second episode, so no spoilers, anybody.
Oh God!
No
damn
spoilers.
But
But I liked it.
Well, Nate, I know you felt almost the opposite, so why don't you tell us
It
your
was
opinion?
so boring. Oh my god, I hated it. I fucking hated it. I didn't like the main character. There was one guy I kind of liked, and it was the only pulse I felt from the episode was at the very end when that guy with the beard, like the two guys who were selling beer or whatever. They at the end, like he pulls off his beard and he's like, "Haha, I'm the Don's son, bitch. I'm gonna fuck your wife." That
That
felt
guy's
like
the
a pulse was there.
That guy is the main bad guy. That's who.
Oh, really?
The main. That's
Okay.
It's if you look at, I figured this out. Like it was one of those things where I figured out the plot and I was like, okay, this is obviously where this is going. And then I looked at Mal and realized that the picture literally shows the main character and that guy pointing guns at each other. Like, this is the rivalry the show's about. And I was like, oh, I guess that would have been obvious.
Posters shouldn't be allowed. I don't even think openings should be allowed in anime. They ruin everything. They ruin the whole
I'd
show.
be out of a job, Nate. Is that what you're saying?
That's true. That's true.
Well, this
I'm trying
show
to
has
thin the market.
a pretty okay opening from TK in the Square, the lead singer of Ling Toshite Sigure. Ling Toss My Sigure. I'm not going to explain any of these memes I'm spouting, but he's a cool guy, and I love that band. Not as big a fan of his solo work, but it's an okay OP.
Wait, yeah, it's the guys who sang Unravel and whatnot, right?
Yeah,
Am I-
they did.
Yeah, no, they're great. He's fantastic. He sounds like he's doing inappropriate things while he sings because it's all high and whispery. It's like it's high pitched and whispery, so it's like
Yeah, he sang Unravel, and he's the lead singer of the band who did the Psycho-Pass opening, the first one and the one from the movie. And also they did... Fuck, what was the other Ling Toss My Sigure OP? That's what I call them. Anyway,
Great.
I enjoyed the first 2 episodes. I have my deepest concern about this show is that I do think it is very predictable.
Agreed.
It's kind of because there is a twist at the end of episode 2, which sort of it's more of a twist in that it happens at the time that it does, more so than that the thing that happened. Because like it's pretty clear what the show's setting up for is that this kid is trying to get revenge on this family, and he's becoming a part of it so that he can do that because they don't know who he is. And I thought that part was obvious, and so like
that's his game.
It's more about how is he going to do that, like how is he going to execute this plan that is going to be the intrigue of the show. When they in the first episode the main character has his family gets killed when he's a kid, and there's this like his like black friend who I don't know any of their names.
Smokey Joe, that was a good old Smokey
Brown.
He goes
Smokey Brown,
to
right.
He goes over to his black friend's house and he's like, "We're brothers from now on." And then he leaves for years. And he comes
that guy
back
wasn't
into
black. What are you talking about? He was just some other white dude.
he was just
Was
a
he?
super olive-skinned Italian.
Why would you say he's black? He's not even
I don't
close
know. I remember
to black.
him being black.
No,
guess I have
he's
no
just got a
idea.
tan, dude.
Well, whatever. His dark friend.
He's not even dark. He's not even dark.
Digi never leaves his basement, which is why he's
I don't
like
have a
he's like
basement.
that's really black skin to me.
Yeah. Now everyone's gonna be like, "Digi, do you really know black people?
Yeah.
Or do you just think everyone darker than you is black?" No, I just
that
remembered him looking darker.
All right.
I remember him looking kind of like Keelik from Soul Eater, and I think I just have an image of Keelik from Soul Eater in my head,
Probably.
who is definitely black.
I guess I gotta get going.
Oh yeah, Sandy's too dark for this crowd.
So anyways, he goes over to that kid's house, and then he meets him again later in life, and that guy is like a total like deer in the headlights. No idea what's going. Like he's just getting strung along for the ride, and I'm like, this kid's gotta die, right? Like obviously this kid's gonna die at like whenever things get emotional, whenever they need something bad to happen to the main character, it's gonna happen to this kid because he's being strung along by the main character's
I think he's
ambitions.
protected by a bubble of idiocy, in my opinion, but we'll see.
Well, that's the thing, because I'm watching the show and I'm like, it would be way too obvious if this kid died. Like, it's such an obvious setup, like to kill his best friend because of his ambition. His best friend who wanted nothing to do with this and got
I hope
dragged
they have the
on.
Well,
balls
that's
to kill him. That'd be a
every
good
that's
thing.
every mafia movie though. That's like one
Right.
of the
Well,
necessary steps.
that's the thing. But I don't. Here's the problem. I don't like that kid. He has no personality.
yeah.
His whole existence is like he's there to
He
be
makes
the
really
best friend
good booze.
to whom bad things are going to happen. And the reason I'm concerned about it is that in episode 2, and Jeff, consider this a really minor spoiler, you'll see it coming.
Yeah.
But in episode 2, at the very beginning, it starts off with these, like one of the gangsters from the team he's joined is with this kid who's like a driver, right? And they're driving through like the forest. And the kid goes like, yeah, man, I can't wait to make some money. I'm going to buy a nice car. And he's like, the other guy's like, well, that's, if we live long enough. And I'm like, okay, they just, death flags everywhere.
Death flags.
The driver kid's going to die, right? And then like immediately the driver kid gets his throat slit, like less than 2 minutes later. And I was like, if this is a show that will go for such an obvious setup, like to raise a death flag and then immediately kill the character, then I'm concerned that that's what the whole show's going to be like. That the best friend character, who obviously seems like he's going to die, is definitely going to die, And that's the kind of thing that bothers me, only because none of the characters have strong enough personalities that I like just want to watch them for them. Like I'm more watching because the story is interesting and it's like, oh, twists and turns. But then if the twists and turns are predictable, then that undercuts the biggest strength of the show. And there's not a bunch of like great memorable characters behind it to back it up. And the animation's is in moments great. There's moments of awesome cinematography. The whole opening scene I thought was really well done. Some great animation, but it's also really inconsistent, which is characteristic of Studio Shuka so far. Durarara has episodes that are worse than slideshow looking. So, I don't want to get my hopes too high. This is a show that a lot of people are looking at and going like, "Oh, that's the one this season. That's the cool show." And I'm like, "It is cool, but I'm not expecting this to be Bakano good,
I
at all.
I don't think it's as cool as some of the other stuff we're gonna talk about when we get to the to the C part of this. But yeah, my take on it is it's like I get what you're saying when you say like if it's predictable, then yeah, it's gonna drag it down. But I will still probably watch it because it's been a while since I've seen like a good bootlegger story on TV.
If you want a good bootlegger story, just look at My Life, my dude.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll be fun to watch just for being a gangster movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's
all right. I haven't
gangster
said
movie is
anything, but
necessarily
really, what it seems to me like this is a rote gangster story. And anime doesn't feel right for it. I would rather just watch The Godfather for the 1000th time than watch this thing. That's somebody had to say it. I take that bullet.
I definitely think it's not as good as the best gangster movies, but I'm sure there's plenty of gangster movies that are like okay, that are on this level, and that you watch because why not? It exists.
I do love gangster
movies. It's a gangster movie,
The way I see it is honestly like the way I would describe it to people is that for the same reason that people watch like romance things, like you can see it from a million miles away what's gonna happen, but you still watch it anyway because romance is fun. So like I think people who are gonna watch this don't hold it to high regard like The Godfather and whatnot, but still watch it anyway because it's like a hey, I know what's gonna happen, but it's pretty neat because it's anime.
It's gonna be cool to watch it happening.
Regardless, just don't expect too much.
And the ending of episode 2 was pretty cool. Like it was like, all right, I like the idea that we're gonna get a bunch of scenes like this throughout the show of these big, like double cross betrayal type scenes. That'll be cool to watch.
Yeah, I see it the way I see my romance animes.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. I see this being better than The Godfather Part 3. So.
No, dude, everyone gives it a bad rap to Godfather Part 3. That's not even bad. What's wrong with Godfather Part 3? People can't even answer that question. I bet you haven't even seen Godfather Part 3, you piece of shit. Well, all right, let's move on.
With that, let's move on to the next show. We're going to be talking about Ama Ama to Inazuma, or Sweetness and Lightning, which was one of the first shows I watched, and I thought nothing's gonna top this, and I was practically correct. I absolutely loved it.
I am in the same camp on that. I thought it was gonna be great. It was great, and I can't stop watching.
Go ahead and describe this one myself.
Go for it.
So this is a show about a father who has how old would you say his daughter is? Like 4, 5 years old, maybe?
5, maybe.
He's got a very young daughter. His wife passed away some 6 months ago, and he's raising this little girl by himself. He's a salaryman, kind of in the same boat as the guy from Usagi Drop, where he's got 2-hour commutes and doesn't have time for anything, and is just trying to look after this little girl, who is just a bundle of fluff and adorableness.
Except, and this is important, there is absolutely zero chance that at the end of this, he's going to end up marrying her, unlike Usagi Drop.
That won't happen.
Don't be so sure, my friend.
Because in this one, it's actually his daughter. See, that's why, like,
a daughter's a social construct, dude. Love transcends all bounds. Love transcends.
When this show was coming out, I was saying, like, I was excited because it's finally, like, a real father-daughter story. Someone was like, what about Usagi Drop? And I'm like, Usagi Drop was more of a, like, I mean, it is a father-daughter story, but it's about adopting
It's like a Woody Allen
how
father-daughter story.
It got dirty at the end. I'm not happy.
It got too dirty.
So this one is just straight up, it's a dad raising his daughter who he's been with from birth. It's just straight up. I mean, I don't want to phrase this in a way that sounds like I'm insulting like the concept of adoption or something, but like I wanted a show like this. That's all a father-daughter show.
All Digi is saying, guys, is that if you were adopted, you're less of a human being, and you should feel bad about it.
So anyways, the idea here is that he's a teacher and of high school, and this one really hot high school girl, he runs into her in the middle of like a cherry blossom festival, and she is really into food and really wants to be amazing at cooking, but she has no idea how. But she's so passionate about it, and she is the most wife tier character I have seen probably ever.
She's pretty high on the wife tiers. I will give you that. She's
great.
The other hook of the show is, of course, that the dad, his wife died like a year ago, and he's still trying to cope with that, and his daughter still doesn't really understand it. Like, she's like, hey, when mommy gets back from her trip, will she cook food for us? And it's like,
gotta wait for the other shoe to drop on that one.
Punch to the gut. But like, so his whole thing is that he doesn't know how to cook, so she hasn't had a home cooked meal in like a year, and the hook of the story is that he and this high school girl are learning to cook together, and he's trying to be a better dad, and that's real sweet.
You know, when I first watched this show, it kind of put me off a little bit because I felt it was emotionally manipulative, which is kind of a weird thing to say about any show because every story is just a story that may or may not, be whatever. Like, he's got the dead wife thing, he's got his daughter. It's so sad. But, like, what I'm trying to say is at first it felt cheap, but the show definitely earned what it was going for, I thought. It took me to, like, a little bit into episode 2 to really be like, okay, I'm on board with this now. But like you were saying, the hook of, like, the through line of him in the first episode, when the little girl brings back the food and is like, I'm done, and, like, there's still food left, and he's just fucking devastated because he's like,
that was
I am
great.
giving such garbage food to my daughter, but I can't do anything about it. It was so... man, that was like the most emotional moment of the entire season for me. And then when he meets the girl and she actually eats that rice and she's so happy, it was a powerful moment, man. And then he fucking cries. I was crying too.
Yeah,
manly
I
tears,
gotta
man.
say,
This
It was beautiful.
my favorite moment, aside from, because that got me all feelsy.
Yeah.
But like, in terms of the moment that really sold me on like the character of the high school girl, because she's kind of like a weirdo.
She
in
is a
this
weirdo,
first episode. She's like she really wants to be helpful, but has no means by which to do so, and
She's
may
got
actually
issues
be
for
more
sure.
of a pain
Yeah.
in the ass than she thinks. But then the moment when she starts eating her own rice and she's like, I'm a genius. This is so good. I was like, oh my God, I love this girl.
I love that one frame of them sitting together doing that.
She's even more convinced than they are that she managed to do something right, even without like confirmation. She just took a bite. She's like, ha, I did it. I made you all feel something.
And
With my
oh
rice.
God, she's adorable because like she's really proud of herself because she knows she's a fuck up, right? Like, she's scared of knives. She doesn't know how to cook. So she's like, I find it really endearing when people who are in tough situations try really hard to smile.
Yeah.
And that's what this show is, right? Like, it's like, it has, I'd say, you could call it an emotionally manipulative premise, which is something that I disagree with inherently because all stories are supposed to manipulate you emotionally.
It's
that's
just
the
that
point.
it's a. I mean, like,
well,
are you
that's why
gonna
you have
say
to earn
let's
it,
not
you know?
tell this story because it's sad? Like, I
Right.
mean,
No.
it's the nature of the story that it's sad. You know?
Yeah, but what I like about the setup is that it's like, okay, so they've got this really inherently melancholic and saddening premise, like the idea of a single dad trying his hardest and not really being able to do enough.
There's
for his
nothing
daughter.
more
That's really
that I
sad.
love in fiction. Good dads are my trigger, man. They
Yeah.
really get me.
In a good way, you
In a
mean.
good way, yeah.
I want to be a dad one day, and this guy's like,
He's an
I look up to
inspiration,
him.
man.
Yeah,
What's
He's
the
inspiration.
opposite of a trigger? A fetish?
My fetish, yeah. Good daddies. I want
But-
someone to be my daddy.
I like some good daddies.
But yeah, I just like that it starts from this sad starting point, and then it's like all about trying your hardest to be happy and to make the most of what you got. And like the third episode, no spoilers on that, but the third episode really hits that home, I think. And that was the saddest moment for me, when they eat the hamburger steak and then just all of the emotions start coming
You know what else I
pouring
really
out.
liked? I didn't get to episode 3 yet, but I definitely noticed that episode 1 they make rice. Episode 2 they have rice and something else I can't remember. And then episode 3 they're gonna have hamburger steak. They're building a more the show itself is a meal being built one piece at a time before our very eyes on the screen. Oh my God, it's a metaphor.
All right,
this
Sandy,
show's
do you have any thoughts on this show before these
Yeah,
guys keep
I mean,
going on?
unless Jeff wants to talk forever. Go
No,
ahead, Jeff.
I just wanted to fill in one point on what Nate said, which is this show is basically a tutorial for Shokugeki no Soma. Like, we're getting up to that level.
It's the prequel.
Yeah, before he got good.
Honestly, very, very not popular opinion, but I haven't
no.
watched it yet. I didn't have.
That is a shit opinion.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if
but-
it counts as an opinion.
wait, let me. The reason why that I avoided the show, like I saw it and I was like, I don't want to watch this. It's honestly because I feel hurt and lied to by Usagi drops, and I don't want that again. Look.
The cancer
I
of
saw it.
Usagi Strap is
You're
killing
right,
people to
like-
this day.
I looked at it and I was like, wow, this looks really sweet. But no, like if I want a good dad anime, I saw Clannad, I'm good. But then,
Yeah.
hearing you guys talk about it, I'm like, all right, maybe they're not gonna do me dirty like they did with Usagi
Well,
drops.
for the record, the Usagi Drop anime was perfectly fine. It didn't do any of that stuff.
It didn't get
the
to that
anime
part of
manga
the
show.
doesn't
story.
exist.
But it is a
yeah,
dark
but like
legacy.
reading the manga, going in because I go beyond that. I like reading the
Right.
manga, and then I felt gross. I was like, God damn it, this is not okay.
But
not
you know-
only that, but
Yeah, go on.
sorry.
No, go on. Go
Oh
on.
well, I'm inherently slightly, maybe because I'm a woman, not because I'm trying to be feministic or whatever, but like I'm slightly against animes that are like glorifying a dad being a good dad, right? Like that's great and everything, but I want to see an anime where it's like a mother struggling really hard, and the last time I saw that was in Erased, and she was actually abusive, so that's not what I want.
Yeah.
Like,
Whoa,
Whoa,
like
whoa,
it's
whoa,
great-
whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa!
there was-
You're
there was the
against
good mom.
a good dad. Can we just be for?
No,
There was-
I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I just think that like that happens so much in anime, like in Clannad and this and in Usagi Drops. Like, where is the single mother anime? Like, I think this is
Erased,
gonna be beautiful.
Erased
sure.
had Best Mom. Erased had Best Mom in
okay.
it.
But it wasn't just it wasn't about that though. It was about Satoru. It wasn't about her mom trying to single-handedly raise
I would
him.
love to see a single mom anime myself. I know I've seen at least one show that had like, I mean, because there's lots of single moms in anime, but there's not a lot that are just
so-
about a single mom.
Yeah.
So
Like, I
confirmed,
want-
did you like single mothers?
I don't know, wolf
Like,
children,
I
man.
want-
Whatever.
I want an anime that is the equivalent of Usagi Drops, this one, and Clannad, but of a mother that's all alone. Because it's really hard to be a mom, because you're expected to know what the fuck you're supposed to do, because it's a maternal instinct thing. But like, what if you suck at that, like me?
Yeah.
You know. So I want something I can relate to. But I do think single dads is like super sad, and it is cute because it's against your very nature of being, gentle when you're like a tough man, right? So I get
Well,
it.
he's not a very
I
tough
get the
guy.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
right, but it-
he's a real sweetheart.
he acts like a typical guy, right? Like, I don't know how to be delicate and motherly because I'm a guy. So, and I get it, and that's really
I don't know.
sweet.
His gender really never comes up in the show at all.
Yeah,
it's
it's
more just that
just
he's
single
just
parenting.
traumatized.
Right,
Yeah.
right. No, but I mean, like, it plays off of the guy thing. That it's because
Right.
he's a guy that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, or because his wife did that up until.
Yeah, the wife did everything, and that's fine. I think it's beautiful. It's
Yeah,
just,
I mean, if you want to see single mothers in Japanese media, you should definitely check out the Attack on Titan live action
Titan.
movie.
Yeah, I was about to say that. No, dude, what a great mom.
Have you seen the live
I will
action
say
movie?
No.
In the live
Since you brought
action,
it up, I don't want to hear about the live action Attack on Titan movie. We gotta get
it's
through
got
this
the best
podcast.
line ever, though. Where
I don't
girls,
care. We can all watch it later. I'm
next
until Inazuma.
Weebcast.
I
Next
thought
Weebcast.
it was really great. It plays into my interests entirely too well. Adorable little kids. I love food. Anything that's about any show that's about the power of food. That's something that gets
Yeah.
to me.
And yet
I
you
think
don't
it's
like
kind
the
of this is kind of like
breakfast
a
scene in
poor
Erased.
man's fighting foodons, to be honest. You know,
Because the breakfast scene in Erased was about breakfast, and I'm not that into breakfast specifically.
So if
Or
it was a
lunch
lunch
or dinner.
scene, right? We
Yeah,
went over
if-
this.
I said that. Yeah, if it had been chicken, it would have been great. We talked about that in
fuck?
the Erased podcast. We won't get back into that. But anyways, the show's really nice to look at, too.
Oh, God, yeah.
Amazingly animated.
Dude, that
You
first
convinced me to watch it.
that first moment where they're walking down the street, like the side alley, and they've got the lanterns all over the place.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, the moment that impressed me the most was there's one shot where it's from the perspective. It's like the dad is making the lunch for his daughter, and in the background she's watching anime on TV, and we've got a head-on shot of his face in the camera, and both he is doing something really well animated, and also there's like a well animated show happening on the TV in the background.
The only problem with
So
that
it's-
was that the audio from the TV started playing the theme song over the music playing in that scene, which made the whole thing sound like garbage.
In Nate's opinion,
In
he
my
had a big problem
correct
with that.
opinion, yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
I like this guy. He got a lot of moxie to him. this Nate guy, very
Thank you.
opinionated.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I just was so impressed that they had two different Sakuga scenes happening at the same time, like one in the background, one in the foreground, and I thought that was really cool. And overall, just this season, fucking TMS Entertainment and Telecom, like this is one of the oldest anime studios in existence, and they haven't really done any this has not been them until just now. They're doing 3 shows this season: Ama to Inazuma, Orange, and they did Relife, which had all of its episodes aired at once. I don't know if we're gonna talk about that one at all.
I watched it.
You watched the whole thing?
No, I watched one episode.
No. Well, I guess we'll
I
talk
watched
about
pretty
it.
far. I got pretty far.
I watched the whole thing and I loved it. But all 3 of them are these very like adult oriented, or at least like young adult oriented shows with gorgeous animation, all coming out at the same time from a studio that has not been known for animation of this quality or for shows of this quality for like the last few years. It's just out of nowhere. All of a sudden they're like, hey, we're now the coolest studio in town. Here you go. Have Ama to Inazuma. And I was like, all right, I like this. I like where this is going. So anyway, yeah, I guess that's enough about that show.
You know, I want to point out just one last thing before I move on about that. I thought it was particularly interesting to watch a grown man clearly making moves on his student. This is going to happen. This thing is going down. And there's no stopping this train they're on now.
They're gonna get together? Do you think?
Oh, absolutely. There's no
yeah,
doubt.
she's got a huge
Definitely.
crush on him. Like,
Such
for
things
sure.
are in the cards. But you know, beyond
unless her mom, who's a total MILF, total MILF.
that could happen. But I thought it was interesting just from the perspective of, for the first time watching an anime, and this kind of is the opposite of like, just like, oh man, I'm gonna fuck my hot student, it's gonna be so great. Like, I really felt, maybe because I'm getting older now and I've got a more experience in life with this stuff, like, I really felt like she was a child to him, you know? I didn't feel like that wacky anime, like, oh, gonna fall in her tits and it's gonna be crazy and shit.
Yeah.
Like, he definitely saw her as, like, a child.
Yeah, there's
and
a-
I
as
just
a
thought that was
student,
cool.
at least.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
There's
Well,
a scene.
she's of age.
Though
Yeah,
he's
don't
definitely
look
gonna
up.
plow that, no doubt. No
Oh,
doubt,
absolutely.
dude. No doubt.
Wait, did you said he openly hit on her or no?
No,
She's
and-
into him in a big way, though. In a big way.
Yeah, and there's
And
actually a scene,
he's not fighting back.
There's a scene where he talks to the principal, and he's like, "Is it appropriate for me to be going over to my student's house to eat dinner?"
And the principal's like, 2 thumbs up, my dude. 2 thumbs up. Get that shit, dog. Get in that. He's a good man, that principal.
All right, enough about Ama
Okay.
Ama. Let's
All right.
move on. Nate, you haven't gone yet. Give
Okay.
us the rundown of Amanchu.
Okay. I'm looking at my notes here, and so the first thing I wrote down was the OP started, and I'm already in love. I literally cried.
Oh, yeah.
The opening,
That's
my
how I
God,
felt.
did you really?
it was the opening is so fucking strong. All right, this is a show about there's a new girl who's starting her life at a new school. And she's been separated from her best buddies back in middle school. She's in a new place in like a seaside town, and it's really the story of just her. You know, it's gonna be her coming to terms with like leaving her old life behind, starting a new one, making new friends, all that stuff. But I mean, okay, so it's from the mangaka who made Aria. So it's I haven't seen Aria. I know Digi told me about this. I know that it's very similar to Aria. If you've seen that, you'll know it's a super famous show. It's very fluffy, very airy, but this is a fucking 10 out of 10 show about nothing happening. I love it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
That's
it's
how I would
gorgeous.
describe Aria.
Seinfeld, but not funny.
There is so much
Oh, but
personality
funny. It
in
is
all the
actually
things
funny.
that happen in this show. Like the main girl, black hair girl, has like this. She's got her distinct like chibi face that she makes with these like squiggly eyes, and the other girl, the diver girl with the green hair, she's got her other like awesome face. That's her like chibi face. And they always
like
default
full
to
derp
that.
face. She goes full
And
derp
it's,
face. It's
Like
great.
the way that those recur over the course of the episode give it such a feeling of personality. I can
And
really feel like the
I-
show has meat to it, you know, despite like nothing happening. It's great. I couldn't recommend it high enough.
what I love about those scenes specifically is the fact that, like, normally when somebody goes chibi or their face gets simplified like that, it's a cost-saving measure. But here, the animation quality goes up.
Yeah.
And that's incredible. Like,
these people really care about what they are not fucking around with this story. They're making this
JC stuff, man.
Yeah, when Hikari, that's the Genki girl. She goes like full. Yeah. Yeah,
I was just saying, JC Staff is knocking it out of the park this season. They're just churning out so much shit. God, and this is probably their best.
JC Staff doing a Manchu? Yeah. Well, this show, that whole facial expression thing, that was also the case in Aria, where every character has a specific, like, derp face.
It's the best thing. It's my favorite thing.
That's what I love about it, is that they all have their own, that, like, they always lapse into.
Yeah, it's not even like they all do the same, like, XD face. They've all got their... It's so much personality.
It's like
amazing.
a microcosm. It's like a boiled-down version of what their personality is like.
Yes.
What their...
oh, God, you can see in the main girl's, like, squiggly eyes, you can feel the nervousness. And the vapidness of Green Hair's big, dumb face.
The Genki girl. I love her when she's just walking around with her fucking whistle in her mouth going...
Yeah.
This is an Iyashike show.
By the way, I'm giving the show the official
definitely
medal for most impractical school uniforms of all time. No, actually, there's another show this season.
There's another one this
second
season that beats it.
Second worst with these giant dresses. I don't know what the fuck that's. They're not even pleated. But those hips, man, are shown every fucking curve.
Those are called mermaid dresses, which is, doesn't that fit the theme because they're
scuba
diving?
Yeah! All right.
So, it was funny.
God, what a typical guy for not knowing the name of the dress.
I'm so sorry, everyone. Forgive me.
Before I continue, Sandy, did you watch this show? Or
no, I didn't, but I was going to because
you're gonna love
JC
it.
Staff.
Have you seen
love
Aria
JC Staff.
at all?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But they did Golden Time, and Golden Time was good.
JC Staff animates the best kisses, like straight up.
Oh, definitely.
Damn, son. I'm looking forward to that shit.
I have never heard anyone say that before, but now I need to do the research and find that out for myself.
I mean,
they also do
seen
really
Toradora.
good, like, crying. Yeah, like really good crying scenes. They do. Yeah, like.
This doesn't look like it'll have any of that, but.
They get emotions right in a very shoujo-esque way.
Those scenes in Toradora are all, I think, Hironori Tanaka animations, where when it gets like really weird. Anyway, in Amanchu, it was funny because I have seen Aria, at least a considerable portion of it, and the very first line in this show, like the old woman says to the girl, like, you never get tired of that, do you? And she says, I can't help it, I just love the ocean. And I really felt like this was the writer talking about himself.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing another show that's entirely about the sea. The character designs are very similar. The, like, general feeling of it is basically the same. So it's like it's almost as if he was saying, yeah, fuck it, I decided to do another manga about the ocean because I just can't help myself.
It worked one time. Do it again, dude.
Right. This time it's underwater instead of above water, so that's the big difference.
Soon it will be at the Earth's molten core.
How many Iyashike shows has JC Staff done now? Because
way more importantly than JC Staff, we need to talk about the director, because it's Junichi Sato. This guy is the god of the Iyashike show. He's the one. Junichi Sato is a longtime shoujo, maho shoujo, and Iyashike guy. He's been doing big stuff since the early 90s. He was the original director of Sailor Moon. His understudies were the team who went on to do Utena and all this other shit. He's like, a lot of people who've worked under Junichi Sato have gone on to have long careers. So, like, he's kind of like almost a mentor figure in a way.
All right.
But he's somehow, like, whereas a lot of the people who did shows with him went on to do like big experimental things, he mostly has just kept doing maho shoujo.
Do what
and
you love,
Iyashike
man.
shows.
Do what you love.
With the exception of, like, Princess Tutu being his most, like, kind of out there
he's
one.
the greatest director in the world. Yeah,
he is.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was him. I think JC Staff is worth bringing up in the conversation about how good this is at what it does, though, because they just did Flying Witch, and that was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, that was them too.
Yeah. I
This show,
about that.
It feels very
extremely along the lines of Flying Witch. Yeah, it's got that same. I'm gonna call this a new genre of Iyashike, because there's been an Iyashike that was that, like, a lot of it's like cute like cute moe girls.
Yeah.
But there's a different genre started with Arya, I think, and it's kind of continued in this and Flying Witch, which is Iyashikei shows with really gorgeous, beautiful adult women with very large breasts that are not drawn attention to.
Well, these guys are in high school.
Witch,
Do these count?
Yeah, she had
you
huge
mean Flying
boobs.
Witch?
in
okay.
Flying Witch, everyone had a giant rack.
Yeah,
and
it's
in this
funny.
show, the main girl has a giant rack. And it's funny because of the fact that the character designs are some of the most beautiful, like, in terms of, like, just being gorgeous human beings that you'll ever see. But the show doesn't draw attention to it. It's not like, you know, although in Flying Witch, there were a lot of shots where it's like, they didn't have to show her ass there, but they did. And they don't do it that trashy anime way, but it's totally there. And it's something about that is really funny to me. I call it like sneaky or like secret pervert show.
It's
Like,
all over the
like
place.
Sneaky fan
personality.
service, yeah.
like
Yeah,
in
like-
this, yeah.
Oh, you just, it's kind of like, I see it kind of like, girl gamers, but in a good way. Like, if it was classy, right? Where, like, you look at them for their personality, not for their very voluptuous body.
Of course,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, so
in this show, in Amanchu, I do like the character designs a lot. I like everything about the visuals, but they do that thing where the shirts kind of cling right like to the boobs like perfectly that I can't stand. I
can't
hate
stand
that shit.
it.
Shirts don't work like
Boob-
that, man.
boobs
You
Socks.
don't know,
No,
you don't know
boob
what's going
socks.
on in those dresses, man. You don't know what kind of architecture is to support the dress into the curves of the tit. You have no idea.
Japan has been working on the boob sock technology for years
That's
now.
right. That's right. They're the leaders in the field, man.
That shit drives me crazy. The
I
show,
mean,
the
you
show kind
actually-
of does it.
you could, if that means that everything had to be perfectly tailored to their
Right.
breasts.
This looks like
Yeah.
a nice
I mean,
school. These are
You have
nice
to
dresses.
build a bra into your shirt in order to
Like,
make
they
that
had to
happen.
take
That's
the
right.
perfect measurements and then sew it around their breast perfectly.
You
Like,
don't think
possible, it's
that the seamstress of this school would be dying to do that job?
It's not
I'm
just
on
the
board,
school.
man.
It was the opening scene where she's like, she's on the cliff and she's got
Yeah.
a shirt that's like perfectly tight fitting, and yet it's not buttoned all the way, so it should be loose.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did that
But
hurt your suspension
anyway.
of disbelief, did you?
It
I'm
didn't.
so
It's just
sorry.
a character design thing that always drives me crazy,
Oh,
and I
whatever,
complain about it
man.
all the time. But
physics.
overall, I think this is, if you like Iyashikei shows, this is absolutely a must-watch.
It's a
gonna
must-watch.
be. It's
Must
gonna
watch.
be the fucking. It's gonna be Flying Witch. If you liked Flying Witch, to watch this
And it's
one.
even better looking than Flying Witch, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
That's a hard debate.
It's,
Yeah,
that
we
is
can
a
debate it.
hard
You can
debate.
debate it.
That is a hard debate. What I will say is that the water here looks just as good as the water in Flying Witch.
And by the
that's
way, if you're having
really
that debate,
impressive.
if you're having that debate, everyone's already winning.
Yeah,
that's all I'm
pretty
saying.
much.
That's all I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Personally, I don't see myself watching this whole show unless I binge it like I did Flying Witch.
Yeah.
Because Iyashikei shows, they're built for a style of viewing that I don't do, which is to watch it once a week when it comes
Yeah,
out, when
yeah.
you're
Yeah.
like tired after work and you want to relax. And I just don't ever watch shows that way. I watch everything in like binge viewing, or like I just forget about it.
Because work is watching anime.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So for me, like with a lot of like back in the day, I used to be hugely into like slice of life and Iyashikei shows, but I would never finish any of them. Like
Yeah.
I have probably 100 fucking, not literally, but like I have 1 million of them on hold, and
He went
and
from
I'll
100
never
to a
finish
million to
them.
make it more
Yeah.
realistic sounding. Okay, all right, all right.
I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
But like Flying Witch was like, I sat down, like, you know, I made a randomizer of like all the shows that came out this year that have finished, and I like got on that one and I watched the whole thing, and I was like, this clearly, like, nothing happens in this show. The characters aren't that interesting, and the things that are happen aren't that interesting, and I don't really care. So like watching it all at once is like, you can kind of veg out on the couch for a little bit and relax, and that's fine, but like it's not memorable and it won't stick with you. And I feel like this show will probably be like that. It's more about the atmosphere.
You know,
than
dude,
it is about,
it's just that I totally agree with you. And normally I'm a pretty cerebral anime watcher for the most part. It's the ideas that stick with me. But this show really just the character design, specifically in those chibi faces, they made a strong impression. I'm gonna remember those.
Yeah, they
You know?
definitely in terms of character design and animation, it's got a lot
Yeah.
that's just like, boom, this is amazing.
and for
my-
what it's worth, Arya had some episodes that are absolutely like stunning that have stuck with me forever just because of what happens in them. And season 3 of Arya gets really emotional and has lots of character building. So maybe this show will go down that road, although I think it's probably only going to be 13 episodes of a still going manga. So probably not going to get too far into the story.
So my question for this, I guess, would be if you can only watch one Iyashikei show this season.
I think this is the only one I'd qualify as Iyashikei.
I'd say Sweetness and Lightning is definitely in that
Yeah,
ballpark.
it's
like
in the same ballpark.
Because this is like it heals you by making you smile, and Sweetness and Lightning makes you smile, but then it also heals you with just like a good, gentle, cleansing cry.
I think Sweetness and Lightning both has more comedy and more drama than this show. I think this one is more just straight up like
that's true.
healing.
Feel good.
You know?
Yeah.
Like she's sad that her friends are away. That's it. We've addressed the depths of our emotional stakes. So
All right,
but it's
well,
still
the
great.
next show,
Let's see.
I don't want to talk about at any length.
Oh my god, I want to
care.
talk about so much with this show. This is my favorite fucking
All right,
show
Nate,
this year.
introduce this. I could not make it more
You guys
than
don't
5
even know what I
minutes.
prepared for this. I've prepared for this discussion. with
It's
knowledge.
Anjay-
With knowledge.
Anjay Vierge.
Jeff, would you please describe the show?
Okay,
No,
so
Nate, why not Nate? You're the one who's excited.
no,
I wanna
he's-
save me for afterwards. Save me for later.
save him for his thing.
Sandy,
So,
did you
and-
watch this show at all?
Yeah. Oh
Yes.
yeah. I'll speak up when it happens. Don't worry.
Okay.
So
I'm sure you will. I think we're talking
I-
about the same thing.
Yeah. Probably.
I have to talk about this show because I'm the resident card game guy, right? Like I'm the guy who
Yes,
plays
yes.
card games,
Just
and this
don't
is
go into too much detail about
Yeah,
that.
so this
Because
is
your
I tend to
usual habit.
I tend to fall asleep when you do that.
oh come on, Yu-Gi-Oh is fascinating.
Go on,
Hearthstone
Jeff,
is
go on.
okay. So Anjay Vierge or Ange Vierge or whatever the fuck
However
it's
the
called,
fuck, man.
is a it's a card game anime where all of the cards are cute girls, right?
Awesome.
So that's
Perfect.
that's
I'm walking away.
so the pitch for this is basically that it's one of those Japanese trading card games created by Sega. So that means that they've
Our
got,
Lords and Saviors Sega, thank you.
I mean,
every day.
they put out the best show of this year, which is Phantasy Star Online 2.
That's right. That's right.
And yeah, so like this is one of those new hip card games with pretty simple rules.
All right, what the hell's the plot of the show? I don't care about that.
I just want to say the one thing, which is that this is one of those new full art card games that's coming out in Japan right now.
Okay.
That has art all the way to the edges, like what the
Yeah, cool.
yeah
I don't care.
Okay,
I don't care.
but anyway,
Let's move on.
you don't care about that, and the only thing that's relevant to this show that is card game related is that the characters are ranked in terms of common, uncommon, rare, super rare.
A super bizarre system in any other setting other than a fucking card game.
I gotta say, man,
Yeah.
I had forgotten that this was a card game show when I started watching it, and so when they were describing the setting, I was like, "This sounds like the stupidest setting idea I've ever heard." There's like 5 different planets that each have like a characteristic, and they're ruled over by a crystal, and I'm just like, I was like, "This sounds like something I would have come up with when I was 12."
What
Why
is
is
this?
this
No,
setting?
fantasy
And then
fantasy
at some
sounds
point,
stupid.
At some point, it hits me. Oh. It's
Right.
a card game, so those are the mana types.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh, it all makes sense now.
So yeah, the plot as described on my anime list is the story of the card game follows what happens when Hyro portals suddenly open. Hyros should
of
put in
course.
quotes without being explained, fusing 3 different worlds together. As a result, various mysterious X-Seed powers are awakened in teenage girls. So this turns these girls into toaster girls, monster girls, angel girls, devil girls, whatever kind of fetish you like. There's
are
a
there
girl
really
like
toaster
that.
girls?
Yeah, there's robot
They're
girls.
all types, man. They're all types.
There's every type of girl.
That's what you meant by. I thought you meant a literal toaster.
No, toaster girls are like Aegis from.
I haven't heard this term before.
From
Aegis.
from Persona.
All right, so the show the show
yeah.
starts off. It's
Yeah.
this fucking. It's a very clear shitty knockoff of Strike Witches.
they start
There's
off-
a bunch of girls.
They start off
fighting
with a
over,
fight in the sky and over the ocean, which
Yeah,
it's
it's
driving me
annoying.
crazy that they keep
And
doing
the-
these
even
things.
even the bad, like the things that they're fighting are nearly identical to the things from Strike Witches. It's like these big black machine things that fly around and they slash them with swords.
But
and
that
looks
doesn't
fucking
matter.
terrible.
But that doesn't matter. It gets to the school. And the school
is just
a big open bath. It's amazing.
Yeah.
They're all naked all the time.
All right, Jeff, let me talk about this. This is what I've been waiting for. Okay, people, I want you to take a fucking journey with me. If you haven't already seen this show, okay? Sit down in your seat and come on the journey of a young man who decided to watch an episode of anime who had no idea what he was in for. So, okay, at exactly 6 minutes and 48 seconds into this show, it has been entirely introductions. There was a fight scene at the beginning, then the opening, then it's just fucking introductions for the next 5 minutes of this fucking show. Nothing happens. They just keep bringing people in to be introduced over and over and over again. I thought I was going insane.
Because it's a whole deck of cards. It's a whole deck of cards, Nate.
It's a whole deck of cards. We have to go through 52 fucking cards. All right, so for 6:48 until 18:24, the entire scene takes place in one fucking bath. All the exposition, all the character introductions, all the fucking plans for what's going to happen, the development between the two, the meeting of new characters, the planning for the fights that are going to happen. This is 11 minutes and 36 seconds of naked in-bath exposition. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's the most shameless thing I've ever seen. I couldn't believe I was seeing this on television.
So, Nate, are you buying these Blu-rays?
It's the best show ever made!
So what amazes me is I've never seen this much flesh in the first episode of the show.
It was madness.
I've only seen this many lens flares in a fucking J.J. Abrams movie.
The steam, the smoke in this was on par with the Silent Hill. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
It permeated every crack. It obscured everything. I would say that the steam and smoke was more of an important character here than in any Silent Hill, which is where it's the most important.
Sandy, what did you think of Angie?
I didn't watch it.
Oh no!
You piece
I
of
thought you
shit!
said you did.
No,
It's a
let me
must-watch.
explain. No, it's not. You wouldn't watch it. Okay, let me ask you. Would you watch Dance with Devil? Does that sound like something you would want to watch?
It
Dance
depends.
I
with
thought you
Devil.
said you did watch it though.
I did. I loved it.
Are there
No,
11 straight minutes?
I thought you said you watched Angie Virgin when we
No.
first started talking
It was a
about
miscommunication. I thought what we were arguing about, Nate and I, like we got all excited, and it was because Nate was like, I thought he said he wanted to talk about a show, and I was like, oh, does he want the same one I do?
No.
Okay,
She
no.
Well,
she
all right.
wants to talk about the next one.
No, shh. Wait till we get to it.
Angie Virgin is utter garbage.
It's
if you
utter
haven't
trash.
made that
It's the
apparent.
greatest
Like,
show
the
of this
worst-
season.
It's
hands down.
It's complete. It's the same reason why I like Dance with Devil. It was complete
No,
trash,
well,
and I
here's-
watched it, and I
here's
was like,
Sandy, I know Nate is memeing us right now.
No,
Nate does not
you don't
actually
understand.
enjoy
There's
this
a
show.
there's a level of ironic enjoyment that goes beyond
exactly.
ironic
Yeah.
enjoyment
Exactly.
that becomes
It loops
full-fledged
back around
real
to
enjoyment.
true love.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
To true
I-
love.
It's
Yes,
the horseshoe
yes,
effect,
yes.
people. The horseshoe
When
effect.
you told me,
Yeah.
Nate, when you told me this show that the school was a bath, I was
Yeah.
I
immediately
told you that.
excited.
Yeah,
I
you
told
were.
you that.
I
Whoever
remember.
did.
I
I
told
was
you
really
that.
excited because
both
I'm a
did.
huge fan of baths. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
love baths. I love them being in shows. I just love.
Were you
characters
ready for
being
11
in the
minutes
bath.
of fucking
Well,
bad?
that's
11
the
minutes
thing.
of 18
I got-
different baths.
I got to the bath, and
Yeah.
the first thing is the character designs in this show are fucking ugly.
Oh, yeah.
They're not attractive at all. They are horribly ugly. They're just the most generic, bland designs. All the girls are just like every shot is just girls sitting like in chest-high bathwater. That's it. There's nothing inventively done. Like
Yeah.
if they wanted it to be a fan service show, why not make it like a fan service scene, or at least shoot it in an interesting
that's
way?
the amazing
Like,
thing about the show. They circumvented all rules of storytelling. They put every
so that they can-
you know
yeah.
that scene in every show where all like the high level people get together to go over what's happening like for the lower level people who just had a fight. That happens in the fucking bath. You know when like they get together after the fight and they like reconvene and they decide what to do next. That happens in the fucking bath. You know when the fucking characters
it's
meet?
hilarious, Nate. But I just look when
It's the greatest show ever made.
When Strike Witches came out,
Yeah.
I made this exact same argument for Strike Witches because
They're in their
Strike Witches is a
panties.
show where there's no pants. Girls just don't wear pants. There's
They're
no
not
pants
allowed.
in
Yeah.
Strike Witches. They're not that they're not allowed. They just aren't a thing. Pants are just not a thing. And I was like, Yeah, why not? Why not just have a universe where pants
Right.
aren't a thing? Who
Cut out the
cares, right?
middleman. Uh-huh.
But here's the thing: Strike Witches is also a good show that has effort put into it,
Yeah.
where there's an amazing soundtrack, great animation, memorable scenes, like lots of cool stuff happening. You know, it's a good show, and this show is nothing. It's just a bunch of girls
just
sitting
bath.
in a bath.
I am
doing
become
nothing.
Bath. My
With
alpha
really
and omega
boring
is
cinema.
Bath.
Like, if I wanted to see I would love it if it was like the first episode of Zetsubo Sensei, when
Yeah.
they have the scene where it's like the school became a bath, and it's just like 2 minutes
Yeah,
of the
it's-
girls just sitting around in the baths. That scene is shot in a fun, interesting way.
Someone
and
thought
it's cool.
someone thought this was a good idea. That fascinates me.
Yeah.
That blows my mind.
This, you know what this show is basically? It's have you seen? You guys know the Whitest Kids, you know, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know the courtroom sketch where they just like have a naked woman parade out in the middle of it, and they're like, "Buy
Yeah.
Whitest Kids You Know on DVD." That's this show is an ad for its own Blu-rays, is what it is.
Yeah, but
Yep,
the thing
yep.
is that it's like if you actually bought this show's Blu-rays, you have the not because
have
of the
been
plot.
fucked.
You have
You
the
have been
shittiest
fucked.
taste in the world
Yeah.
in character designs.
Like-
because you could watch anything else. Go on the internet and
just
type
shameless.
pink
Yeah.
hair anime boob into Google, and you'll get more exciting images than what you'll find in this show.
That's exactly why I love it. It is the absolute bottom of the barrel, and I
Yeah.
love that. I learned
Yeah,
I
like-
like bad shows way more than good shows. Way more than good
Yeah,
shows.
yeah,
Fuck 'em.
like you said, like ironic like in things. It loops around to being like, this is so bad that it's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
Yes,
that's how
I
I felt
can-
about like every time I watch any of my reverse harem shows, they are so terrible. They are so
Yeah.
bad. But I love them so much because they try. It's
Right.
like giving it
It's
like giving it that little
It's like,
It's
oh,
Kish
bless
is
its
what it
little
is.
heart, you know?
That's
Yeah,
right.
like
That's
it's-
right. I'm glad we're on the
it's like
same
a
page.
participation. It's a participation medal.
So
Yeah.
look at this,
Before we-
Digi.
before
Digi,
we
you're the
move on-
outlier here. We all
Well,
agree
all
it's a
right.
perfect show.
No, I mean, no. Don't get me wrong. I agree with Digi. I would not watch this because it doesn't partake to the things that I like, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like girls. I can look at myself.
I don't
if
like
this show was
these
a bunch
girls.
of guys, fuck yeah, I'd be watching
Yeah, I
it.
think
Definitely, 100%.
and Digi, this would be your favorite show of the season if it had the Amanchu character designs in it. Let's be real.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
no!
any
if
show
it
with
had
those
if
might
it had
be.
the new game character designs.
oh, you fuck!
maybe.
You fuck!
yeah.
We're gonna
We'll get to
fucking
that later.
fight! Oh!
Yeah,
All
we
right.
will.
Before we move on though, Nate, do you actually think you'll watch any other episodes of Anji Vierge? Do you think you'll ever
Who
watch
the
another
fuck?
one?
I'm buying the fucking Blu-rays. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? This is going to my This is framed on my fucking wall. Get the fuck
All right, well,
out of
now
here.
we're gonna move on to a show that part of the reason we brought Sandy onto this podcast is because there's a lot of reverse harem and pretty boy shows on here, and we needed someone who wasn't going to, because the same way that what you're saying about Anje Vierge is what all of us are going to be saying about some of these shows.
Hey, wait,
So that's
hang
why
on.
we
Quick
needed to have-
technical point. Are we doing all the main ones first and then like the little ones afterward? Is that the procedure?
No, I'm
No, we're
just
just
going through
going through in
everything.
order,
I'm just
so-
skipping sequels.
Well, then
I
you're
forgot to say
skipping.
that
You're
at the
skipping Bananya,
beginning
man.
No,
You're
Banana's
skipping
after.
Bananya.
That's
Banana's
that's
after.
What?
this one.
B,
But it's
B
alphabetically
dash,
first.
B dash.
B
dude.
dash
Oh,
project.
Jesus.
Dude, learn how
Okay.
to fucking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm looking off of my anime list. I'm
Yeah.
just going
I'm-
through.
All right,
in
I'll
order.
just use that.
you might have to cut this audio out, but like I didn't see if you're gonna say Arslan Senki or
No,
the
no,
B
No,
Project
no,
one.
Arslan Senki is a sequel, so even though
Yeah, we don't
that
do
show is
sequels.
great.
The B Project one, I it's on my list. Don't worry about it, but I have not seen it.
I
so I
watched
can't actually
it.
say
Okay.
anything about
Oh, too bad.
Well,
Well,
all right, well, I guess-
I
It's
want to talk
unfortunate.
about that
in,
show.
in Sandy's
It looks
defense,
beautiful.
I know the reason that she wasn't able to watch it, so let's take this moment we would have talked about B Project and talk about how shitty Spirit Airlines are. Because they're really fucking shitty.
Oh yeah, like just real quick, let me just explain what happened to me.
Okay.
I had a flight to go home at 8 p.m. on Monday? Fuck, on Monday. I was supposed to go home 8 p.m. and then I didn't because I kept getting a bunch of emails, spammed by the way, because they always send emails in twos for some fucking reason. And so like they're like, oh, your flight got pushed back to 9, 9:30, 10, and I'm like, okay, fine. So 10 was the last one I got. I get to the airport and they're all like, oh, actually it got bumped up. You were supposed to be here at 9:30, and I'm like, hey, that's impossible. I got it. No, that's
And
not
what
fair.
airline was this?
Spirit.
Spirit Airlines.
This same
So
shit
then-
happened to me with American Airlines twice in a row.
Oh my
Never
God.
again. Never. I'm taking
Never-
Delta for life now.
Yeah, like
I'm a
so then
Delta guy.
so then it got canceled.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
rescheduled, and the earliest flight was 1:30 the next day, and I'm like, God damn it! So I had to stay at my friend's house, and then I get there, and it's 1:30, and they're just like, oh, unforeseen circumstances is getting delayed, and I'm like,
What?
oh my God,
And oh my
facepalm.
God.
And they're like, we don't know why, and then 2 hours later,
They
they're
don't
like,
even
they're
know
like,
why.
yeah, no, it's because they didn't want to say. And then
Oh,
2
yeah,
hours later,
yeah.
they're like, yeah, it was maintenance issues. The flight was canceled. And I was like, what? No.
These
And then they're like, if your last stop is in LAX, you have to go all the way back down, all the way through TSA again, because you got to go back down to the counter and get a new ticket. And I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself. So I went all the way down.
That's what.
The earliest ticket for the next flight was 8 p.m., so I just had to stay at the airport for 11 hours, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to watch anime. And then that flight, I'm sorry, let me just rant. And then that flight.
Let it all out,
I was,
man.
But
I was blasting Spirit Airlines on fucking Twitter. I was like, you motherfuckers, how dare you? And then they compensate me. They're like, here, have a meal voucher for
Those
$7.
fuckers!
And I'm like, what? This is what
The
I
old
get for
$7
waiting.
slip. The oldest trick in the book, man.
And I was so outraged. And then
Yeah.
and then I got the email and they said, we guarantee you that this flight at 8 p.m. There's no logistical reason why it should be
Oh,
late.
yeah,
You'll get
sure.
home on time. And I'm like, okay, so we're sitting on the plane, already on the plane, and then on the plane,
No.
the fucking
No.
attendant comes on and goes,
No.
she goes, yes, yeah, and I'm like, I swear to God, and she's like, we're having maintenance issues. And I'm like, no.
Oh my God.
But the worst part of it was is they're just like, since we're in taxing, you can't get up, you can't move. You have to just sit there until
Yeah.
we finish this maintenance. And I was just pulling my hair out. And we waited there for an hour. And then finally I got home and I was like, never again. I wanted to slash all the tires of Spirit Airlines fucking airplanes.
That's just like what happened to me with American.
I'll
Fuck
be
'em.
sure to. I'm going to time code this section and put a plane on screen of Spirit Airlines. I think we can all agree worst anime of the season.
Do
Worst-
me a favor,
worst
would
anime.
you
Second
pop an
worst
American
anime of the
airline in
season.
there? Okay, go on.
yeah.
Second worst anime of the season after Berserk. So let's talk
Yeah.
about B Project. Who watched it?
I watched
I
it.
watched half of one
I'm
episode.
gonna watch it.
All right, Nate. I think you're the only one who finished episode one.
I
So why don't you describe
loved
the plot to us?
it. No, it was pretty shit. It's just, honestly, wasn't even. It was like
It's
four-
Idolmaster with boys.
It was
It's
Idolmaster
literally
with
the
boys, only
Idolmaster with boys.
worse. It was really
it was A1
corporate.
Pictures, so Digi hated it.
It was A1 Pictures, yeah. So obviously, therefore, Digi hates it.
Of course.
It was-
no. It's just not well. It's not that well written or produced.
Well, yeah, it's not a
it's-
well written
like,
show.
Look,
It's not.
there's a lot of shows this season that are just an army of pretty boys doing
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
This was the worst one.
But you know what? The thing about
This
this
is the one I
it's
dropped
show like
very quickly.
yeah. There's a bunch of shows that I watched all the way through that I really should not have this season, and I realized
I
this
hear
is
that.
one of those shows. It's not for me at all. This is for
Right.
like an 11-year-old girl to watch. That is who this show is for. I watched
Or
it anyway.
however old Sandy is.
or
to
however
watch
old Sandy is.
eventually.
That's right. And it's
And any age Fujoshi.
Well, to
I
be
feel
honest,
like
well,
yeah. Go on.
Well, I mean, like, I haven't watched it, and one of the reasons is I feel like I would force myself, because despite it being or just a pretty boy anime, there's a limit to how shit
I
something
don't even
can
think
be,
this
right?
is for you
Yeah.
because you're obviously too smart to like the show because this is for
Yeah,
dummies.
right.
You know?
Like, there's that balance, right? Of
Yeah.
something being so terrible that you like it, and then something just being bad and you can't like it. And this looks like something I
And
just don't like.
this
'cause I
isn't
don't-
even like on the same level of whatever that show Ange whatever my favorite show of all time Ange whatever
Yeah.
and this is just like corporate shilly. It's kind of decent looking like
I mean,
are we gonna sing a good song, we gotta learn teamwork and and like the main girl is such an obvious surrogate for like a girl to project herself onto, like
Pants.
I'm gonna
Oh,
be
yeah.
a business
Pants.
girl, I'm gonna work with all these
Yeah.
hot boys, it's gonna be my dreams are gonna
Like,
come
I-
true, it's
Jesus
not for
Honestly,
me.
that already happened with. There was an
Yeah.
anime just like that called Uta no Prince-sama, and that one's actually pretty okay. Not amazing. I watched it. I liked it, and I don't think I can redo that.
And
Yeah,
then, of course,
yeah.
there's the greatest anime of all time, Sekko Boys, which,
Oh, that one was actually really good. That was really good.
which
Well,
is the same
B
plot.
Project. B Project is like the most vapid take you could possibly have.
Isn't it an
on
Yeah.
ad
concept.
for a real, like a real band? Isn't it a
Probably.
real
Probably,
idol group?
dude.
Yeah,
There's like
I just you
six
can
of these
smell
guys.
scum from a mile away.
Yeah.
Like I looked at it and I was like, do I really want to watch
it's
it?
one
the
where
other
there's-
the other problem that I have with this show, right, which is a problem that I have with a lot of moe shows, is it's too many guys, right?
Yeah.
Like
That's what I was
Yeah.
about to get to.
Too many
Like,
guys,
there's a million
too many guys. Yeah,
too
that's
many
right.
guys.
Too many guys.
Okay, so like High School Fleet last season felt
Yeah.
like this. It was too many girls. There were
That was a
too.
good show, though.
It was. It was okay. Like it was better.
I
For
liked
the
what I
plot.
saw of it.
It was better for the plot than it was for the cute girls because there were too many cute girls, and all of them only got like
Too
12,
many cute girls, too many cute girls.
Well, all right. So with this
all
show,
of them
I
only
don't
got like
think it's
12
just a
seconds of
matter-
screen time. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And like
It's-
I feel like if you like one of these guys, you're gonna get a quarter of an episode of one of them, and that's
Yeah,
it.
right.
That's
Yeah.
all you ever get.
It's well, the thing is, like with the Idolmaster series, like with that, when those came out, like when the first Idolmaster show came out, the A1 Pictures one, which was way better produced than this one,
Yeah.
for coming from the
For
same
sure.
studio. But like when that came out, there's a million Idolmaster girls, but it's kind of like assumed that you've played the games. There's a million, all these characters are characters that you probably are somewhat endeared to before you even watch the show, and each one kind of gets their own episode. And the first episode really like bent over backwards to introduce each of them by themselves in like,
Yeah.
hey, meet this one, now meet this one. This show starts off with like 12 guys all finishing up
Yeah.
a dance, and they all just swarm the girl, and they literally are like, this guy's the dumb one. Hi, I'm the smart one. I'm the cool guy. And like that's the first like 10 minutes of the episode.
Yeah.
It doesn't even
Yep.
bother like to give
Yep.
each one like to make them feel distinct at all. They feel like they're all one hive mind.
It's,
they all have the
it's
same
that kind of
personality.
shitty directing that lets you know you don't need to watch the show. Move on to something
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that really differentiates them is their outfits. Like that green
And their hair color. Let's be fair. That pink-haired hair guy, he's got a real, powerful thing going on.
But
I
that-
assume. Is there a pink one? Probably.
That green-haired guy's fuzzy color bugs the fuck out of me. You know
Yeah,
the one
he was
I'm
weird. He was weird.
I will admit they're kind of hot.
I agree.
That's it.
You would,
I
I'm
agree.
gonna say
Sandy, my question to you is, if this was a Fujoshi phone app, would you download it?
You know what? I can definitely tell you yes, but I can explain why. Because like
the
there's
art will
okay,
be way
I'm playing.
better, right?
Well,
Is that
yes,
why?
but also because solely because it's a game that you can choose a person or whatever, you will have that time to learn the person and actually
point.
enjoy them. Like for the I'm playing Oz Mafia, which is a short that's this
Yeah,
season.
we're
That's
gonna-
Oh, yeah, I
but
watched
anyway,
that.
Really
but that
bad.
game has like 10 different fucking guys, and I'm like, that's a lot of guys because usually games like that don't you have like 5 love interests, but this one has 10, and I enjoy it a lot because like I get time with each character to get to know them and like them. But in an anime where you only get like 5 minutes screen time, you don't.
It's
feel
not the
anything.
right format for this. at
No,
all.
it's
I
not.
Yeah, it's not.
I think B Project is also one where I mean the guys might look hot on the like concept art, but in the show it's not that well done.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like the budget's low. You can tell
Which
they're
happens
pulling
just fairly
strings.
frequent, especially with A1 stuff.
Yeah, God. They did a thing that's like a personal pet peeve of mine, which is so they did a thing that I like, which is they started at the characters doing the OP, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's, that's
yeah,
a thing you
yeah.
can do with an idol show that you can't do with other things. Where it's like, okay, these characters are
which
going
has
to
already
sing.
been done with several other idol shows.
Yeah,
so
it's
not
yeah,
like,
well.
but I still like it.
It's a good gimmick,
I like it for the same reason that in an OP, I really like it when the characters sing along to a few of the lyrics and it's all doofy and stuff. That makes me
Yeah.
happy. But the OP was so bad. It was so bad. And then
It was
they-
real bad. It was real
And
bad.
then they ended it. They did their dance number, and the girl's like, "Oh, that was so impressive." I was like, "No, it wasn't."
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just
My
terrible.
only thought was
You
this girl's got
lied.
shit taste, man.
Yeah,
What
this-
the
I
hell?
actually
That-
I
how-
actually
how is-
had that moment. Oh, after the OP, like everyone was staring at them and it was like silent in the studio,
Yeah.
and I legitimately was like, "Wait, was the idea that
Did
their
they
performance
fuck
was
up?
bad or good? Like, I couldn't tell if everyone's reaction was supposed to be negative or not, because I didn't feel one way or the other about it.
And at
Hey,
the
spitball
end,
an idea. Spitball an idea right now. Every single opening of the show gets a little bit better as the girl works with each of the guys individually, till the last episode when her coaching has made them be the musicians they always could be, and then they have the best possible version.
That would
and then
work
the
if
OP gets
they
better
weren't
every
worshipped.
episode.
yeah.
All right, well, moving on. Bananya.
Right.
Who watched Bananya?
I did.
I did.
Sandy, you want to tell us what Bananya is about?
It literally, oh my god, it's exactly what the name states.
Yeah.
It is a banana cat, and it's a short show, so it's only like 3 minutes long,
Yeah.
and there is no premise whatsoever other than it is a mascot character for a stationery company, and that's it.
Yeah.
Of interest, is this by the same people who made what is it? You know the little bean dog thing, Nabeshi, or what was it called?
Mameshiba.
Nabeshiba,
Mameshiba,
yeah.
I don't know.
Who says
I don't know.
uncomfortable facts? It reminded me of that. That's all.
There's a lot of shows like this.
Yeah.
I would say almost once a season we get just mascot
Yeah.
characters doing
I
cute
like
shit.
it.
I'm
all for it.
And
we
it's
had-
okay because
We had one last season from that guy with about the mushroom guy from Touch Detective, which was really weird. But yeah, continue.
And also
Sandy.
Sushi Police, my favorite show of last season.
It's and the thing is, like, it's such a cute little show. Like, literally, the cat, all he says is "banya-nya-nya-nya-nya-nya."
Yeah.
And it's so adorable. It's only 3 minutes of your day, so like if you feel like, hey, I want a good chuckle of something that's so cute and lighthearted and very,
Yeah.
it's adorable.
And
Then go ahead.
The narrator sounds like the kindest old grandpa with the beautiful voice.
Right.
True.
Telling you
Yeah.
about, like, he's like, Bananya is a little cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
what
like
is he doing?
Morgan
That is
Freeman
so
doing a
adorable.
nature
I was just
documentary,
thinking Morgan,
basically.
Japanese
Yeah,
Morgan
Japanese
Freeman.
Japanese.
Yeah.
Freeman.
And it kind of like, you guys don't get this reference because none of you are from Canada, but it reminds me of the House Hippo, which is this dumb PSA they
Are you
had.
talking about our friend Hypocrite?
No, the House Hippo. It's this dumb PSA they have in Canada where they have this like they have this tiny hippo that is just obviously on a green screen in a person's kitchen, and it's like, and they talk about it like the house hippo lives in drains and blah blah, and and then the PSA is, don't believe everything you watch on TV, and it's like, no shit.
Man, y'all got some crazy shit on TV in Canada, man.
You should see. Don't you put it in your mouth? Don't you
I've
put it
seen
in
that.
your mouth? Yeah.
All right.
But,
All right,
but
enough about Bananya. This is
Yeah,
a 3-minute
okay.
show. We
It's
cannot
delightful.
spend too
10
much
out
time
of
on
10
this.
would
10 out of
recommend.
10 for sure.
Would recommend.
If-
Yeah, it's
Super
it's
cute.
cute enough. I dropped it just because I have no expectation that I will remember it exists long
Yeah.
enough to finish it. All right, Sandy, did you also watch Battery by chance?
No, I did not. No, I did
All right, I don't think Jeff did either. So only
I
me and Nate can talk
did.
about this one.
I
Why don't
was
you do this one,
supposed
Digi?
to, but
So Battery is it's the Noe Tamina show this season. It's a very low-key sports drama, slow, kind of boring. Main character's kind of a cunt. He's like he's like 12 years old and he sounds like a man. What the hell? Nate, did you feel that when they said
I don't think I paid enough attention to his voice to know if he sounded like a man or not. But
did you
know
think
what?
he was 12 at all?
He was. I assumed he was like 15 or something.
No,
I
he's
guess that's the
fucking
difference.
12. Yeah, it was weird to realize that he is supposed to be a middle schooler because he by all means acts like a really moody high school kid.
Oh shit! Yeah,
who,
that's weird. Okay.
And yeah, so he's a middle schooler who's like a really amazing pitcher. Got a total chip on his shoulder.
Like a total
kind of
fucking asshole. He's
Yeah,
my
he's kind of
favorite guy.
He's kind of an asshole, and so the show seems like it's probably going to be like a really melodramatic story about him playing baseball. And basically this first episode is just he moves into a new town. He meets this kind of fat kid who's also on the baseball team, and that kid's the catcher. And then with lots of like
That wasn't
in,
fat.
in amount
That is a distortion of the truth. He was a fit individual.
with
Is it a metaphor?
with an amount of like gay undertones that actually
I
exceeded.
thought so.
No.
It honestly,
Knew it.
dude, I thought this show had more gay undertones than any other show this season.
Man, you want
Like-
to
You
talk?
can't
No.
have a
What?
catcher and a pitcher literally.
Oh,
and
come
not
on. That's
The phrase he
unfair.
says-
That's unfair. You can't make a baseball show
Look.
without it being gay. Come on. Come on.
The main
mean-
character says to the other guy because they translated it as
yeah.
can you even catch my pitch? But he literally says, can you catch my ball? He says,
dude,
like, Ore no tama.
Where's this coming from?
He's like, can you catch
I'm
my
telling you,
balls?
this
And
is
he's like,
projection.
I don't
This
know
is
if you can
projection.
handle my ball, man. And he's like,
No,
oh man, you know.
no.
And then the catcher literally says, a catcher and pitcher are supposed to be like husband and wife.
He's a man who loves his metaphor. Come on.
They then bicker like a married couple throughout the whole second half of the episode. Like, which
it's
I
called
like
teamwork.
The scene.
Okay.
He's a
I
man.
like the scene where
he's a
they,
man who loves a big fat metaphor right in his mouth.
Yeah, he does.
The whole episode was really boring up until the end when they're playing catch and the catcher guy is like really like laying into the kid like, hey, fucking pitch me a real ball,
I felt
bitch.
a pulse. I felt a pulse. Mm.
Yeah, there was a little pulse there, and it felt like this was gonna be something where like the characters are kind of hard asses at each other. You know, like this is gonna be one where they're like really having to work for it, and everyone's like, we gotta be the fucking best, you know.
But no.
So that
But no.
That was kind of okay, but man, it was largely really
It
boring.
was super duper boring, except for the very beginning of the show when this was throwing snowballs at birds. The show that was the best part of the episode, dude. When they tried to beat the shit out of that bird, that was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty boring. It's actually like I was kind of excited a little bit for this because the director is Tomomi Mochizuki. I think that's how you say his name. Who hasn't really done a lot of work in the last 10 years, but he was the director of Ocean Waves, which is the best Ghibli movie that nobody sees.
Never seen it.
It was like a TV movie that Ghibli did. It was really good. One of the best like coming of age teen melodrama shorts out there. And then he did like Here Is Greenwood and a bunch of shit that nobody fucking cares about.
I got some Greenwood for you, dog, right here.
He did Princess Nine, which is also a baseball anime. With a similar kind of feel, but that one had way more energy in its first episode than this one did.
Don't watch this show because there are much better like sport anime this season that we're going to talk about. And I can't wait to talk about.
I think Battery could be worth it if this is a show that when it's over, people are like, "Oh my god, Battery got so good."
It
then
failed
I'll be
the
like,
episode
all right.
1 test. Maybe it'll make up for it. I doubt it.
Yeah, I didn't think it like
Nate.
it didn't make me think this can't be good. It made me think
I don't know.
this isn't good.
Any show
so
could
far.
turn out to be good.
Nate.
And
Don't you-
Don't
you know that you have to watch at least 3 episodes of something to know if it's good or not?
No, it's been established that in one episode you can actually
No,
determine the quality of the
There's a
entire
3-episode rule.
anime.
There's
This is
a
well
3-episode
documented
rule,
by
Nate.
All right,
even
guys,
bloggers
you know
on
what?
the internet.
I'm excited to move on from Battery. I don't care about it. The next show is the one that justifies this entire podcast.
Yes.
It does.
All right.
Yeah.
I gotta talk about the best anime ever made. The new Berserk. Berserk 2016.
Yes,
Guys,
it's so
It made
good.
It made me go berserk. It's time to
guys,
that
I gotta
joke.
tell you, I just realized earlier
Yeah.
what an artistic masterpiece this show is, right? Because everyone always says that the best way to tell a story is to make the audience feel what the character feels.
Oh, no.
If you can make the audience relate to the character through the visuals and design and everything, then it really it draws you into the experience.
Yeah.
And everyone knows that being Guts is suffering constantly, and likewise, being a Berserk fan is suffering constantly.
Did you? Let me go one step further, because just as Guts was held down by the legions of hell to watch Casca get raped, I witnessed Berserk get raped on this fucking anime.
It Berserk. All right, let's back up here.
Yeah,
all right?
okay.
Berserk, classic manga that's been running since the late 80s. Very violent and dark. It had Berserk manga in the 90s had this 13-volume arc, or 10-volume arc from volumes 3 to 13 that was the Golden Age arc, and it was one of the best stories ever told.
Ever told,
it was a
baby.
Fantastic
Ever told.
manga. It had a fantastic anime adaptation in the late 90s. It wasn't like mind-blowingly amazing. The production was kind of lackluster. It cut out a lot of stuff from the manga for time. So it's not as good as the manga, but it's
has
really
some
solid,
of the best bloopers of all time.
yeah, it's a really solid 26-episode anime from the 90s. Ever since then, people have been asking, where is Berserk Season 2 constantly.
Yeah.
If you go to any panel at any con that has anything remotely to do with Berserk, they'll ask about it. Every year, the Media Blasters panel, those are the guys who released it in the US. Everyone just gets up and asks where's season 2. They don't know. They don't produce the show. But this is how badly people want it. They're looking for answers wherever they can get them, right? Now, the manga has still been running.
Look what their passion has sown.
Yeah, the manga has still been going all this time.
Yep.
And it's gotten into these other big arcs that have been... it definitely changed its tone a lot over time.
Yep.
A lot of people really don't like where it went after the Golden Age arc because it kind of becomes a whole different story. Like,
yeah, kind of.
after Golden Age, it's like it's almost a sequel to itself. It's like a part 2, you know. And it introduces a lot more like magic. It introduces a cute lolly girl. And then the author, Kentaro Miura, became really obsessed with the Idolmaster and started putting Berserk on hold all the time to
These
go
are
play
unsubstantiated claims I'd like to
No,
point
they're
out.
not. He said that himself.
He did not
said
say that he had to take breaks
literally,
to play
in
Idolmaster.
2007,
That's a meme, you
he
dip.
took a 3-month break to beat Idolmaster on the Xbox 360 because that's how long it takes to beat it, and that's what he said he did.
That's an
He
exaggeration,
literally
I
said
would
that.
bet.
He said, "I'm taking the next 3 months off to play Idolmaster." He
All
became
right,
obsessed.
fine.
He became obsessed with Nico Nico Doga and the Idolmaster. He designed a Vocaloid for singer Gact because Gact is a huge fan of
He
Berserk.
designed that?
And,
Oh, that's cool.
And he designed the Gactoid for free, as he put it. The good people of Nico Nico Doga do their work for free. So of course I had to contribute for free.
That's nice.
He loves internet culture.
What a great guy.
Yeah.
He's obviously a big otaku guy.
Yeah.
right?
If he
And
lived
his
in
story-
America, he'd be a YouTuber, is what you're saying.
He would.
Yeah. His Berserk story, which has continually gotten more beautiful in its artwork, has also slowed to a fucking crawl and nothing happens anymore.
How
And for
long were they on the boat?
7
8
years? No, wait, was it 9 years?
I think it was 8 years.
Oh, yeah, it was like, yeah.
8
yeah.
years, the characters were on this boat. Not
We were
because,
all on that boat with you, Guts.
Yeah, not because necessarily that it took that long to tell that part of the story, but because he would go
Yeah.
on these super long hiatuses. There would be like one chapter coming out a year
Yeah,
sometimes,
yeah.
because it's already a monthly publication, but he would go on hiatus for months, you know, and so finally they just got off the boat recently. Everyone's like, oh my fucking god, it actually happened. But so
Demolition
so
D
even if-
captured it best with his video about when they got off the
Yeah.
fucking boat.
So the thing is about all this is that like, so being a manga fan is already suffering in its own way because either you fall into a few categories. Either you're someone who doesn't like the direction the story has gone in, which is a lot of people, or you do like it, but you have to wait years to get tiny updates on a story that Kentaro Miura has described as being about half over. So
And by the way, don't forget the new movies that came out that are just
Yes,
the
so
Golden Age
then-
again.
So then they decided
Yeah.
to remake Berserk, and the plan was at the time that these movies started coming out, they said that they were going to adapt the entire manga into films, but they were starting from the beginning of the Golden Age arc again. So they readapted the Golden Age arc into 3 films, but these films are really contentious in weird ways because first of all, it's like all CG integrated animation,
yeah.
and it's not badly done, but it looks really weird, and like it doesn't fit the tone of Berserk, which is a high fantasy series where the line art has gotten so detailed and so like beautiful in the later volumes. It looks like a fucking fantasy novel, and they're animating it with CG, so it feels weird. It has a few little advantages that the battles are a lot better than they were in like the manga or the show, but they cut out so much shit that it's like you should not watch those movies first. No matter who you are, if you want your first exposure to Berserk, should by no means be the series of films.
Yeah.
No.
And then those films ended, and it was like, all right, so are we going to continue the story now?
Nah.
Well, we get silence for about a year, and then all of a sudden they're like, we're going to make a Berserk TV show.
And
sweet.
You know why
They're
they did
They're
that,
going to
Digi?
do it.
You know why they did that, Digi?
To make money.
No, because it was trending on Twitter because he got off the boat.
That
yeah,
could be true.
yeah,
well,
probably.
so they finally did it. They finally made Berserk season 2, and the trailers came out, and people were like, "Uh-oh, this is all this is all CG. This is all PS2 era CG, or even Dreamcast era CG. Oh." And then the trailers kept coming, and we're like, "This doesn't look good." And then episode 1 came out, and man. It's probably the worst thing I've ever seen. It's
There was
than,
an eclipse over humanity, and we were all sacrificed on the day this
it was worse
episode
than
aired.
Hitler and the Jews combined. It was the worst thing. It was the biggest calamity.
So Digi, you said that the movies are not a very good jumping on point for somebody who's not familiar with Berserk.
Don't watch the movies first.
So compare this to the movies. How bad of a jumping on point is this compared to the movies?
Well, this is the worst possible jumping on point. Not only because it's terrible.
That's great,
But-
because it's my jumping on point for Berserk.
Yeah, so Jeff has no exposure to Berserk before this.
You haven't read Berserk, dude?
I haven't. I've been meaning to. It's one of the big things on the horizon.
I'm glad though. I'm really glad you're here, Jeff, to do that because me and Nate are gonna sound like, butthurt fanboys.
Yeah,
We're
we
just
will.
mad
We will.
that we didn't get the perfect Berserk anime. I want you to describe this show, Jeff.
Okay.
What was Berserk?
Okay.
What was it?
Berserk. Let me try to encapsulate the experience of watching this show. It started out, I'm sure you guys were feeling hurt. I didn't feel hurt, but I definitely felt confused because I had no idea what the fuck was going on. It starts, you're in a bar, a very poorly rendered CGI bar, and there's a naked fairy tied to a pole that's just having knives thrown at it. And the camera is constantly moving because they're like, oh, we're making a CG show. That means we can have panning shots. So the camera never stops panning. It never stops tilting. It never stops moving. So that's a little sickening. And then you see the character designs. And the character designs are, to put it charitably...
Embarrassing? That's charitably.
Yeah. It looks like if... your child drew sketches of characters from Berserk. Like if the lead animator's child drew sketches of characters from Berserk. And he's like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Daddy, will you put it in your show? Well, I don't think You said it was good, Daddy. Will you put it in your show? Fine. So they did. They did. And that's all of the background characters. They're disgusting, deformed. They shouldn't be CG. And Guts is boxy and simple, and he's got a robot arm or something, and it's very...
Guts looked better in the Dreamcast game.
Yeah.
There is a
He
Berserk
lit- he
Dreamcast
did.
game. He looked better in that game.
He's easy to convert to CG.
in 1999.
That was
He's
a PS2
easy.
game.
He has too many teeth.
No, it's a Dreamcast game.
That's one thing. He has too many teeth. I don't know if this bugged you guys as much as it bugged me, but holy fuck!
I didn't notice.
Everything that could be wrong with CG animation was wrong with this. The movement was janky and didn't make any sense. Characters would move in weird, fucked up ways that didn't look human.
He looked like a human from Toy Story with cell shading applied to them, like the original Toy Story. And everyone else looked worse.
Yeah,
I really just have to say, this is gonna sound unusual for me, but I am so fucking angry that they literally made Casca white. You cannot take my brown
what?
goddess
I don't remember
and
that.
make her white. She's exotic. That's her whole thing. That's a huge base of her character. So much of it is based on her being weird, and nobody knows where the fuck she's from. And they just watered her down. And oh my god, even worse than that is the fact that in the
that's
opening,
kind of how she got sold into like slavery in her backstory was because she
was never sold into slavery. She just lived in a village in Midland, and they got attacked, and she was about to be sold. Yeah, oh yeah.
No,
right.
yeah, she got bought out. Like it was like a rich guy who wanted to buy her because she was like
she spent
exotic, and that's
maybe
why
a quarter of an afternoon as a slave. I'll give you that. That's true. But the even worse than that, and this is honestly, forget the CG. This is the most offensive thing to me about the entire show. It's that in the opening, they use as one of the eye catches just the rape of Casca. It has been
was fucking weird.
compartmentalized and squished into one
That
fucking
was the
like
most
flavor
tasteless
text
thing
bit.
look.
Casca's fucking rape. You can't do that. You can't do
I
it.
cannot believe that was in the OP. Like, first of all, how could you more trivialize this moment than to have it shown all the time.
Every episode. Remember when
every
Cass got
episode.
raped,
Let's just
everybody?
watch the most traumatic,
Well,
the most
fucking
traumatic
music plays.
thing that's ever happened. Yeah.
Oh
my
God,
God.
no, it's so wrong. And you know, really, that characterizes the entire thing. This whole thing was a fucking disgrace. More than anything, all this did was take something beautiful, take Berserk, and just turn it into complete fucking garbage. It was a nightmare. No one should watch it in the world.
Breaking up horribly. And
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, it recorded
it'll
all right, I'm
record
sure.
normal. Yeah, you're sounding like a robot. It's making.
Oh, I thought it was just me. I was like, I'm not gonna say anything.
No, Nate sounded like he was from another dimension.
Oh yeah.
But I could pick up enough words to understand what he was saying.
Yes, my stream of rage.
Well,
it
I
was,
gotta go on about just how little sense the construction of the story of this episode was.
It's so bad. It just goes from oh, I'm in a bar, I've picked up this fairy, but now I'm gonna leave, and the fairy just randomly
Well, Jeff,
finds...
I'm gonna explain to you why it's like that.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, this show, for whatever reason, they've decided to make it a sequel. They've decided to go all in on this is a sequel to the original anime because there's certain stuff. The first 3 volumes of Berserk are really complicated to work around because the story changes a lot in between the first 3 volumes because the first 3 volumes take place after the entire Golden Age arc. So basically what had happened was that the manga starts off with Guts, and he's this cursed swordsman. He has a curse on him that makes it so demons follow him around, and he's hunting these giant demons called apostles, and he's trying to get revenge on someone called Griffith, and we don't know why any of that. And in the beginning, it's mostly just about this guy being a badass. He's just supposed to be this stone cold.
The series opens with him fucking some demon bitch, which is something Guts would never do if it was any other part of the story.
The very first page is him having sex with this woman. She turns into a demon, and then he blows her head off with a cannon, which is so out of character for him. It's ridiculous because he's literally afraid of sex for most of the story.
He's
up
afraid
until
of touching people.
Casca warms his heart, and he's dedicated to her. There's no way he
held
would
down by demons and raped in front of him, which will show up in every eye catch for the rest of this series. So that's nice.
Oh God, why the fuck? So in the first 3 volumes,
that's fucking trivializing rape, and that's bad for the story. And honestly, it just pisses me off. You should never do that. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
Anyways, so in the first 3 volumes, it takes place after the rest of the story, and so in those first 3 volumes, he becomes friends with this fairy in the first chapter, which is Puck, and that's what we saw in this episode. But Puck isn't in the Golden Age arc at all. So in the original anime, what they had done is they had shown they adapted chapter 1 into the first episode of the original show, which takes place after the rest of the story.
Yeah.
And a lot of people hate that episode because it seems so disconnected from the rest of the show for that reason. But they also skipped a lot of chapter 1 because they didn't bother to introduce Puck at all because they weren't going to need him for the rest of the show, so why introduce him? So that whole bar scene is originally just Guts meets Puck, and then he ends up in this scenario that plays around those thugs and everything are working for some guy in that town, and then he goes and fights that guy. And that's the first chapter. It's just a pretty standard, introductory chapter type thing.
But instead, those thugs follow him out into the woods and get murdered by zombies.
So they recreated the pub scene because they had to introduce Puck. Yeah. And then they also just decided to throw in Isidro, that kid who was the blonde kid who didn't do anything but was there.
What the fuck was he doing here, dude?
Because he's a character who shows up way later in the story.
Way later, yeah.
So they just kind of threw him into that bar so that he'd be there, I guess. I have no idea why. So basically, they recreated a scene from the first episode, but then they didn't do the rest of the first episode. So that scene has nothing to do with the rest of the episode. It's just so that Guts could meet Puck, which in the original manga would have happened at the very beginning. So then they go into chapter 2, which is the whole story about them meeting this little girl's with this old man, and then she turns into a demon and Guts kills her. Chapter 2 is by far the least necessary chapter of all of Berserk. Because those whole first 3 volumes, there's no reason to adapt them. They don't really matter because it's so, the way the nature of the character changes so much that there's no reason to even do those first 3 books. Because basically what happens in the manga is that after the Golden Age arc, then it's kind of a short time skip, and it's implied that all the stuff that happened in the first 3 volumes happened in this time skip, and then we get more of Guts fighting these giant demons and shit, and then eventually it gets into another major arc. So what this anime did was it started off by adapting a random scene from the first chapter so they could introduce Puck. And then they did chapter 2, which is terrible. It's a bad chapter. It's literally just Guts
Which
meets
one's chapter 2 again?
It's the first
I just read
episode.
it again.
Guts meets this little girl who's traveling with this old man. They talk about how there's demons out here. Then the girl turns into a demon and he cuts her in half. Like, it's just trying to be edgy. It was like just a shock value chapter of like watching him cut down a little girl because he's such a hard ass.
You said this before in the chat. I disagreed with you then. I still disagree with you. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty good.
I just don't think it had any need to be adapted to anime at all.
Well, it does exactly one thing, which
what
is just
need-
character.
What need
I'll
does
tell
this
you. I'll tell you
anime
what
have
it
to
does.
exist?
None, because it's trash. But it sets it up so that you know that Guts attracts demons. That's the only point that it does.
They could have made that point way easier,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
already adapted chapter 1 in the first show, and they showed that at the end of episode 1.
And you know
what?
you know what? To your point, he fight like I like that chapter generally. He fights a bunch of skeletons. The little girl, he cuts that bitch in half, and she whatever the dad gets killed. But like they felt the need to invent this like tree boss for him to fight. What the fuck was? Is it not
in the
enough that we
manga
witness
at
a
all.
girl get fucking bisected, and then he has to deal with the
So
emotional torment
suddenly,
going on from that?
Out
What
of
the fuck?
nowhere in this scene, just a giant CG tree monster attacks him, and
Is
it
that
looks
from the manga?
terrible.
It's
No, it's not
new.
even in the manga at all.
They were improving the manga. Thank
And
you,
then-
anime.
And then at the end of the episode, they show the next episode preview. And I think, Nate, you watched episode 2, right?
I certainly did not. Are you
So-
kidding?
Oh, well, my brother did, and
Yeah.
he told me about it because he's like, I'm in it for the long. My brother's a huge Berserk fan.
he's a fool.
He hates
He's a
this, and he's
fool.
like, I gotta do it. I just
All
gotta
right.
put up with it, you know. He
I'm
watches
don't
anime with
ask,
his
don't tell.
girlfriend,
I'm
and they just
see
like
no
to
evil,
make
do
fun
no
of shit.
evil.
But so episode 2 then skips an entire other arc
What?
to go straight to the next big one because it goes right to introducing Farnese. It goes straight to the
What?
So
They
basically
skipped the Baron or the whatever the fuck. That's where Guts gets his fucking belt. That's the only part that you had to include. What the fuck?
No. They skip, not only do they skip the entire, like, they adapted chapter 2 from volume 1, but then they skipped the rest of the first 3 volumes, and they skipped the next 3 volumes that come after the Golden Age arc. They skipped a whole arc, and they're going straight into the Conviction arc, which is the next,
That's where
big
Guts sees Femto again for the first time. You can't skip that.
So
It's-
why did they bother adapting a chapter from volume 1 if they were then going to skip all the way 2 arcs later into the next arc? It's fucking
That makes
stupid.
no sense.
And it's so, and here's the fucked up part though, is that even like once episode 2 gets going, you realize that it's almost a panel for panel adaptation of the manga.
Yeah.
It's just that they cut so much stuff and rearranged it in such a weird way, and it's animated so badly that it feels completely different. This is the anime version of the Nicolas Cage Wicker Man movie. Which, for those who don't know, the Nick Cage version was like 80% of the script is exactly the same as the original, which is considered a classic horror film. But
One
the
of
Nick
the
Cage
greatest of
version
all
is just
time, yeah.
this awful train wreck of terrible acting and directing and just everything going wrong. That's what this is. They took Berserk and somehow perverted the very concept of it and made it something totally unrecognizable and hideous.
It's a nightmare, dude. That's the only word for it. We're all
And Victor
trapped in
was
a
saying how,
nightmare.
like, when he was watching episode 2, he was like, there's one moment where it was like just dialogue, and it was just shots of characters sitting around talking, and he was like, it's slowly I started to feel like, oh wait, this is Berserk. Like, oh yeah, this dialogue, this is Berserk, and Berserk is good. And then he started to feel, and then as soon as like someone swung a sword, it was like, nope, all out the window. The fucking sound effects.
Oh my god, the
are
action
goofy.
The action direction in this show is so bad. There's like the first thing that happens. I remember because I tweeted about this. The first thing that happens in the first episode is Guts gets in a bar fight, and they can't sell the punch.
Yeah.
Like the punch feels like a wet fish. But we've been.
Well, the one last thing I want to say about this is the hilarious song, Guts and Godhead, Guts and Godhead.
I'm so glad I forgot that. That was the best
10 out of
thing
10.
that ever happened in the fucking history of anime. Holy shit. That almost, I'm just saying it. That redeemed the show. 10 out of 10. They did it. Way
All
to
right,
go,
let's
guys.
move on to the next show.
Okay.
And finally, Sandy will have a chance to talk again.
All right.
Sandy, did you watch Cheer Danshi?
Yes.
Would you
I
like
All
to
right.
describe to us what it is?
Okay, Chiyodanshi is first impression is you think it's basically free, but with cheerleading, right, for guys. So I went into it thinking that it was going to be shameless fan servicey stuff like that, but actually it's a little slow at first, and so the two main characters like in judo club or whatever, and then they both admit, oh, we kind of suck at it, let's quit, and then they're like, oh, but I want to be a cheerleader. His best friend, who is voiced by one of my favorite voice actors, Nobuhiko Okamoto, he's really good. Anyway, so then they go forward, and his best friend, he wants to do cheerleading, and his other friend's like, that's kind of gay, man. Like, only girls do that. And then but right away, right from the very beginning of the anime, like it's animated so beautifully. Like I thought of Haikyuu because it's just so pretty. And the Brains Base is the company, and they do really well with stuff like that. Like they don't cut corners for saving the budget on certain
Brains
parts.
Base
Like
made
they
up-
animated those flips.
Yeah.
Brains Base made up for their performance last season, giving us End Ride. They made
Yeah.
up for that with this
Yeah.
show.
I think End Ride
but-
was just them saving money to actually make something good.
I have no idea, man.
Yeah, but they animated all the flips and the leg kicks and everything just looking beautiful. And so the entire show, they had a moment and I was like, oh, is this going to be a little bit of a gay undertone because it's going to be an all-boy cheerleading team. And they have a rooftop scene, and it's just... But it started turning into a, hey man, it may seem homo, but really we're serious.
This show made me feel mad that I even thought for a second that this was at all gay. 'Cause these
I
guys
feel
are
like-
just following their passion, being such fucking badasses. They start the club. They have had no experience. They're gonna fucking work from the bottom. Started from the bottom. Now we're here. That's gonna be
Now
the
we're
story
here.
of this show.
Yeah.
I can't.
Alright.
Episode 1 is such a fucking start of an adventure. I can't wait to see
was
more.
beautiful.
This
It
is-
was beautiful.
This
yeah.
is the best manly sports show of the season. Just straight
Agreed.
up.
Agreed.
I
High
think-
It just felt so
Haikyuu,
bromance.
Haikyuu tier, Baby Steps tier, really good.
I think this is the best show of the season.
It's up there, man, for sure.
I agree.
Sweetness
For sure,
and
it's up there.
Lightning
The most
is
impressed
probably a little
I was-
ahead of it for me, but I
I like
think
this
it's
more than
high
Sweetness.
tier.
I put it up above Sweetness.
The most I enjoyed a first episode was from this, and you brought up Free, and sort of because I too when I saw the picture for it, I'm like, okay, it's gonna be free.
I mean the
Yeah.
font
Yeah.
for the
But what
title. The font for the
I
title is
thought it was going to
basically
be
free.
Fujoshi trash.
What it
I
actually-
thought it was going to be catered to me.
Because I saw because the first thing that caught my eye when it was on the thing on the chart is okay, Brain Space doing a Pretty Boys show, which they've been doing lately, and it's based on a novel, not a light novel, but a novel. And I thought, okay, I think Free was also Free was an original show, but I was thinking it would be like that. But what it actually is totally Hibike Euphonium. It really
dude,
feels
it's interesting.
like a gender swapped Hibike
I felt like it was
Euphonium movie.
Haruchika. I felt like it was this season's Haruchika myself, but which is very similar
I
to
don't
Hibike
know how
Euphonium.
you found a comparison to that.
Well, because in this show, it's all about. I really felt like at the end of the episode, it was going to be about building up the team and assembling their crew to go do this shit and make their dreams come true. Which, I mean, to me, that's what I liked most about Haruchika. I didn't really care about the mystery stuff.
Well, what I mean when I compare it to Hibike is that Hibike is also sort of a sports anime, albeit not about sports. It's about music,
But it's a
it has that
competition.
same-
It's a school competition anime.
It's a competitive school thing where it's and they want to be great, and it's gonna be hard to be great, and it's gonna be about the way that the characters it's all about their emotions going into it, right? The main character guy has he is a skilled physical performer in some ways, and that's what drew me to this character, because in Hibike Euphonium, the main girl was she had been playing this instrument for years, and she was good at it, but she didn't want to do it, and it was sort of about her finding the resolve, and and different people dealing with their levels of talents and stuff like that. And in this show, it's the main character comes from a family of judo stars, and his sister's amazing at judo, and he's just not that good at it, and he throws his shoulder, and he's just kind of this is an excuse for me to get out, but now he's just kind of following his friend into this cheerleading thing that he at first is not interested in, but it's gonna be about him having to bust his balls and be I have to actually get good, and
It just I think the reason.
Yeah, sorry. The plot structure that you're talking about reminds me a lot of like Disney Channel original movies, like that specific Disney Channel
good.
original movie. Yeah, except good. But you know that Disney Channel original, like fucking High School Musical or whatever, where it's like, I really like girly thing, but I'm supposed to do manly thing. Oh no, what do I do? Except he's got friends who support him, and he's just gonna do it instead of
I don't know, dude.
fucking 11th hour go to a judo championship.
Sandy, what were you about to say before Jeff cut you off?
Yeah.
Very rude.
Oh!
No, I'm kidding. No. But I
sorry.
think I'm very, very what came to mind to me was it's a show that's like, I thought it was going to be one thing, and I thought it was going to be a little gay fan servicey stuff for me, like Fujoshi trash right away. But then like towards the end, I felt ashamed. Like the it was like the show slapped me. It was like the show slapped me on the wrist and said, "You should be ashamed because this show is great, and you should be,
And
you should feel bad about thinking it'd be anything other than
I
that." And I'm like,
am
I'm
so
sorry.
on board with you. And by the way,
Yeah.
are you guys aware that this is based on a real cheerleading team that really exists
Oh,
in the
really?
real world? You guys did, dude. I just tweeted about how much I love the show, and somebody responded was like, these guys are real, and just sent me like this amazing routine these guys did in real life. You guys got to check it out. It's crazy.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
well,
I want to see that. No, but it's beautiful, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
really highly recommend it because you think it just like the way the characters feel in the show. You think it's gonna be like something you're uncomfortable with, and then you watch and you're like, this is beautiful. Oh my god!
Well, I was
so it's really
I was
surprising.
luckily primed because Nate had already told me that he thought it was amazing.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
I
Yeah.
started watching it, and what sold me, like, I mean, obviously the opening scene shows a bunch of cheerleading that looks fantastic. Like the animation is
Yeah.
crazy good. But then just
Gorgeous.
the scene of him at the judo competition is just so like such a great way to like introduce a bunch of characters, because it's like something is happening. There's a judo match going on. You've got the main character in the stands. He's watching his sister. So we have like a lot of understanding of their relationship. Just like we get what she's all about. She does judo.
Yeah.
She's really good at it.
We
We get what
underst-
he's all about. That he looks up to her in a way, and like that he is very supportive of her. We've got his friend next to him who's also there. Like there's so much being communicated all at once, and I'm like, this is coming off of the heels of watching shows where, like, the main character walks to school and their
Yeah.
friend goes, hey, you're my friend, and here's all of your defining character traits. Haha, so true, and
Yeah.
like you get this show where it's like no one's talking about themselves. I just instantly get like a lot of things about them.
Yeah.
And then,
God. Like, you understand the story beat of his shoulder being hurt without them having to be
Way
like, oh,
before
you've
it's
got a shoulder
explained,
injury.
yeah.
Like, they just keep touching it. He's like,
And you know what? That was totally great. The way that they set up his injury to parallel with his change. And I also really loved how at first, like, when the guy comes out, I was like, let's do cheerleading. I'm like, okay, it's a little weak, but I guess I'll roll with it. But when it turns out that the
His
guy's
parents were
his
cheerleaders?
mother was a
Yeah.
cheerleader, and his dad, by the way, was a coach, so he was totally banging like the girl on his squad, which is awesome. I'm all for it. But like the fact that he would be inspired, even I find it inspiring that he would be inspired by his mother to do what she had done too, and his dad was obviously passionate about it too. To be performers themselves, I like the friend who in every other show this season didn't do jack shit had like a little arc of his own. It was they really put their soul
he felt
into
like
it.
more of the main character in a way.
Yeah,
I
Like,
mean,
he
they
did
have-
as the real
he
main
did.
character.
They have equal billing on the poster, right? So
Yeah.
I think so.
I think it's-
assume they're like co-protagonists.
Yeah.
It's great.
And
Man,
they both
and
have,
by the way,
they
we
both
see like
also have other shit going on. That he also has like his grandma in
And-
the hospital and all that shit. And it's
Yeah.
like they both
Yeah,
have
yeah.
these other dramatic things happening in their lives that can be
It's
explored.
setting
more.
up
Yeah,
the feels.
and
definitely.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
as sweet
It's very pleasantly surprising.
as sweet as they are, though, the guy who shows up halfway through, glasses
Yeah, I
guy,
gotta-
he's the
I gotta
best
bring him
character
up.
this season.
Oh
I love
yeah,
him.
that's right.
Sandy mentioned that this show had one of her favorite voice actors.
Voice
It also
actors.
has one of mine,
Ah.
Tomokazu Sugita, who plays the glasses guy.
and all.
As just this absolute
yeah.
fucking weird guy.
Yeah.
And he's amazing because they managed to make a character who's weird in a way I haven't seen before.
He's got
Like,
a
he's just
literary-
another level.
He's got a literary speech for every situation, and he's just like all about philosophy. He's like,
He considers the fact that he's awkward to be a compliment when the guy tells him like he's hard to communicate with, and he's like, "Thank you."
You know,
It's
he
like,
reminds
not
me a
what I
little
meant.
bit of that weirdo who always quotes what is it? War of the West or whatever, that guy from Prison School.
Yeah,
you know, the
no,
weirdo?
he's a Romance of the Three Kingdoms nerd.
That's
without
the
the
one,
Romance
that's the
of
one.
the Three Kingdoms nerddom.
Yeah.
But he just shows up and he's like,
I want to try new things now. Let me cheer with you.
opportunity only rarely comes to you. You must pursue it. And he's just like deep
That guy's
voiced.
such a winner. That guy's gonna go far. I love him. I love everyone in the show. Every single character is great.
Yeah,
And-
they're all pretty good.
And he's got a personality too, because he's got that shit-eating grin where he's like, "You can
Yeah.
be the third member of our cheer squad."
that was
Yeah.
fucking great.
He's like, "Shouldn't I be
Yeah.
the second?" No, because I showed up first.
I think what makes him work for me is that the main character is like legitimately bothered by him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that he's
really
that he's
disturbed.
like, but at this, because I think there's a lot of shows where there would be like an awkward character, and it's kind of like we're all supposed to laugh at him. But in this case, that guy is the more likable one. Like the main character kind of is kind of whiny, whereas this guy is like a real go-getter who's like really trying to do all this shit. And he's like kind of the main character is like, "Oh, you're weird," and he's like, "Yeah, but I'm getting shit done."
Yeah,
you know? Like,
right.
That's how I feel.
Do
Like,
it, man. Hustle, dog.
He's,
You gotta
he's
get
not
that
just
hustle.
gonna lay down. He's not gonna lay down and let other people be like, "Oh, you're a weirdo. You don't
Dude,
count." He's like, "Nah,
yeah,
man,
like just
I'm
how
in
the show is
charge
about them
here."
doing something that's traditionally seen as girly. That guy doesn't give a fuck either. He doesn't care that people think he's weird. He's gonna follow his dreams and he's gonna do it. Oh, it's the best. And by the way,
I also
go
really
on,
like,
go on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I just really like the fact that it's set in college for
Yeah.
college.
Thank
yeah,
God!
That's right.
Sick.
That's right.
I'm so sick of high school. Thank
Yeah.
God they made it more relatable.
Yeah, that was
right?
great.
And you know,
Oh,
quick
God.
shout out to, I remember really liking the background music in this. I don't really remember specifics, but I remember loving it. That's all.
I will say it took me like it was when they said college that it because like I was really
Yeah.
confused as to whether the guy was
Yeah.
like why he was on the same judo team with the girl or why they were all wearing the same jackets, and I was like, why are they all wearing the same jackets? And then they were like, oh, we're in college. I was like, oh, it's a college jacket of this. Oh, it's just like a setting I'm not used to in anime. So it's
Just,
like
man,
totally
like,
breaking my
every-
mind.
Oh, thank
They
God.
really fucking did it, man. They really fucking did it.
We finally have an anime that has real human beings and not child puppets for once.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is a show that all of us agreed on, so
That's
just
right.
putting that out there.
So,
Yeah, highly,
so
highly.
Possibly
use whatever Crunchyroll link you want, but use mine.
yeah.
Use mine.
Wait, was this one on? This one's not on Crunchyroll. It's on Funimation.
By
Oh,
the way,
it's
if you
on
want to take the
Funimation.
Nate
Damn it.
option, the Nate option is to go to Kick-Ass Torrents or Nya
Nope.
Torrents.
Nope.
That's the Nate option.
All right, moving along.
Yeah, Torrance.
Skipping all these sequels, the next one's another sports show called Days.
Yeah.
Who watched Days?
I
I
watched
didn't.
Days.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was.
Jeff, would you like to describe Days?
So Days is about two high school students who join a soccer club for different reasons, which is half of sports shows, right?
Yeah.
You've
yeah.
got like the two guys the two unlikely friends who represent diametrically opposed attitudes towards things. And in this case, it's this sort of laid back, pretty boy, somewhat delinquent character, who hangs out with older, also somewhat delinquent,
Jeff, real quick,
but not bad
just-
guys. And
you of all people, I have to ask: when they introduced the blonde guy and like everything about him in relationship to the main character, did you get the heaviest Beck flashback?
I did.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is very. This
Yeah.
is very, very. Like he looks.
The
He
personalities
looks like
of the two main
yeah.
characters and their relationship is extremely Beck.
It's very back. The design, the character design of the blonde
Yeah.
guy is basically he's blonde Ryuji. You know, he's just
Yeah.
like. Yeah. So he's this delinquent guy, and he needs one more person for his pickup soccer game. So there's the really nervous, sort of literally rosy-cheeked guy at his school,
Yeah,
and he's like,
yeah.
okay, well, this guy seems like he doesn't have many friends. He seems like he'd be free, so I'm going to invite him out. And he does. And, like, the guy shows up, and it turns out, sucks at soccer. Sucks dick at soccer. But he
And
tries...
everything.
He
And
tries
everything.
the hardest. Like...
Right.
And that's... Oh, also, he's got a really, really hot childhood friend who's totally into him. And that's
true.
That good
I don't
good
know if
for
I call
him.
her really hot.
There's
okay.
far better contenders for super hot
Yeah.
She's-
childhood friends this season.
She's hot for the series, though, right?
Dude, you
Like,
want to talk about hot? We
for-
can roll that right into what I was going to bring up, which is iShield 21, which this reminded me of so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and levy a criticism at this show,
All right.
which was one that my little brother felt very strongly about because he watches a lot of sports anime, which is that this is literally every sports.
Oh
anime.
yeah, for
Like,
sure.
there is
Well,
nothing
yeah.
stand out about this
Check
show.
the boxes.
Yeah,
Right, the
you've
main
got the
character
main
is-
character with no skill, but is going to work harder than anybody else
Right.
ever
Yeah.
has, and he's
to
going
a
to make
really
it.
comically
Yeah.
over the top degree. This is a
Yeah,
kid who
yeah.
He takes off
in
his
the soccer
toenail.
game.
He takes
Yeah.
off his toenail
Yeah.
in the first soccer game.
he manages
ever
to
plays.
lose his toenail and keep running. He gets just physically destroyed
He gets
in the course
fucked
of this
up, man.
game.
Yeah.
And then-
He takes a full header into the goal to win the game because it's this one guy's last game.
Yeah, some asshole he's never seen before in his fucking life. He's just like, I'll do whatever it takes, man, to put a bullet in my fucking brain if we can win
yeah,
this game.
basically, this kid is psychotically determined.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I'm okay with this show conceptually, right? Like it's a
Yeah.
one kid
It's-
who's like extremely determined. He wants to play soccer. There's this other kid who's like already good at soccer. He's obviously someone who like probably was kind of dipping in and out of interest in it because of other people not taking it as seriously. And so, he sort of is a Yankee kid now, but obviously has a passion for soccer and sees it in this kid and wants him to become great as
Yeah.
well. That's all fine and good. And I'm sure we're going to get a lot of detail into the backstory of the blonde kid, but
No doubt.
there was no real explanation for why this kid is so determined other than simply that he was useful to someone for once in his life and therefore
that's it.
goes
That's it.
way above and beyond.
Nobody's
And,
You know what?
ever asked him to do something.
You know
ever.
what? That's the
Right.
thing, though. That's kind of what I like about the show, even though it's a narrative flaw. I am such a sucker for shows that have the message of just fucking do it, man.
Yeah.
Just get in there, try as
But
hard
that's
as you
the
fucking
message
can,
of
and
every
get good.
sports
Like,
show.
but it's tangible in this show. Like, you could really get good at soccer if you go out there and you kick that fucking ball. You could do it.
I'm a huge fan of shows like
Yeah.
Baby Steps was a show
Baby
where
Steps
the
is
main
top
character what made A-chan such a great protagonist wasn't just that he obsessively works hard at what he does, but that he has like a specific way he does it that's tied into his personality. Where
Yeah.
he's not very smart, so he's always had to study everything obsessively.
I
and
bet
so
this
he's, like,
reason isn't
extremely
that
good
good.
at studying.
Yeah, okay, let's
And-
go on.
Yeah. And so, with Days, there's just nothing like that. There's nothing that I could connect to about this kid. He was just, he's just categorically a sports character kid.
And man,
there's
like at the
nothing
end of
that
the
makes him
episode, when the
special.
blonde guy's like, "Oh my god, no one in the world has ever run as hard as this motherfucker did last night." It's like, all right, can we please calm the fuck down?
My one takeaway from this show, and I think all of our takeaways, is you could be watching Inazuma 11.
You could be watching any.
You could be
number
watching
of
any
No,
sports
you know
anime.
what? Fuck all
And I
that.
mean,
It's all
it's
garbage.
fine.
iShield 21 is the only sports anime. Don't watch the anime. It's garbage. Read the manga. It's the
If you
best.
wanna, look, if
it's the
you
best.
like-
That
I
manga's
know that
pretty.
a lot of people, I
It's
know a lot
great.
of people, and especially this is going to be one that, like all the other recent sports anime, it's going to be very popular with the girls. A lot of shipping potential. A
Yeah,
lot of very
yeah.
pretty characters.
What do you
A lot
think,
of
Sandy?
very, very gay shipping bait She didn't watch this one, I
Oh.
think she said.
No, I did, and I won't. I refuse to because this reminds me a lot of it seems like something like Haikyuu stands out to me in a different way, whereas this one kind of falls like in a
It's Yoapeda.
Kuroko no Basket.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kuroko no
yeah.
Basket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuroko no Basket
Yeah, I
or
don't-
Yoapeda is really what this is more along the lines of.
Yeah, where I can just tell that it's like lower tier.
Right.
It's, and it's
Yeah.
because it
Yeah.
falls into all those cliches of like we're different, but
Right.
by being so different, we're the same.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's like all
Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
okay.
It's
so no, I'm not going.
it's
to.
pretty if you're someone who just likes watching cute boy sports anime, this is serviceable.
No.
It's I mean it's fairly
Sandy
well
doesn't think
directed.
that boys are cute, so.
Right. Well, it's
I mean, I don't like shipping guys. Like I'm not into yaoi. I don't know why people think I am. I think it's funny, but I'm not into
It's just
it.
a Fujoshi stereotype,
all-
I guess.
Yeah, I know, I know.
well, if you are into that, this is it'll be a good show for it.
That's
And
the best
Yeah.
possible
whatever.
segue into the
Right.
next show, though.
Well, anyway, just to wrap that one up, I mean, it's not badly animated, but it's not spectacularly. It's no Haikyuu.
It's okay.
In terms of animation
Yeah.
or directing, it's
It-
no
all right.
it
It's-
just
it's
has
a middle
no
of the
quality
road.
that
It's a Mappa
Yeah,
show.
the only reason to watch this is I love sports anime, and I don't care that if you've watched all the other ones, sure, go ahead.
Might as
you
well,
know?
yeah.
But if there's any great sports anime you haven't seen, go
Yeah.
watch that one and don't watch this one. Go watch Chiyodanshi instead. That one's fucking great.
It's a middle of the road
what
Mappa
is the
anime.
oh yeah, the next one you were saying a good transition because
Sure is.
Fudanshi Koko Seikatsu, a show about a guy
About the
who
straightest
loves-
man in the world, for sure.
a straight man in high school who's very obsessed with BL manga. And
Oh my god, that's so
It is-
good.
it's
Oh,
pretty
so
good.
Fudanshi is the male equivalent of a Fujoshi. Just
Fudanshi. It's called
Oh,
Fudanshi.
okay.
Fudanshi.
Come on, man.
Whatever.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Sandy,
Sandy
like
likes
this one?
it.
I take it.
I very much liked it because I knew I felt for him on a funny level because I'm like, I'm a girl, so I could get away with what he's trying to get
Yeah,
away with.
yeah.
And I'm like, I know your feels, but in a different
And there's those
aspect.
girls
So I
hovering
kinda,
around.
like-
He's afraid to go near and buy it because they're, you know.
Yeah. And so I tried to reverse it. Like, what if I was trying to buy, and how unfair is that? Like, if I tried to buy Yuri, then people would be like, yeah, fuck yeah, girl.
that's true, that's true.
And I'm like, yeah, but a guy, it's like scrutiny. Like, a guy can't like guy on guy stuff because that's just
Yeah.
gay. And it's funny. I thought it was like funny, and I felt bad for him. And I'm excited to see his adventure into coming to light because he's like, I want more Fudanshi friends, and I'm like, I feel you, bro. You're gonna find them, and I'm
I
excited
agree.
for him as a
It's
character.
great.
He's got his gay friend who thought he was gay all this time.
Is that guy really gay? I didn't know that.
It says it in the plot description that he's gay.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
like
okay.
I
But
thought you were my
he
boyfriend.
apparently gets groped all the time because he's so beautiful by
Right,
women.
right.
Yeah, he looks like a girl.
Which just happens in Japan. Wonderful
Yeah,
place
and-
to live.
Yeah, it's funny because when you said that, Sandy, I was thinking like, yeah, if I saw a girl buying Yuri, I'd immediately be like, fuck yeah. But then I also, if I saw a guy buying Yaoi, I'd also be like, fuck yeah. So maybe I'm not the best person to like.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if we're just gonna go off of stereotypes
Right.
in society, right? Like, guys can't like guy things and be straight about it,
Yeah.
but girls can like girl things, and that's super hot.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
true.
just
Yeah.
it's weird.
Well,
It's weird.
this show, I really like the concept of this, and I was like excited about it, but I didn't
It's
really
really good.
laugh at it, so I didn't really. end up
Yeah,
caring.
the
He wasn't the
executions-
funniest show in the world.
It's okay. I like the character descriptions more than the
I
characters.
like the
in
concept a
practice,
lot.
Yeah.
I just didn't find the show as funny as I hoped it would be.
I
was kind of hoping.
You know,
for-
I'm really excited. I didn't watch it, but like, there's going to be a girl character who gets introduced who's probably going to share.
yeah.
I really want to see like the relationship of a straight man who loves boy love with like a Fujoshi girlfriend who's also into that. What's that dynamic like? I want to know. You know, I'm interested.
Yeah, like, oh man, you like hot guys? I like
Yeah,
hot guys.
and what's
that's-
going on in the
I also
mind of a
wanna-
man who is straight but loves boy love? I don't know. I want to find out.
I want to know why he's so into BL specifically.
Yeah.
Like, what does it give him that he can't get?
I
out
mean,
of
I-
Maybe,
the
maybe
way?
he was saved by a pair of sexy men when he was a young man, and just you know.
You know, I try and think about this in like the reverse. Like, let's say a girl like me was super into Yuri, but I'm straight, and I think the excuse I would come up with, or my justification would be like, because it's so pure and it's so soft. Like, girl on girl is like soft
Yeah.
and sweet. So maybe for him, it's like because with two guys, it's so genuine and like they're hard.
No,
Oh, they're hard, all right.
you see-
They're hard, all right.
no.
Like their bodies, like their bodies.
No, you see the sweet sides of them, right? Like it's a
like
it's
they're
a different
pure.
dynamic. Like I
don't know. It
I
depends on
haven't-
what BL you
I,
read.
I
Yeah,
haven't
that's
watched.
true.
I haven't watched really much BL stuff at all, except for part of Super Lovers because that's set in Canada, but also
Yeah, Super Lovers rules.
and Love Stage, which I really liked, and
I
and
love
Love
Stage.
Stage gave me something different from most romance animes, which is that both characters are guys, like so it's not like the typical dynamic of.
So you can relate to both of them.
I can relate to both of them, and also there's something interesting about like
Mostly because of how much you love other men.
yes,
why
yeah,
you-
that's
Yeah,
the
of
main
course.
reason I can relate to the.
It's because Jeff is gay.
Yes, is what we're getting at here.
That's the point we were all.
But like, oh, God.
You see, even we can't even help ourselves from making gay jokes.
Yeah,
We're discussing the show, you know? It's
I'm
like,
trying
who the
to be
fuck are we?
sensitive
We're
to the
problem,
plight.
man. We're
I
the
was
problem.
trying to be meta. That's why I was.
Oh,
making
were
it.
you now?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, yeah, but
But you couldn't do the same for me. You couldn't be like, Sandy likes her fucking Sakura trick.
No, we
what
could
a
not.
slutty, disgusting.
I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I would
you'd be
I
like,
would
"Well,
make
yeah,
fun
no,
of
it's beautiful."
anyone who liked Sakura Trick.
That's true.
No, I didn't like
show's
it either.
fucking
I didn't like it either.
Well, you know.
But yeah, so like I feel like that like there's a difference in two guys liking each other or two girls liking each other in terms of how their personalities collide together, the chemistry you'd expect from them. And then the other thing is there's the added layer of some people think it's wrong, and that kind of makes the love more precious. So I can see that. It's just I've only ever seen one show like that I actually like, which is Love Stage.
It's really hard to execute. That's why.
And even Love Stage made me super uncomfortable with all the
Mostly 'cause it's rapey.
all the random sexual assault that happens in that show, which seems like that's just a thing in BL manga.
The manga's worse. It's way worse. They made it way more PG-ish
Like-
in the anime, because I went back and I read the manga and I was like, holy,
Like, there's
really.
Like there's that scene where he just walks into a construction site and they're like, "Hey, you looks kind of girly. We're gonna stick our dicks in you," and he's like, "What?"
Yeah, basically.
And like,
All right, well,
but yeah, this was
moving on to the next
I
one.
think
Yeah.
it's because...
Yeah,
Yeah.
Who all watched Fukigen na Mononoke?
You know I did.
I
dog.
did.
I did. Did you not, Nate? thought
No,
you
I
watched
did.
everything.
I did.
Oh, Sandy, did you watch it?
No, I was wondering if I should. Go
So
ahead
this
and
one,
tell me why.
This one was thankfully exactly what I thought it would be, which is a part of this genre I like to call the really charming manga adaptation that will make you want to read the manga because the anime won't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But it's about this this guy who is walking home one day and he accidentally steps on this fucking adorable little yokai monster, and it jumps on his back and just starts draining the life out of him for days. And he can't make it to school. He just ends up in the nurse's office all day because of this adorable thing attached to his back. Then he finds an ad for an exorcism service, which you can only see if you are being possessed, as he does not realize. He has no idea what's going on with anything in this situation.
Yeah.
So he calls this guy up. The guy's looking for someone to work for him, though, and he ends up in this dude's office through some trippy teleportation shit.
Yeah, he's
that's
just like
mind-fucky.
step outside the
And,
nurse's room, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'll open the door. Oh shit, I'm in your office now."
Right. And so this guy doesn't want to help him, but then ends up doing it, and basically in the process he teaches this kid that yokai have feelings and that everyone always treats them like shit, and this kid who gets all empathetic for this adorable yokai monster then like plays with it, and they send it off to hell, and then he goes to work for the guy. It's a very standard like show about like ghosts kind of thing, you know, like Ghostbuster, like cute, funny Ghostbuster show.
Except they're befriending the ghosts instead
Traditional
of
Japanese
busted.
Ghostbusters.
Well, I think there's it's got the approach to the ghosts that I'm trying to think of a good example. Not quite. It doesn't feel like Natsume Yujincho or anything.
I don't know, like
it's
maybe
it's
like
those kind of monsters.
Mushishi? No, not really.
No,
not really.
It's
I'm kind of like imagining Triple X Holic. But
That's
it's-
exactly
it's
the thing I
much
thought of as
closer
well.
to XXX Holic in terms of like the tone and the general execution.
Or to put it
it's
in a way
pretty
that Jeff
similar.
will remember, Yuppie Indentured Servant, my favorite show.
Oh god, don't
What are you talking about?
let's not.
It's the whitest kids you
Whitest
know thing,
kids
whatever.
you know
It doesn't
sketch.
matter.
A great one.
Yeah.
The sketch is called Black Doctor. because-
Black Doctor.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So the thing about this, what it reminds me of the most, and this is purely because of the oh god, sorry, I'm blanking on the name of the anime it reminds me of, but the production design really looks like
Mononoke. I don't
no,
know.
Hosoki no Reitetsu. Hosoki no
Yes,
Reitetsu.
I also thought that.
The poster for this, they basically just straight up stole from Hosoki no Reitetsu. And all of their designs of the other world are basically like that, but more generic anime
That
style.
show is way more production IG looking.
Yeah.
It's Wit Studio, but
Hosoki no Reitetsu has like
This-
good production values. This has okay.
this show is
production
very
values.
it's just moving manga. It's very typical looking. It's like,
Studio Pierrot
the most
plus.
basic.
It's
Yeah.
Pierrot. Yeah, you know what to
It's-
expect from them.
It's as basic as it could possibly look, but it's charming enough that, like, again, it's one where it's like, if you enjoyed the first episode, you might as well just go read the manga, because I'm sure the anime is not going to go anywhere, and the fact that it's animated is not really doing it any major favors, other than
true.
how adorable the CG yokai are.
They're
They are really
real
fucking
cute.
They look like Pokemon. They not just to say they look like Pokemon, but they look like they could actually be Pokemon. Like, they look like they would be good Pokemon designs.
They
were
probably
all ghost
probably
Pokemon.
belong in Yokai Watch now. That's
Yeah.
the new
Yokai
thing,
Watch
right?
doesn't look like Pokemon, though.
Well,
Yokai.
these guys look more like, I don't know, the demon little white guy with like a yokai man.
The little white thing, to me, he looked more like a Digimon, like in terms of design sensibilities. But
Digimon are hideous, though. This thing is cute.
Digimon are cute.
ugly.
Don't tell Tom.
Digimon are
He'll get
cute.
mad.
There's a lot of people who get mad. There's a lot of
Yeah,
my
that's
friends
true.
who will get mad.
I'm
for
getting
saying
mad
anything
right
negative
now,
about Digimon.
Digi.
Anyway, I don't know. I didn't have much of an impression made for this show. I thought it was kind of cute, but kind of rolled off me.
This is the kind of show that I typically watch and I go, yeah, that was pretty fun, and then I never watch it again.
Yeah.
And eventually
Yeah.
it makes it to my on hold list, and then it makes it to my dropped list because I just forget about it, and I'm like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah,
about right.
That's kind of where I'm
Read the
at
manga,
with it.
people.
Read the manga. If you like the concept, read the manga. Moving on. Speaking.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently it's a web manga. That's interesting. All right, the next one is Handa-kun. Jeff, you sound like you want to describe it. for
Yeah,
some
so
reason.
Handa-kun is the prequel to Barakamon, but not
Yes.
really. So Barakamon, if you don't know it, is a really, really great Yashike series, basically, about a calligrapher who...
I'd consider it a comedy.
Yeah, it's
It has
a
Yasuke
comedy.
Elements,
Yeah,
but
it's
it is really fucking funny.
It is very funny, too, but it's about this calligrapher who punches a calligraphy master in the face and then moves to an island.
Well, we don't need to talk about the
Yeah,
plot of Barakamon.
this-
All you really
Yeah.
need to know is that this is
Yeah.
a prequel to Barakamon
Yeah,
that
yeah.
has so little to do with it conceptually
Yeah.
that it might as well just be its own show.
But
I had to find out that was
yeah.
the case later on. I had no idea.
The concept of this is basically Handa-kun, who's the main character of Barakamon, is a really, really great high school-aged calligrapher who everyone in his class really admires for his talent and thinks he's cool, and all of the girls think he's really handsome. So they're always looking at him all the time, and they're too intimidated to talk to him, which makes him think that everybody hates him and is bullying him.
Well, there's that and his severe retardation. He's the stupidest man, and
he's
he's
an
the most
idiot.
oblivious piece of shit I've ever seen.
And it's great.
I want this man
it's
dead.
great. I love it. So like he's like convinced the first episode, the plot is, well, the first half of the first episode, the plot is a meta thing where all of his friends are talking about the anime that he's going to be in. But
Yeah.
the actual first episode, which gets cut off halfway through because of that bullshit, is he gets a note in his locker that's obviously a love note, and then a girl and a girl comes up to him and he's like, I need to tell you something after school. And he thinks it's a challenge letter, and he spends the whole day like worried that this girl's gonna kick the shit out of him.
yes,
and
even though she's like half his size.
even though
Yeah.
she's half his size,
She's got a big second though. She's got a big second.
yeah,
Yes.
What do you
her
mean?
I mean, her backup, you know, her crew.
friend
Her
has
best
a
friend
huge
is
head.
a woman with a head the size of like a refrigerator.
Yes.
She is the weirdest
She's
character
awesome.
design.
And
I've seen
She's
all
straight
season.
out of One Piece, man.
And-
It's crazy.
And
Yeah.
this girl who's got a crush on him is the prettiest girl in school. She's also a complete piece of shit. Which
Total
is,
cunt.
yeah, like her friends like, don't you want a friend who's pretty like you? And she's just like, oh no, I wouldn't want somebody competing with me like that.
What a
She just
fucking
says
bitch.
that straight to her face. But yeah, so it's one of those comedies where everybody's horrible and stupid, and that's what makes it funny.
Now, that's interesting because I really did not find most of the wacky shenanigans. I was like, I get it. He's going to misunderstand everything. I know all the jokes they're going to make. I didn't find that funny. I found the meta part at the beginning, I thought was the most funny. How they like make a shitty anime of their own. I was rooting for those guys. Their passion for Handa-kun was palpable, and I loved it. That was good stuff.
They make a South Park Magic of Christmas, basically.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Sandy, did you watch the show at all?
The Honda? No, but I do know that Jeff was being, he pestered me a lot at AX to watch a Barakamon, and then he was like, and Honda-kun, and he sold me on it, so eventually, yes.
You really need to watch Barakamon.
They're very different shows. I think Honda-kun, for me, like Nate said, like, it very, like, I did think it was kind of funny. I kind of enjoyed the first episode.
I didn't hate it. I kind of enjoyed it,
Not
too.
that much, and, like, I can't see watching the whole show just because I don't think it's gonna... It can't go anywhere. Like, as a prequel to Barakamon, I already know that he's not gonna undergo any development at all because he's, like, the character he is in that show, like, has to be maintained.
Is this what he's like as an adult? Is he this
No.
retarded as
No,
an
no,
adult?
not at all.
As an adult, he's just kind of an asshole.
Well, it's just that the entire tone of the show is completely different. Because
Yeah,
Barakamon
alright.
is, like, completely realistic feeling.
and this
like,
is
it's-
a goofy Cromartie type
right.
show.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
or like Sakamoto-kun or whatever.
Barakamon...
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting
Right,
at in
right.
this, is that it seems like a Sakamoto, but not done as well
Right.
because I
Yeah.
don't think it's,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's not as
Well,
fun
Sakamoto
and
had such a
ridiculous.
great concept.
Yeah.
Like, just the
Yeah,
mere
yeah.
idea of Sakamoto allowed for anything.
This is-
and
It's
Honda-kun is... It's just a little too... There's nothing they can do that's going to go that crazy like Sakamoto does.
This
you
has
know?
become like a genre now where it's like the one high school student with the thing.
The weird personality.
Yeah.
Tanaka-kun is always listless.
And
There's
psychic,
other ones this season, yeah.
when we get to that. But like I think maybe part of the difference in my viewing experience of this versus yours is I watched it on my Patreon anime night. By the way, if you want to join in on that, go to patreon.com/mothersbasement. But I watched this on anime night with a bunch of people. And
Jeff, do you want to know why I don't do those?
What?
Why I don't do anime nights or watch anime with other people?
Is it because you hate fun, Digi?
It's
Is that
because
why?
there's nothing in the world that makes me more uncomfortable than other people laughing at something I thought wasn't funny.
oh yeah,
That is my absolute nightmare. There was a time that I
Lol.
joined like a bunch of anime bloggers one time, like back when Skype like first became like a thing and
Yeah.
people were using it for shit. They were like, let's have like a viewing party for Hidamari
no.
Sketch,
Yeah.
right? Which I was a huge fan of Hidamari Sketch, so I was like, all right, cool. And we start watching it, and like clearly a lot of them like don't know what it is or don't really care. And there's like scenes where like something would happen and someone would be like, what the hell's going on
Oh,
in this
Jesus.
show? And I'm just like, it's nothing that's happening is that weird.
I don't
it's just
think
a
you should
fucking
watch
cute
that
show.
show in a
Calm
group
the fuck
anyway.
down.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't.
You know
I just
what?
got so mad. I was like,
I 100% agree with you, Digi, because like, so Jeff has invited
Yeah,
me
fuck
to his
you,
thing
Jeff. I
before,
hate your
and, like,
friends.
no.
his patrons.
Like we were watching, I forget, we were watching a bunch of stuff, and like I tune in and out, but when I tune in, everyone would just lose their shit at something so basic,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, a girl showed her nipple, and I'm like, all right, get over it, and they're just like, "Ugh,
Jeff,
ugh."
basically, we're
All
saying your
right,
fans
okay.
are a bunch of basic,
Oh.
basic bitches.
hey guys, stop cutting into my Patreon money, please.
Hey, I'm just
They're
saying,
the
if
best.
you guys are
Hey,
feeling...
Jeff
Yeah.
is defending. He's like, hey, I loved
That's
this
true.
show because
that's
I
true.
watched it
No,
with
no,
these people. So.
it was like for me.
If anything, this is endearing your fans
Yeah,
to you even
there-
more.
there's-
You're not an asshole like us.
There's certain shows that are just more fun to watch with people and just like poke fun at the dumb shit. Like Dimension W is, I think, a good example of a show that's a lot more
Hell yeah,
enjoyable.
dog.
If you've
Hell
got a bunch
yeah.
of people to be like, this is so stupid, or that was so cool, or whatever. And
Right.
the experience of Handa-kun was basically, or Handa. I keep
Handa-kun. Everyone loves
Handa-kun.
Handa-kun. Gotta give him a hand for that one, Jeff.
Hand of the panda.
my Canadian accent just kills me. Yeah, so the experience of Honda-kun for me was we started watching it and we were like, more meta bullshit, right? Because like there's so many things that try to do the Genshiken thing these days or not Genshiken, Gintama. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The Gintama thing, where it's like, oh, this is an anime about anime, and we're gonna spoof all the things or whatever, and it gets old because only
felt very
Gintama's
much
good
like
at
they were-
that. But
Yeah.
It really felt like, oh, we're doing the Osamatsu-kun
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like, it kind of felt like
I didn't
that.
love that opening part, but it was the best part of the episode in my opinion.
But
so, you know.
so then we got so the thing that got us on board for the show, and I think made us endeared to the concept a lot more than we might have been otherwise, was we got to the OP, and the OP is straight up hilarious. Like the fact that like Like it just starts out with,
It's like like a heavy metal.
It's a
riff
heavy metal like action thing, but he's
Yeah.
like it's him fighting like a tide of fangirls, and it's all of these anime references.
yeah.
Like there's like the fangirls fucking show up with their love letters for him in a Itano circus of just like fangirls flying at him, and he summons all of his friends like a fucking mecha anime,
that's
right?
right.
And
That's right.
it's like very very referential, and it's like. And I was watching it with a bunch of, like, weebs, right? Like, hardcore weebs, and Elijah, who is all about old anime. So the fact that this was referencing old anime made him super into it. And because he was the most down on it beforehand, he brought the whole group up. And it was fun.
See, but that's the thing. I feel like because, like, yeah, the whole group got brought up at that point, but I feel like because you watched it in a group
It
setting,
skewed my
everyone was harder on the meta part as well. Like, they were all more harsh on that part than necessary.
Our perspectives got skewed, and that happened. Yeah. Like, there's differences in how you watch stuff.
Jeff, are you telling me this isn't an objective review? What are you doing, you fucking hack? This is disgraceful.
All right, enough about Honda.
Wait, I just want to say the ending is awesome. I love the ending. It's hide and seek. Google that shit. It rules.
Yeah,
okay,
the EV and the OP are quite
It was
good.
so fucking funky, dog. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Sandy, did you watch Hatsukoi Monster?
Yes!
Sandy is very excited.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about this? Do you want to introduce this
Lord.
one?
Please,
Oh, go ahead.
Please. Oh my God, Lord have mercy on me. Okay, so like when we were still in spring anime, I saw this one coming up, and I read the plot summary, and I was so confused because I watch a lot of shit. I've seen some shit. I know a lot about romance and a lot about Fujoshi trash, and this one just straight up confused the fuck out of me. Like it was on the level of what's that other one? The one with not Super Lovers. What's the one?
Super Lovers. Yeah.
Like that's how it hit so many things that hurt me in a weird way. So like, it's that this boy. So like, this stupid girl, totally generic. Obviously she's a placeholder for your feelings. She's empty, has nothing going. She's a rich girl, and she gets
nobody's ever been mean to her. Is her one character trait.
Ever.
Yeah,
that's
it's
really
a major bummer.
Yeah, so she's been a little princess her whole life. Then someone saves her because she's about to like die or some shit. So then someone saves her, and then he scolds her, and she's like, "Wow, that's the first time anyone's ever done that for me. I'm turned on."
Who wouldn't be?
And this guy is like, he's super hot, and he's voiced by Takahiro Sakurai. So I'm like, oh my God, yes.
And
so
he's
like
7 feet tall.
And he's like the hotness.
He's like,
and he's like gorgeous.
Banging,
like,
man.
He
He's
looks
a
like
banging
a man.
dude.
He's a man. Yeah, and then you find out later, like they start dating, and then you find out later that he's the gimmick of the show is that he's an elementary.
He's 10 years old.
He's 10.
That makes no sense.
It's the fucking best.
And he's got two friends who are exactly the same.
Yeah,
and they're all
there's two friends.
No,
Something's
but then
happening in the
have
water
one
in this
friend.
town,
And
man.
they have
One
one
friend.
friend who's just a normal grade schooler, and he's the only one who's
like,
not
what-
okay with an older woman dating his friend.
Yep.
And what pisses me off the most is that I thought it was a gimmick. I thought it was a joke. I'm like they're joking, right? Like they're kidding.
yeah.
They're, maybe the whole thing is that they have amnesia or like that they've been in a coma for years and that's why their body developed. But because there's a scene where they're literally walking to school with all the other elementary school kids and they all look like chibis, but these guys are like adult men.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
I also had a fascinating experience with the show because I totally fucked up watching it. And I was talking to Digi about this before. Like, I watched it and I was like, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. At the beginning, when she like meets him and like is like, oh, okay, we'll start dating. And then like I skip to the end where they start talking about their dicks and like the guy like reaches in, adjusts his balls, and starts chasing the girl like with his hand. Is like, I've got it, and I'm like, this is a grown ass man chasing a 15-year-old girl with his dick hand. What is happening now?
And it makes
and
such
finding out later, recontextualizing it all, I watched the whole thing again. Fucking hilarious. It was man, I loved it. This was a great show.
I absolutely loved this show.
It was funny.
it's a very fresh concept for what the
Yeah.
fuck. Like,
but
here's
here's
never
the
happened
thing,
ever.
Sandy. It's not that fresh. There's a show called Recorder and Ransel that is the exact same concept. It's
really?
it's about this
Except it's
Yeah.
not good.
No, I quite enjoy that show. I find that show hilarious.
I don't like it. I
So
thought it was
Rick,
boring.
the premise of Recorder and Ransel is there's this whole family of really short people, and their son, who is in like grade 4, is really, really tall and looks like a grown-ass man. And he has a girlfriend who's the same age as him, so he keeps getting arrested. And that's the joke.
Oh no, that
This
poor
one's-
bastard.
This one's quite different because this time it's an older girl who's dating a guy
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
everyone is aware other than her that he's 10.
Yeah.
Like everyone
And
just
I just-
knows in this world.
I think it's just how straight man
Yeah.
everyone
Yes.
is, because everyone's just like, "What are you talking about? It's okay, it's normal," and no one questions it.
And
No
you
one
know
says,
what?
What is in the water? What is in the water?
There's some radiation or something around
And that's
there.
what kills
It's-
me. Because if I were her, I'd be yelling at everyone like, "Do you not fucking see him? This is some
Guys,
bullshit
I gotta-
right here." Like, I
I
just
really
can't.
gotta like my experience watching this
Uh-huh.
was I didn't do any research beforehand. Like I
Yeah.
just thought this was gonna be like a cute romance show.
Oh, yeah.
So I started watching it, and I actually was like from the beginning I was like totally into it. Like I watch a lot of romantic comedies. This one seemed like I like the ones that are more fun, where it's
Yeah.
more like goofy and just like lighthearted and stuff. And I was like, this girl's pretty cute. She falls in love with this beautiful guy, and I was like, cool. It's shoujo, but it's so lighthearted and funny that I was like, this could be really fun, like a really fun romance show. And then they dropped the bombshell that he's 10,
Yeah.
and my jaw fell fucking through the floor. And then
And not
he's
only
walking
that,
with
but like the
two-
voice actors,
Takahiro
like,
Sakurai, Tomokazu Sugita, like the
Yeah, no, like, what kills me is like, okay, Takahiro Sakurai, sure, but Tomokazu
Oh my
Sugita, 'cause
God.
his voice is
Yeah,
so
that's-
low,
So-
and he's supposed to be a 10-year-old.
And
the character-
all of these guys talking enthusiastically about their dicks, right? Like
Jimpo,
Jimpo, Jimpo.
yeah. The character
like this, like for me, it did everything I
Yeah.
needed for a romantic comedy for this
Yeah.
season. Like this is fucking hilarious and
You
great,
know,
and
that's
I love
all
it.
very
I love
interesting,
it.
everybody. But it also brought to light a deep fundamental question on the nature of relationships. How do we determine
no.
what is an acceptable relationship?
That-
These men are clearly physically mature. Who are we to say
That-
this
no,
is an inappropriate
but that's-
relationship?
That's the one thing about it. While I find it to be like super funny and taboo breaking, and that's hilarious because that's funny, right? It's also a little bit uncomfortable because his character, the way it's voiced is obviously, oh, he's this cool hot guy, and
Right.
but
fucking Takahiro Sakurai.
yeah, it's
But dude, at the beginning, when I saw the beginning again, and he says like, "I'm not allowed to give out my name,"
names to
it's
strangers.
like, whoa,
That's a
Yeah, I thought
weird.
I had caught on to that, and I thought that was super weird that he said
Yeah.
that in
Yeah.
the first place. And then once they revealed it, I was like, oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's clever writing, but
It is clever.
The one sort of thing, he acts like a kid, right? And it's
He really
like,
does.
It's
But then he
it's-
just so happens to also act like a guy who's like really reliable
Yeah,
and great.
no,
and
but-
he's
but
not
that's-
actually
yeah.
a great
that's,
guy.
That's because he's the reliable one of his friends. But it's like
Right.
it's like not even pedophile undertones. It's pedophile overtones.
No, I want to watch her fuck that
Yeah,
kid.
oh yeah, no,
I want this.
It's
Yeah,
I
I'm
badly
ready.
want-
I'm just laying out.
Like,
I am
I
down,
think
man.
it's-
I am down for
I
watching
am
them bang. I want it.
absolutely
It
down
I
for
want it.
everything that's gonna
It
happen
is
here.
taboo. It is taboo in all the
Yeah,
best ways. And it
yeah.
makes you feel like I feel like a bad person in a good way. I'm like, good. I'm glad. I'm
No,
disgusting. I'm disgusting,
No,
and
it's
I
I
love
natural,
it.
man.
absolutely
It's
agree with
natural.
it.
God
And
intended it.
I gotta point out
yeah,
that the
it's-
character who Tomokazu Sugita is voicing in this show is the exact same character as his character from Cheer Boys.
yeah.
Just I think
yeah,
I think
it
this is
is.
literally
Design,
the
yeah.
younger version. Like this is him before he grew up, but his body has not changed at all in the last 10 years. It's just the same guy.
Yeah.
Reaching into his,
Oh,
the
man,
fucking
no,
shorts he wears. 'Cause
Yeah.
they dress
Yeah.
like the main guy like looks like an adult, but the other two guys they dressed them like 10-year-olds, even though they're adult men, like body wise.
Those
but they
shorts,
dressed
man.
them in children's
When I thought they
Yeah,
were
those
adults,
shorts
those
are
shorts were a big
teeny.
red flag. I was like, what's going on? What is this about?
and
ridiculous looking.
the one actual Shota in his like frilly ass
Yeah,
clothing,
yeah.
who's the most mature one out of them, of course, because that's how
and
you're
he
gonna write
obviously,
that.
I also like that. Yeah, he is like he's not just like I thought they were gonna go with like the best friend is just gonna be some 10-year-old, but no, it's actually a super beautiful kid
He is,
who is
yeah.
obviously Fujo
Obviously,
bait
she
in
wants
his
to
own
fuck
right.
him too. She
So
wants
it's like,
to fuck everybody.
hey, are you watching this show and like the pedophilia undertones aren't getting you hard? Well, here's an actual
We got
child to
options
also
for
be
ya, yeah.
attracted to.
You're right. Like, I feel I very much like it because me as a girl, I can totally use her as a placeholder, and
Yep.
I would feel just the way she does, confused and very awkward and
Yeah.
weird, but yet I still want to pursue
Yeah.
this.
And
this
you can't blame her at all.
despite it feeling.
No.
No,
I
you
would-
can't because she's confused. Like, wouldn't
Of
you?
course.
If like your girlfriend looked like a goddamn bombshell, but she's like 10, you'd be like, God, I don't know what to do. with
Usually
That's
it's the
right. That's
reversal
right.
with me. So
Oh, all right. Well, you know.
I would
Digi is into
absolutely
the
date
big
anyone.
Digi likes his
Anyone
big
voiced
tits
by
lollies.
Takahiro Sakurai. I'm also a huge Takahiro Sakurai fan. His voice
yes.
melts my whole body.
Yeah.
I would definitely
Yeah,
go
he
gay
can
for
just-
a 10-year-old voiced
can
by
just, like-
Takahiro Sakurai.
Yeah, right. Like, totally. I just
Sandy
love him.
has apps that are just voice actors like that whispering into her ear.
No.
She's
lying.
got.
I,
Well,
Hey,
you know,
man.
this show, I think I don't think this show's amazing. I'm not like super excited for it going forward.
Yeah.
I want to keep watching it. I won't be surprised if I don't make it through the whole show, but I'm so excited that it both works on the level of like a really stupid comedy.
Yeah.
Like they really went for like dick jokes like
Yeah.
most of the episode.
Yep.
But also works as like a sweet shoujo romance show, and I've never seen that. I have never seen those
Yeah,
two
no,
worlds collide
definitely.
like that, and that makes it really fun and exciting for sure.
I think it's a really good first introduction to like shoujo stuff.
Yeah,
If you want to like
yeah.
have something that's like satire, like if someone has never done shoujo and they're like, "Oh, that's kind of gay," be like, "Oh, watch this," and you'll feel good about it. It's fine. Just
I
do
think
it.
it might be a little bit more 50-50 because at least
Actually,
on
maybe.
my anime list, it's the lowest rated show of the season. I think it's sitting at
Yeah,
like a
people,
4.9.
Oh wow.
People really ragged this one.
It's making a
Ah,
lot
fuck
of
'em.
it's making
Bunch
a
of
lot
prudes,
of people
man.
uncomfortable for reasons that I think are somewhat understandable. so this is
I
like
get it.
this is
if you're
for,
a coward, then
for,
yes.
for you guys,
it's
this is another
understandable.
example of Studio Dean saves anime, and for some
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
this is an example of Studio Dean has killed anime.
Yeah,
Dean
well,
is-
I'm not used to agreeing with people anyways.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next show. I actually
idea.
didn't watch this one.
I watched
but I
half
think-
of an episode.
Nate, did you watch the whole
I-
first
I
episode of
soldiered
Hitori
through the
no Shita,
whole
the
thing.
Outcast?
Yep, sure did.
How was that?
This was kind of an interesting show. So it's a weird like hybrid Japanese Chinese production, and you know, as the premier teaming up of those two great Eastern countries, they just could not have fucked it up any worse.
Well, this is not the premiere, and what's interesting is
Oh, really?
this is a thing that's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
It started last year. There was a show called BEE Project, and then there was another one that was Cupid's Chocolates, which Cupid's Chocolates is if you took like you made the most generic high school harem show, but it's Chinese. And it is
Yeah, yeah.
so like it really fucks with your head to watch.
Dude,
it
I gotta tell
because,
you,
I
just
mean, it's
right off
in
the bat,
Chinese
the
and everything.
subtitles,
And
I mean,
the character designs
yeah.
look totally anime. They look like you would expect from any other anime show, but like there's and like the characters act and do everything like a Japanese show, except that it's all in Chinese and there's just subtle things that are different
Yeah,
that make it
yeah.
feel really weird. It's interesting, but yeah, this is a trend that's happening now. Is Chinese made anime that for whatever reason my anime list is deciding to count as anime even though they don't count anything else that looks like anime.
I mean, China and Japan, they're close. I don't know. Whatever. It was bad. Definitely don't watch it. It's not worth your time. You know, it was kind of fascinating to me. It felt at the end of the show, it kind of felt like maybe like a Blood Plus kind of show. You know, not really. It felt like
More
there's the
Blood
one
C.
girl in this show. You know. Well, I mean, first of all, there's big shonen fights going on. I'm sure we'll get some superpowers. There's magic, whatever. But it felt like there's the one girl who's supposed to be like the poster girl, you know, and just like you'd expect, the ending, the ED is like that girl in various like poses and outfits. But the thing is, she's got literally zero charm. She like barely says anything. She looks super plain, I think intentionally. It's like they didn't understand. First, this anime is bad. But not only that, it's like they didn't understand the building blocks that go into those like soulless cash cow shows that like just have like a bunch of cute girls and they sell on that alone. This doesn't even have that. It's relying on like there is a girl, there's a guy, and there's explosions. There's also zombies.
The girl,
there's gonna be that. I don't know.
The main girl looks like the main girl from The Ring.
Yeah,
she is
that's right.
not cute.
Right.
She's
and
like,
this ain't Kimi no Todoke. This is garbage.
So like the key visuals of this just make me think like Tokyo Ghoul, basically. Like,
dude, I gotta tell you, man. I all I watched of this was the preview, and
Yeah.
I literally burst out laughing watching
I don't blame
it.
you.
Because the first like minute is just like this tribal music, this totally weird tribal music, and just like panning shots of people out in the mountains, and it's like background art shots, but the background art looks really bad, so it's weird that they would focus on it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this like really terrible early 2000s nu metal song starts playing, and all these fucking zombies come out, and the characters all start fighting to this hilarious nu metal song, and I just lost it. It was the funniest.
It's not even
trailer I
worth
watched.
describing the plot. It's
Yeah, all right,
don't
let's
watch
move
it.
on.
Just don't watch it. Yeah,
Let's
let's
get
move on.
past it. Nobody should watch that.
Yep.
The next one is another show I don't think anyone should watch. Kono Bijutsubu ni wa mondai ga aru.
Hey, I'm glad that you agree.
This art club there has a problem.
I watched 1 minute of this show and I thought, nope.
You know, okay. I was
Sandy,
a bit
did
triggered,
you watch any of this?
but I liked it.
Sandy? Do
Sandy,
you still...
did you watch any of This Art Club Has a Problem?
No, I actually haven't watched anything up until Momokuri.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll come back, I guess.
We will get to that.
We'll get
included
back
it
to
on
you.
the list.
Yeah,
all right. Well,
sorry.
Nate, you
I
want to
guess-
describe this one?
Man,
or should
I'm
I?
amazed
Do
that
you
I
care?
guess I have the most positive feelings on this. I was sure that you guys were going to like it more than me. Yeah, okay, so it's a show about a girl in an art club, and she's kind of a hardcore artist, and she kind of looks down on like moe shit, anime shit, that kind of stuff. And there's a guy in her club who he's on a quest to draw the perfect waifu.
You're making this sound better than it is by
Am I?
describing it
Well,
this way.
I don't
You
know.
are.
I really
there's
didn't
an art
hate
club,
it at first.
There's an art club at the school. The guy
Yeah,
wants
let
to
you
draw
come in and
waifus.
describe it like shit. Okay, let's bring
the
it down.
guy
No,
just
no,
wants
no,
to,
no.
like-
Let's not
all
describe
it
it
is
like
is-
shit. Let's not describe it like shit. Let's not describe it in a positive way. Let's just use the description from my anime list.
Okay, fine.
This art club has a problem. Focuses on an art club in a certain middle school and its members. Subaru Uchimaki, who is a genius at drawing faces, but only wants to draw the perfect 2D wife. Colette, a rich troublemaker who never stops making mischief. And the club president, who sleeps through sessions and collects sleeping aids. Mizuki Usami is the only person in the club who wants to do art-like activities and constantly struggles to do so. And Rob Schneider is...
All right, you know what? Listen to me. This show, I'm reading my notes right now. All right, this show is pure trash with a tiny bit of heart, but it's buried under misunderstandings and bullshit. I hate it. So obviously, past Nate didn't really care for the show on its conclusion, but I've got one positive note at the end here. And, so I always like to look for something I can take away, especially from the shows I hate. And this show made me reflect a little bit on the nature of waifudom, on the nature of our obsession with fictional women, fictional, characters of interest. And it made me think about how at the end of the show, it just makes me think about how what we're really looking for out of these waifus that I think a lot of people, maybe the more hardcore people who are into the waifu culture thing won't crib to, is that you're really projecting the things that you want out of life on the characters that you draw. So I think, I don't honestly remember if this happened, but I think that was reflected in the end a little bit. Maybe
I
didn't
didn't
make it to
get
the
that
end,
far.
so.
I
Didn't get to the end. Okay.
When I say I got a minute in, I mean like I watched, like I've got.
All right,
a tiny
I think you
sliver
guys
on
jumped the gun
Crunchyroll.
a little bit. I don't think it was worth turning off in a minute.
I made it 16 minutes myself, and I just kind of got up because I had to go do something, and I just let it run.
It wasn't great.
I
It
mean,
was not
why-
great.
The main
There were-
this is what the show is. There's a guy
Yeah.
who draws a waifu, and then the girl who's in love with him for no reason.
Yeah, Well,
goes,
you don't know. It's gonna be explored
why
later,
do you keep
dude.
drawing
Dude, no. All right,
waifus?
stop right there. It's obvious why she loves him, you idiot. If you read between the lines, obviously he's a
She
great
likes him because
artist.
he's very passionate about drawing, which is not a reason to like someone.
He's also
Stupid.
clearly okay. She respects artists, right? That's clearly her thing. Obviously, at one point in their history, he drew something impressive, and she is gonna think about. They're gonna be a flashback,
And
like,
so
oh
she
my
decided
God.
to spend her entire life, her
No,
whole high school
you're-
career, sitting
you're-
next to this guy and bitching at him
You're
about
thinking
how
about
he
it
makes
too much.
stupid waifu drawings.
She's trying to save
I've
him,
watched
dude.
this show 10,000 times.
You don't
I've
know.
watched this show
You don't
about
know.
this girl who's upset with
Why?
this guy.
Why am I defending
Even
the show?
she-
I didn't even like
I have
it.
no idea
I don't
why you're
know.
defending this show.
Okay, let's
Because-
move on. Fuck it.
Because we need to get you arguing about everything,
It's
Digi.
what,
Yeah, I
what
guess
made
so.
me mad.
That's how
what
we
made
get
me
this
mad
up to
about
5
this
hours.
This
Right.
show is not badly made, and
No,
that
it's
made
not.
me
No,
the
it's
most
not.
mad. That they put actual effort into animating a show that had the most tired, rote plot possible, and the entire episode was the same thing over and over again.
Yeah,
Every
that's
single
right.
scene was he would draw a waifu, she would get mad because she likes him, and then usually destroy his art in some way.
All right, I
And
gotta
that
tell you, the
just
destruction
happened
of art was a
over
big,
and
big
over
trigger.
and
I
over
got so
again.
mad when she
And then-
punched through his art at the very beginning. That
Like,
set me off.
Most of the A part of the episode is that he like forces her to model for him. Basically, he's like begging her model for me, and she's mad because she's like, last time
Yeah.
I did that, you drew an anime character instead. And he's like, well, just do it for me, right? And then he's drawing her, and the way that they animate this scene, she is a cute anime girl. So like,
Yeah, that's right.
the idea that there's like a difference between
Yeah,
him
she's a
drawing the real
non-diegetic
her
cute anime
and
girl.
it's really bizarre because the animators draw her as this super cute anime girl. So it's like, what even is the difference? Like the only way that they can make it different is that whenever he draws something, he adds like some kind of other trait,
yeah.
like it's an elf girl or she's a magical girl. And the only reason they have to do that is because otherwise you would think, wait, isn't that just a drawing of her?
That's
like,
right.
Unless they did something to make it clearly anime.
Like draw
you
her
know?
in CG or whatever's popular in anime
Right.
these days.
It's just like I'm just like, you're just drawing a cute anime girl who's upset
know,
that she's not a cute.
I think I know why. I think I know why I have warm feelings for this anime. It's because
it has
art,
warm colors.
No,
and it has
no. Well,
nostalgic
there's that.
music.
It's the draw. It's the art setting and the drawing reminds me of my actual favorite anime of all time, Bible Black. Minase
there we
drawing
go.
Imari. That's the one. That's the one.
That's it. That's the reason.
Go watch if you want to watch a show about an art club.
Bible
kids
Black.
doing art. Go watch GA Geijutsuka Art Design Class. It's a cute little show
Or
about a bunch of cute girls doing art. And it
Hidamari
really gets into the
Sketch,
art
I
aspect
guess.
a lot.
Right?
Hidamari Sketch doesn't talk about the art as much as GA does.
Yeah,
They're
right.
very much in the same vein. They're like the same exact kind of show.
Okay,
but,
let's move on.
Yeah. All right. What the fuck? Let me open my chart back up.
I know what it is.
You got
It's
me so steamed
got
about
you
that show. Just a show you didn't even like.
I
And
didn't
now,
like it.
and
no.
now we're getting to a show that both of you guys love. Hybrid
Love Live
Heart.
Sunshine.
Whoa.
No, we're
No.
skipping sequels. So Love Line. Oh wait, no.
Love Live
Wow,
is
we
not a
wanted to talk
sequel.
about that, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Love Live Sunshine because it's not a sequel.
Oh.
But Nate's the only one who watched it.
You know,
I made it 2 minutes into the
I
first
had purely
I hear it's not
I
good.
don't. Well, okay. I mean, I'll be
I
brief.
hate Love Live already.
I
and this
don't
was
because I
just
like
Love
that
Live.
Nico Nico Ni girl. She's cute and I want to have sex with her. But I wanted to watch this show only because a friend of mine is a huge Love Live fan. Idol Yokai is obsessed with Love Live, and I just want to know what the fuck's going on. And they're just girls in an idol
A
club.
lot of people I know are
gonna
obsessed
be
with it, and
idols.
I
yeah,
don't
a lot of people are.
I don't get it at all because I don't find the girls cute. They all have the same
Only
weird
some of them.
fucking
Honestly,
eyes.
I got a weird, creepy vibe occasionally. I'm sorry, Sam. But Sammy. Sometimes I really got the
Sandy.
weird like. No, not Sandy. I'm talking about Sammy, Idol Yokai. That's her name.
the-
I'm
Oh.
apologizing to her because I know
Why
she's gonna
didn't you,
get
like,
mad.
That was confusing as shit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Like, why are you addressing someone who's not here at all? And half of us
I was
don't know?
because that's why I wouldn't have watched it if it wasn't for that. And I found it really creepy occasionally, which was very, man, I don't know. I don't get creeped out watching a lot of anime, but this one, that uncanny valley was strong. And sometimes
It's just
with
the eyes.
with
They
this
have
one.
those weird,
It's the eyes,
like,
man. It's
glossy
the
eyes
eyes.
that look like they're like like their stickers on their face.
Yeah, they
And
did.
It's
And
really weird.
I don't
to
know.
me.
The Shining was weird. It's like a worse. I don't know. It's like a weirder version of Yuri Yuri.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know.
I think the genre I have the most difficulty with is idol shows because nothing.
Yeah, I don't like
I
idol.
haven't
Nothing
given them a
about idol
chance, you know?
culture interests me whatsoever.
You know
Like,
what
I
was
hate the
fascinating to
music.
me though?
I hate
found
the.
it. Yeah, the music was shit.
Yeah.
I found it very interesting though at the end. No, not the end. It's just the fact that these girls have decided to like, we're gonna be idols. That's just like a thing you can do. And like,
why-
I don't get it. I don't get it.
How do, like, how many girls are there? 9 girls in high school decide that that's going to happen. Like, you realize that you're all each other's competition, right? You
Well,
realize that
no,
only
it's
one
not,
of
it's not
you,
that kind of idol.
if
It's
that-
not that kind of idol, dude. It's like where okay, this is so weird for me.
The concept of the original Love Live was
Yeah.
that their school was dying, and there was this school idol project going on in a different part of the country where basically the school had an idol group that was to promote their area and their school.
Yeah.
And so the girls decided to do that so that their school wouldn't have to be shut down the next year because the main girl really wanted to go to that school. And so she recruits all these other people, and the whole show, the whole first season is basically like recruiting people to join her idol group.
to save
Yeah.
But the
school.
characters, the personalities of the characters. See, what bothers me about idol shows is that to me it's a have your cake and eat it too is what they're about.
How so?
Because in real life, an idol is someone who is putting on a personality to be
yeah,
a public
yeah.
figure.
Right.
And in anime, they just have that personality. In
Yeah,
anime,
that's
the
fair.
idols are always all they care about is being.
You see,
like,
that's why
the
Nico.
perfect idol,
That's why
you know?
Nico is the best girl because she does put on a facade. She hates everyone. She just wants to
Right.
fucking
That's what
shut the
makes
fuck
her
up and get
the
out
most
of it.
interesting one.
See, that's there's one idol show that I've watched that was kind of interesting to me up until I started fucking hating it, which was
Yeah.
White Album. Because
Is that an idol show?
I
per se?
mean, it's about a guy who's dating an idol. It's basically like
Okay.
I think it's a visual novel, like a dating sim that was
Yeah.
adapted.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
anyway, it's about this guy who's dating a novel, and the reason that I ended up hating it is because it's a visual novel story. So instead of like doing the story where he breaks up with his girlfriend to date all of the different potential dates in the dating sim, he just cheats on her a whole bunch. And that made me really angry. But the and it wasn't addressed properly. It was just bad. Anyway, the interesting thing about that is the fact that I like the way that companies manage their idols is fucking creepy. It's like they manage every aspect of their lives. They're not allowed to have boyfriends publicly. They're not allowed.
Remember when that girl had to apologize for having a boyfriend on like Twitter and shit? That was fucked up, man.
Yeah, they're
I've seen so many destructions of materials from like, like when the girl who just the voice actress who played Yui from K-On! She started dating the guy who made all the music for K-On!
Yeah.
And like people found out, and they like everyone would post like their destroyed CDs and shit on fucking
because Japanese idol fans are fucking nut jobs, right?
Okay, all right,
Well,
but
that's the
here's
thing.
the thing,
The
dude.
reason I
We've
can't-
solved that problem by making them anime characters.
And that's
no problem anymore.
Well, that's
what's
the thing,
interesting
because
about it.
The
Is that
movie,
it's
the
so
movie
crazy.
Perfect Blue
Yeah.
is entirely about how fucked up idol culture is.
Mm-hmm.
So like you've got
Yeah.
Perfect Blue there, and you watch that, and you like after watching Perfect Blue, I could never possibly get into idol stuff because
Yeah.
all I can see it as is this psychologically fucked up, crazy world of just bad things happening, and then I'm like supposed to enjoy these shows that are like idols are
All right.
fun and cute, and I'm like, no, they're not. That's not the truth.
All right.
The
I
truth
think
is
that's
far
a little
more
bit of an
exciting.
unfair comparison because this is a show about some girls who make a club and make music to like perform for their fellow students. It's not quite the
Yeah,
same
well,
thing.
the music is also terrible, and the
No,
characters
it's
are
actually
boring
not
and
true because
attractive.
this is the one really good thing. This was actually great. At the end of the episode, the ending theme plays like the credits roll. They do their fairly shitty CG anime dance, and it ends with the girl doing a pose. And it's the whole song is about like being an idol and like making their dreams come true. It ends. She's holding out her hand because before they started that scene, she had asked a girl to join. That whole song and dance was like a non-diegetic, her asking this girl to join the club, and the girl's just like, no. It was hilarious. It was
Yeah.
the coolest. I loved it. It was such a great bomb to drop at the end. Like you don't even know that's happening. It was good. It was good. I liked it.
All right, well,
Let's move on.
Sandy has something to say.
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't know. I was just gonna say, like, from my perspective as someone who sings and does all that and has gotten close to doing idol stuff before, like, I just the reason why I can't do idol things in anime is because it's that classic shit of like anime is idealized in the sense of like in a perfect world where everyone is just friends with everyone and there's no competition and people aren't like that.
Jeff is gonna.
Like,
We're gonna get to that in a few.
No, like when. Yeah, I mean, like, but you know, like, it pisses me off because, like, seeing all these girls work together, like, they are each other's competition. And at the end of the day, if they did make it and go pro, they have to get cut out, and so they'd have to cut each other's throats essentially. And me being competitive, if I was in an idol group, I'd be like, I'm the fucking star, and all of you go down. And I couldn't watch it.
I would love to see that idol show. I would love that show.
If you want an idol story like that, then you should read more hentai doujins. Because, like, every hentai doujin about idols is like, oh, man, this girl's my rival. I gotta get rid of her. So I'm gonna get a bunch of guys to rape her.
Specifically by getting her raped.
Yeah, by getting her raped. Right. And that's how you do it.
Let's move on to the next show. Fucking weird ass. This is the trashiest show this season in terms of quality.
This is the best show of the season, dude.
Maho Shoujo Naria Girls.
I haven't seen this one either. God damn it.
Oh,
it's
you weren't there when we
dude.
were all watching it and losing our shit?
No.
Is this a short?
Yes, it is a short.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
All right, so this show.
Oh, I can watch it right now. It's on my anime list.
The best way I can describe this is that this is a genre that is probably not that well known amongst anime fans, but I'm familiar with it.
My first time seeing a show like this. It was
recently
fascinating.
There's been this sort of like minor surgence of shows where they take some actors and just have them improv a bunch of jokes in a studio, and then they take CG characters and have them like act out the scenarios that the characters are improving. Peeping Life is like a long ongoing series.
But this ain't no Rick and Morty shit. This ain't no Rick and Morty improv. This is
I mean, it's like full blown like two people with no plan in a room, like just talking, you know. And they're usually they don't even sound like voice actors a lot of the time. It's just like talking.
This is how they wrote Inferno Cop halfway, but not not
the
good.
best show in this genre is Good Fairies, which is this adorably animated show about these three little CG chibi fairies who just sit around, and like the first half of each episode will be like just the three of them talking, and then they'll go to this mirror, like they'll go to like this other dimension where they can make things spawn, and they'll just do like some weird shit. And then they'll have a mirror pool where they improv over like some kind of bizarre thing happening. It's very like Adult Swim. Like if you've ever seen Xavier Renegade Angel, a lot of the stuff that they would be commenting over is like that show. It's just a really weird, funny show, and it's fucking hilarious. The actresses have great chemistry together. They're all really solid at doing the improv jokes. And they all try to stay in character. So, like, you know, most of the time they'll be acting these characters, but then you'll hear them just like break out and start laughing because of what's happening.
Yeah,
it's great.
I'm blanking on the name of it, but there's another show like that that's really good. That's about three girls who are in a club that's trying to figure out what the club should be, and every episode is them having conversations about what this club would be, and just taking it to the most ridiculous extremes. Like, what if it's a sports club, but like we're all blindfolded and playing indoors, and and like they break down laughing and talk about what idiots they are.
Yeah, and there's been a bunch of these shows lately. They're usually pretty cheaply made. And Good Fairies had a kind of spiritual sequel that was like about robot girls in a post-apocalypse. Wasn't nearly as funny. But the guy who was like a writer on Good Fairies, some writer on the show, has gone on to direct this new show called Naria Girls. And I really get the sense that what happened here was he went, Good Fairies was great. I'm going to make my own version by myself.
Literally by himself.
It feels like
with
whatever voice actresses he had, because the three main actresses are all fairly new. I think there's like one. I think like the narrator or something was like an actual like, you know, like well-established voice actress. Like, I mean, they're not. None of them are like never had work before, but they're all fairly new voice actresses. It sounds like they were recorded on a fucking laptop microphone.
The audio quality is ridiculous.
The audio quality is
insane.
garbage. It sounds like It sounds like this dude like gathered these 3 voice actresses and like brought them to his house, gave them like a shitty microphone and had them ad-lib whatever, but like none of it has any direction at all.
No.
It's just random dialogue, and half of it's laughter because all of them clearly are like, "What the fuck?"
They don't know what the fuck's going on.
And you guys are underselling how bad this audio is. I started playing the episode
It's
right
so
now.
bad.
You can hear cars passing in the background
Hey, dude,
of
that's
the
just
recording.
Environmental. They're at a school. There's an atmosphere,
Yeah.
man. That's intentional.
It's obviously like at the dude's house, and like he's credited as like the writer and director, but there's no writing. Like there's like a little bit of intro and outro narration to like establish who these characters are supposed to be, but it's nothing to do with the dialogue of the show, which is just nonsense. It's just 3 girls just saying things, and the first half is in a classroom, and like it's literally like a 3D background classroom, and then 3 girls who are just standing, but the one girl keeps like shifting her weight back and forth because something had to be moving, and it looks so bad. It's like badly animated.
She looks like in
models.
sync with the strings firmly attached. They're not strings attached. They're still there.
Yeah, her legs clip through her skirt.
No, she clipped through her friend at one point.
She just walked straight up through her friend. They clip. It's insane. It's insane. And that's why this is a fucking brilliant postmodern masterpiece. It defies every law. It defies every rule, what every anime has to be.
Oh my god!
I loved it. It was awesome.
So I'm watching this as we talk about this, and the blonde girl just tilted her head, and there's no like soft body physics on her hair. So her hair just like moves because she's got super long twin tails,
Nate,
and they just stick straight out when she tilts her head up. It's amazing.
What's that, Digi?
I really wish this was that, because I love those. I love shit like Inferno Cop.
I love trash, dude.
I love shows that are like, the joke is that it's terrible and terribly made, but you can do that and make it funny. Like Inferno Cop, they worked on it 2 hours a week every week. That was their limit. They had imposed the limit of 2 hours a week.
I'm looking at a slightly bigger picture. To me, the joke is that a man made this and that a studio aired it. Yeah. That's all part of the joke for me. I'm amused by that.
It was made by Studio Bouncy, which I believe is a hentai studio.
Awesome.
I would not.
Yeah, great.
This show just the thing is like
they made the next show too. Actually,
I would love to know that there's a show where a guy like just scrounged together 3 voice actresses and CG animated it in Miku Miku Dance and published it if it was funny. But this just feels no effort. It really feels like he looked at Good Fairies and thought, I can do that by myself, and then tried and just failed.
That's exactly what I like. I like that it's garbage. I like that it's shit. I like all these things about it.
Oh, actually,
what can I say?
This studio made they made Good Fairies. They made all of this shit. I'm pretty sure that it's just him. I'm pretty sure
it's probably just him.
Well, no, because he was not the director of Good Fairies, and that one has like more staff listed on its page.
All right.
This show just really felt like a couple of people, like from people who worked on the other shows, decided to do this one by themselves, and it's a nightmare. Anyway, the next show is one I didn't watch, so I'll leave it to whichever one of you guys made it through the whole episode. Maso Gakuen HXH.
I watched it.
I didn't watch the whole episode, so I guess it goes to Nate, and then I get to talk about the next one.
Look at you fucking scrubs. Yeah, okay, you can do the next one. Okay, so, Jesus Christ, which anime clone ripoff was this? Okay, so this is the one that's the High School DxD ripoff, but worse in every way. It's like, it's mecha. Oh wait, you know what
this is Seikon no Quasar. It's more like that.
Yeah,
no,
that's
Do they suck on boobs for
Oh well, pretty close. All right, so what happens in the show is there's a dude who literally needs to diddle chicks, and when he does that, I guess other girls get magic power given to them. Like his power is to diddle girls and get that makes magic power go to other women, and it's cool. That's like that's his power. Everyone's got a power in this world. But more interesting than that, the show literally opens with just a full-on shot of 2 big fat tits in your face. That is the first shot you see in the show.
Yeah,
it's insanity.
And like there's a fight going on outside, and the girls are coming into this love hotel as their pit stop in the middle of fighting evil aliens. To fuck this guy.
Yeah, to fuck this guy, because this one man's dick is fueling the entire war operation of all of humanity.
Wait,
I'm
are you
dead
serious?
serious.
Like, he diddle as in, like, he
All right.
Yeah,
well,
he
the
has to
first thing that
molest
happens
the
is that this
fuck out of
girl.
them.
No, well, he doesn't molest them. They do it willingly, but like they just ride his dick. They just ride on his literal dick, and they have orgasms, and that gives power to these other warrior fighters out there. That's literally what happens
God.
The
in
in
problem
the
with
show.
this, Nate, is that
Yeah.
you're overselling it.
I guess I
Because,
am. I have a tendency to do that.
The thing about this is, if you described that to me, I would have watched this immediately. But
It's always
because I
worse.
love Seikon no Quasar is one of my favorite shows
Mm-hmm.
because that show is all about being as fucking raunchy as possible and totally having fun with it. Like it's just it's really stupid.
this is
but it
Seikon.
is a blast to
There's-
watch.
This is a
Yeah.
self-censoring version of that. That's
Yeah.
just all
This is a
about
show-
over the clothes groping.
Well, you know, there's going to
this
be
show
those
is the
Blu-ray
asterisk
releases,
score,
dude.
though.
I just watched the PV
Yeah.
for it, and
I-
you weren't
yeah.
kidding. She is
Yep.
biting
Yep.
his dick.
That's right.
I feel
That's right.
uncomfortable.
That's literally what we're
I
seeing.
would have. When you describe that, it sounds like a goofy, fun time, but it's not a goofy, fun time. It's the asterisk war.
Dude, it's just
a
the
show
asterisk war. Only the guy's
about-
superpower now is that he has to have sex with all the cute girls
Right.
so that he can give.
Which I mean,
superpowers.
automatically makes it better than the asterisk war because the concept of the asterisk war was nothing.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose. I
But-
suppose.
This show is a magical academy, a guy who's all powerful. Every girl wants to have sex with him. They all
Yep.
have the most rote, generic personalities.
Oh my
the
God.
same exact. It's everything you've seen before.
You know
It
what
even-
this
it
show?
even-
No,
it
no,
even
no,
looks
no, no,
like
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
I hate it.
no. You know what this fucking show is? It's not even
What?
asterisk war.
What
It's
show?
fucking Maburaho. It's Maburaho all fucking over
You
again.
have to bring this.
I'm fucking
Wait,
flashing
what
back.
was Maburahu? I've seen that. Wait.
Maburaho, I think I showed it on one of my anime nights. It's my fucking trauma, man. It's the
Oh, I
it's
remember
it's
seeing
the
that.
So Maburaho, the concept of Maburaho.
No, we cannot get.
No,
You've
it's-
already
it's-
done this on another
It's,
podcast.
I did really quick. A guy has
hurry up.
a guy with no magic powers in a magic high school has a magic dick that will produce the best offspring ever. So
See, I like that, though.
a rich blonde girl,
Oh my
a somewhat
God.
stuck-up samurai girl, and like a kind of slutty other girl want to get up on his dick, and also a lolly shows up at some point, and he's got
and
a,
it's equally
yeah.
boring and vapid
And
as
it's-
this show.
no,
It is,
and
it's
that-
really bad.
I'm flashing back. I'm
You know,
dying.
I just want to say,
That
I
shows
just want
my
to
enemy.
say that this show is terrible, but you need to compare it to something like not A Perfect Show, but High School DxD. It really has balls. Like the girls in that show are just down to fuck. They'll do whatever, man. They don't give a shit. like he wakes up and Rias, the main character, just slept with him naked. She doesn't care. She had to fucking heal his wounds. She has to be naked to do it. You see the tits. They're not censored. This is real shit we're seeing. The show has courage. The show has courage, and this show has no courage. The show is a fucking coward, and I hate it, and it should be put to fucking death.
I don't understand shows like this because,
Yeah.
like, I always empathize with characters when I watch them. So if I was a guy, like, don't you feel frustrated? Like, if I was
Yes,
that guy in that character in that show,
absolutely.
I would be.
I am so mad
be
that I
upset. I'd
am
be
not
like, yo,
actually having sex with these women
That's-
because
yeah,
for some
yeah,
reason,
yep.
Yeah, right.
for
Like,
some
that would make
crazy
and
reason,
I mean,
didn't get cast in just a porn, which makes sense and I understand.
Yeah.
Instead, I got cast in one of these weird wannabe porn.
That's the
things.
thing, man. These are the kind of
It's a
shows I
light
hate
novel.
the most.
Can you imagine like having to read this?
Yeah, this is trash.
Every
Yeah.
time one of these light novel adaptations comes out, and I have to think about like, okay, I get that it's a shitty anime, it's boring, and I hate it, but at least in this, they're like, I get that there are tits on screen, and that for some people that will work. Now imagine reading it
There's
as a
yeah.
book.
There's
I'm thinking
tits
about
on
What
the
that.
can you
page.
possibly
Light
be
novels
getting
have
out of that?
Tits on the page. Light novels
I
have
don't know,
tits
dude.
on
I'm
the
into
page.
erotic fiction, but this is lighthearted. This is not enough.
This isn't
Alright,
erotic
It's
at
trash.
all.
Let's move on, man. We're
Yeah,
doing it too
like-
much
Here's
credit
a-
by talking
Here's
about it
a
this
show
long.
that's probably gonna get a lot of hype, especially from
Oh,
Jeff.
yeah.
He was paid to talk about it,
And I
on
will
his
continue
channel.
to talk about it now.
Yeah.
Mob
Psycho
Psycho
100.
100. So can I talk about it since I'm the
Please,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
go,
I
dude.
just said that
I'm
you
the
were gonna do that.
spokesperson. Yeah, okay. So Mab Psycho 100. It's a Bones adaptation, which automatically
I'm gonna
puts.
go to the bathroom while you do this.
Okay, which so,
Me too.
Oh, great. So it's just literally gonna be me talking.
I actually gotta go.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll be
cool.
back.
So, Mob Psycho 100 is a Bones adaptation, which automatically means it's going to be great, of a manga by one, the artist behind One Punch Man. And artist is kind of a generous term when you describe him, because he draws sort of like MS Paint level, like very simple drawings, and it's his art style. And the thing is, with One Punch Man, Shonen Jump was like, holy shit, this is gonna sell so many copies, we just need to get Yusuke Murata, the artist of Eyeshield 21, to make it the prettiest thing ever. So that's what they did. With Mob Psycho, it's not that. And Bones has taken this manga that looks ratchet as fuck, basically, and they have just taken that style and kept it as is, but made it look beautiful by animating it in the same way as Ping Pong the animation. And the plot of this show is you've got this kid named Kageyama Shigeo, whose nickname is Mob, who's like the most powerful psychic ever. He's got like crazy psychic powers, and when his emotions reach 100% capacity, his powers sort of overflow. So that's the hook. And the show is all about him trying to lead a normal high school life, and just get the most out of his youth. Because, again, it's a one story, and one is really good at taking, like, fantastical concepts that are very out there and very, like, shonen fight, go! And then just turning those around and making the stories about very human things. Like in One Punch Man, it's all about the sort of ennui of having gotten everything that you want, and then realizing that the actual chase to get what you want is more exciting than doing that. And Mob Psycho is all about how being in middle school kind of fucking sucks, and it's really hard to figure out who you are, and having something that sets you apart that's just like a thing you can do, like Mob is almost defined by his powers, but yet he's this. It doesn't really tell you anything about who he is, and he doesn't really know who he is or what he wants.
All right.
And it's yeah.
Did we all go to the bathroom while you were doing that?
Everybody went to the bathroom. So,
dude, let me tell you,
awesome.
I've got a little personal history with the show that just made it it was kind of a challenging watch for me. It's just that my friend Femi is a massive fan of One's work since One Punch Man, and has been selling me on Mob Psycho for like a long time.
Yeah.
And I watched the first episode and liked it. But didn't really feel, I don't know if this is an appropriate thing. It's just, it kind of was for me, like the going from Gurren Lagann to Kill La Kill. It was like that kind of awkward transition where like I was expecting something, that probably wasn't fair, and then I got to it, and it was good for sure, but like different and not really satifying what I had hoped it would.
It's not the same thing, right? Like
not at all. Yeah, not at all. I didn't love it, and even now, I wouldn't say it's like my favorite of the season or anything, but episode 2 had the funniest joke of all time.
Yes.
All time.
So there have been shows about psychic kids before, like tons of time. And that joke when I was...
There's another one this season.
That joke when I read the manga was the moment where I was like, this is fucking brilliant, and One is one of the greatest writers
That's
out
exactly
there.
what it did for me. It made me love the series finally at the end of episode 2.
And so there's a ton of shows about psychic kids, like there's or kids.
I gotta
with
say,
magic.
you guys spoiled the punchline to that joke for me.
Yeah.
But
Oh, did
instead,
we?
because I already knew that, I just spent the whole time being really proud that what was about to happen was about to happen.
Yeah,
Good.
and so
you go for it, man. You do that.
So spoiler alert, I'm going to say what the punchline is because it's brilliant.
Spoil it, please. It's insane.
So, Digi, maybe put a timestamp here if you haven't watched Mob Psycho yet.
Fuck that.
And if you
Yeah,
haven't
fuck
watched
it.
Mob
We'll
Psycho
listen to
yet,
this
check out my What's in a PV, whatever. Anyway, so in every psychic show, in every show about supernatural powers, Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches, every single show has a supernatural studies club that's like, we're trying to find the secrets of ESP, witchcraft, whatever the fuck.
Right.
And in every one of these shows, the main character with these powers ends up joining that club, and that legitimizes it, and then the rest of the thing.
Kotoura-san.
Yeah, Kotora-san. Kotora-san is great for different reasons, and
Don't get into that. Just continue.
Yeah.
Straight line of thought.
So every single show, every single manga, they set up the ESP Studies Club, and the Psychic Kid joins it. Mob is struggling to find out what he wants to do with his high school life, and as that's happening, the ESP Studies Club, who are about to be kicked out of their club room because they don't have enough members, they come to him, they're like, please, can you join us? And he's like, okay, I'll think about it, but he doesn't really want to, he's just being pressured into it, which is what happens in all of these fucking shows, right? And then they get to the day of, the class president bursts in, he's like, okay, I'm shutting you guys the fuck down. All you do is fucking play video games in here. It's bullshit. I'm shutting you down. The Body Improvement Club's coming. And Mob thinks back to, like, his childhood of, like, not really knowing what he wants to do and trying to impress this girl he's in love with his psychic powers, and her just getting bored with it, her just thinking about that and going for the athletic guys. And he's like, I'm going to join the Body Improvement Club. I'm going to get ripped. And he fucking does!
That's my boy, Mob! That's my boy! Get swole, dog! Lift that fucking weight! Yeah! Yeah, he's gonna do it! He's gonna be the most ripped dude on campus! That was the moment I knew! This was the greatest series ever created! Fuck being a psychic! It's all about getting swole!
Yeah, so he's got the greatest psychic powers ever, but he's like, you know what? I could do with being more physically fit. So he just goes to improve his life.
The men in the Body Improvement Club are gods. They're gods among men, and just to be around them is going to be a joy. I can't wait to see more. I'm excited.
It was such a great setup, just because, like, in a show like this, like you said, this happens so often in anime where the main character just gets swept up in the momentum of joining the club. But because it's Mob, and because he has so little personality, and that the club when the class president guy's like, hold on a second, take a step back and really think about what you're doing. And Mob thinks about it, and he's like, I owe nothing to these people. I don't even care about them or like them. And these guys clearly have a goal in life.
Yeah.
Dude,
what a bunch of, like,
all that
let's
shit.
join the badasses.
All that
like,
shit I was saying before
great.
About how, like, none of the characters impressed me, Mob wasn't particularly impressed me, all of that was turned on its head when all of a sudden he makes this fucking radical decision to get swole, which is something that I can totally relate to, and it was just insane. I've laughed. The thing was, I laughed a little bit when he did that. Then, like, 10 seconds passed, and I laughed a little harder. And then another 10 seconds passed, and it started to sink in all the layers that had just been happening. And I started rolling on the fucking floor, losing my mind. That joke for a solid minute. New levels. I was digging down like Simone the fucking Digger, discovering new layers of comedy in that fucking joke. It was the greatest joke I've ever seen. Holy shit.
Yeah,
What an amazing show.
It's so strong, and, like, from what I understand, because I haven't read that much into the manga, I kind of want to experience the anime and then go to the manga
cut
later.
out for me.
I'm still on my recording, so it's fine. Fortunately, but yeah, like, from what I understand, like, that's the thing about One that makes him such a great writer.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that, like, he has these funny jokes, although the jokes are funny. It's the fact that he, like, takes these archetypes that are, what these characters are, and then subverts that in a way that makes sense for who those characters are.
And the reaction of the Body Improvement Clubs are like, a new member? Fuck yeah, awesome!
And they're immediately
happy.
like,
they were so happy! And they didn't even want a new member, but they just welcomed him. Oh my god!
Yeah,
I'll say, to give my thoughts on this show so far, like, I also really appreciated that joke, and I did think that was the best part, and like Nate, up until then, I just kind of was like, I'm kind of lukewarm on it altogether, because, like, on the one hand, the show is, like, beautifully animated.
Yes,
and
it is.
It's the most Sakuga show this season, pretty much, I would say.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that they wanted to do that because One Punch Man had that. But and when One Punch Man was coming out, all I could think the whole time was, how is this not a Bones show?
Yeah,
because it was Madhouse, but it had, like, all these, like, Bones staff, and it was in the style of, like, Space Dandy, like the same director, and he was, like, bringing in all these animators and stuff. They had all these people from Bones on it, and then they do Mob Psycho 100. They brought a lot of, it's like, some of the same people are on it, and it's like, it feels like they wanted, like, Bones wanted to do it. Like, oh, we didn't get to do One Punch Man, so we'll do Mob Psycho. But then it's like, did this show at all require this?
I
why
think so.
is this show animated this way?
I think so because adapting that style of characters design, their options were to either retool all of the character designs in the same way that Murata did to make it look pretty-ish and have it be flat.
You can't have a show
or go full ping pong the animation and just take the off model weirdness and make that stylistically what it's about. And what really impresses me about it is that the director is Yuzuru Tachikawa, whose like only other actual directing experience is Death Parade, right? Like he's done episodes of Kill la Kill and Kiba and a bunch of other things. But his like one thing that he's directed himself is Death Parade, which is super polished and looks very anime. You know, like it looks very typical anime in terms of how production design. And then he goes to this, and it's so outside of his comfort zone, and it's so outside of what he'd do, but just fucking knocks out of the park this experimental, weird-looking, ugly animation.
What this show looks like to me is like if you took gag manga Biori and just dumped Sakuga onto it. Like the style of humor is gag manga. It is the like just weird out there gags with ugly art where the ugliness of it serves the gags. But then they took that and just made it like crazy well animated. But I do have to wonder if a lot of these jokes wouldn't have been just as funny with like a slideshow, you know? And like the animation looks really great, but I don't feel like with One Punch Man, a big part of the joke was that it was so well animated. Like the fact that it looked incredibly badass fed into what the story was.
And then the transition
case,
to the design of One Punch Man, just how Saitama is so simple. It makes that funny
right.
You know, I was gonna say that it makes a good juxtaposition as it did in One Punch Man for the design of Mob with the like that's a really cool aesthetic. So they're doing that again, which I like. I guess it feels a little done. I guess I don't know. Conflicting feelings. I guess.
I don't think it necessarily had to be this well animated, but I'm super glad that it is.
Yeah, like why does it not need to be? You know, what's it taken away?
Things that are happening, like everything's well animated, but it doesn't like stick with me at all in the way that like in One Punch Man, the point is that it's an amazing fight scene, like amazingly well choreographed. It's like the fight scene from episode 1, which was animated by I believe Yoshimichi Kameda, who's like the animation director on this show or something like that on Mob Psycho. Like, he animates this amazing fight that has all these great perspectives and stuff. And like, aside from the fact that the joke of the show is that like fights don't matter, the fights are some of the best fights ever. Like they're unbelievably memorable. And then in this show, there's like all this trippy, crazy stuff happening with the animation, but none of it means anything. And it's not like that memorable. It's just like a bunch of stuff being really flashy. The only one trick in there that I really appreciated is that crazy like paint thing. Like and the ghosts turn into ghosts.
I was talking to
it's trippy as fuck.
That felt like the thing of this show.
I was talking to Holden about how they did that, and apparently what they did is they like painted it in oil while it was still wet, and then they smeared it. Like they smeared it, and then they played that in reverse to animate that. And that's like so that is really cool. The one thing though is the impression I get is that this show does ramp up in terms of the action scenes substantially. And like they've shown a little bit of how far it'll go by throwing in extra chapter 9.5 and chapter like 57, where they bring in sort of later stuff from later in the manga where it's already ramped up. But just from what I've seen in the PV, there are other characters with psychic powers, and the fights are going to get more interesting as a result of that.
I'm more than usual. I'm willing to give this show a little bit of leeway to kind of build up to something else, because I just trust the people who have told me that it's great.
I am willing to like watch more of it, and it's not like it's not impressive to watch, but like with One Punch Man, I already felt like with that show, like, to me, episode 1 of One Punch Man was like a standalone film, and it made the whole point just fine. Yeah, and like I didn't get nearly as much out of the rest of the show. And like I kind of felt like with One Punch Man that when it was funny, it was really fucking funny, and it had moments that are like genius, but then a lot of it is just a bunch of fights that like you could really just be watching like Hunter x Hunter, and the fights would have way more meaning, you know? And with Mob Psycho, it's like it has moments like the end of episode 2 that are just golden, but then like most of what episode 2 is the same shit you get out of any other show like this, you know? It didn't feel like I needed to be watching this one. So I mean, I don't dislike the show. I just don't feel like I'm getting anything special by watching it.
Yeah, you know, let me just segue by saying that I forgot a joke I was going to tell before about Hitori no Shita, more like Hitori no Shita. Zing! All right.
We needed that one. All right, next show is Nejimaki Seirei Senki Tenkyo no Alderamin.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Alderamin.
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 Yeah.
Alderamin.
Yeah. Which is the name of the god in this universe or something. Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
It's boring and it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Don't watch it.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. We passed
Momokuri, dude. We passed Momokuri.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we gotta do Momokuri next.
Momokuri's not on the list for some reason.
Yeah, Momokuri's not on the list for reasons I can't explain, which is that Momokuri aired in 2015 in.
Yeah, I don't know why it's saying it.
Well, it is. Oh. Basically what happened is Momokuri was a web series that released 2 episodes at the end of December. Then it dropped like 13 episodes at the start of January, and then the other 13 at the start of February, each one being half length. And those were not picked up anywhere. So like one fan subber tried to do it. He got through like 6 episodes and then just never finished it. I just happened like a month ago to watch the first 2 episodes that were translated, and I thought they were absolutely great and I loved them. And then I was like, I can't continue because there's nothing else subbed. And then they went, oh, we're gonna readapt that into a TV show. So it's just the web shorts compiled into a TV show and rebroadcast. And I guess because it's like the exact same thing, my anime list has not relisted it as they had at first. They had relisted it as a TV show, but then I guess they took that listing down once they realized it was exactly the same thing. But yeah, we should talk about it because it's great and I love it and it's fucking adorable.
Yeah, that's
Sandy,
how I feel
do you want
too.
to describe it?
I mean, because like, no, you can explain what it is. But
Sandy,
I can just
you
give
should
my
describe
opinion
it because we've been describing stuff.
Okay, I guess. I get embarrassed, but like, okay, so it's your typical romantic shoujo comedy, and so it's about these kids that are in high school, but everything's drawn chibi, so you would think they're like fucking children. But so there's this guy who's he's short. He kind of looks like a girl, I guess. They mistake him for that. No one takes him seriously. And then there's this girl, Kuriyama, I think her name is, because the guy's name is Momo, and then the girl is like Kuriyama. And so she has a crush on him, and she like likes him from afar, almost to
straight up to stalker levels.
I will defend it. I will defend it that it is not
stalker. She says that she won't confess to him until she's taken 100 pictures of him without his knowledge.
Yeah.
It's pure love is what it is. It's pure love. And see, I'll defend it here in a second, but like, so she eventually confesses to him, and he like likes her back, and it's really cute. The whole story is about this girl that overly loves her boyfriend, but she won't let him know. And he's like, yeah, no, I really like you too, and she doesn't understand that. But yeah, sure, I like you too, and she's like, no, you don't understand. I love you. And he's like,
oh my
okay.
God, it's so adorable.
But
it is.
I don't think if it's stalkery, sure, but not in a bad way. It's adorable because like
that girl stalks so good, man.
It's the Dahmer Doppler effect, which is
I know that not everyone.
From what's it called? How I Met Your Mother, which is basically the difference between Jeffrey Dahmer and Dobler from fuck.
What the fuck are you talking
John
about?
Cusack's character with the boombox from that movie is like how hot they are, right? Because if they're hot, it's great.
It makes a big difference.
If they're not hot, it's fucking Jeffrey Dahmer's after me, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I will say that personally speaking, I am very into having a girl be obsessed with me. So this works out really well for me, this show. And she's super
really...
adorable, and she's just super obsessed with the guy.
Yeah,
and
like...
he doesn't realize at all that she's so obsessed with him. But it doesn't matter because he likes her. So like their relationship is just fun and adorable. It just so happens that she also like obsesses over him constantly when he's not there.
I think it's the bad things that I've read on reviews of it is that it's unhealthy, blah blah blah.
Whatever.
But I think the way they executed it is it's really cute, and it's because the way I justify it is that she likes him so much she doesn't know what to do with it. And I've had that where like I like a guy and I just and it works out because if he didn't like her back then, that's really weird and a little creepy, but he totally likes her back and it's super cute
and
because she
you know
really,
what else
really
sets this show apart for me? In a lot of shows like this, you would have the girl just kind of follow him around a lot, and like they'd run into each other and they'd have like a gag or something that would just keep happening.
They're actually
but
dating.
this girl nuts up episode 1 and just straight up asks him out, and that immediately set a good tone for me for the rest of the show.
Honestly, if this show was what you were describing, where they were not dating, then this would be terrible. Like that,
agreed.
It would be every bit as unhealthy as what you're describing. But what it is that they are like, she asks him out and he's never even heard of her, and he's just like, you know what? She seems really cool.
Yeah, and he goes for it too. I got to give him credit too. A lot of guys would be like, "Oh, I don't know. Are we? What are we gonna do?" No, he's just like, "Let's just do it, dog."
Like they would take 20 episodes to build up to that shit.
This is, can you imagine? Like,
it was more mature, man. It's a
could
mature
you imagine
thing.
if fucking Netoge no Yome had started like this? I would be all over that.
That'd be much
show.
better,
But
dude.
No,
That'd be much better.
Yeah.
This is so much more refreshing and real because every time this happens in anime, like. We had this argument on the last time where, like, I said that I thought it felt unrealistic that the characters didn't hook up, right? And then people were like, oh, but it's Japan and their values are different. And I'm like, no. People date in high school in Japan. It's not weird to date in high school. It's not odd that if a cute girl asks you out, you go, yeah, sure, let's date. I'm not saying they have to fucking go straight to a love hotel or anything.
Even though that's what
like,
you were saying you wanted to.
Did you say
Understandably.
we had an argument? You launched into a legendary tier rant about how much you wanted to fuck that girl.
You cut out right when you were about to say fuck.
I'm sure it got recorded.
Discord is censoring me for you.
I mean, like, let's think about it from Momo's perspective. Like, wouldn't you love a girl?
Yes.
Oh,
so
yeah.
much? Like, I would. I want a guy to fawn over me like that.
Well,
I think that's
just to play devil's advocate, I do know what it's like to have someone be a little bit more into you than if there's any like balance of power thing going on where it's like they're way more. It can be a little. Something, but I don't give a fuck. The show's
but
great.
it's even. But it's
Let's
even.
point out what
it's
makes
even
this
because
girl-
he does
He
like her
perceives
back.
it as even, and that's what counts. That's
Yeah,
all
What
that
makes
matters.
this girl work?
Yeah.
Because
That's all that
the thing is
That's
that she is obsessed with him, but what makes her great is that she's not clingy. She actually keeps her distance most of the time because she's content to watch him from afar because she just loves his whole existence. It's not about her.
Specifically
That's what
his
makes
face.
this.
And
I think
his
that's what makes this
expressiveness.
relationship work, is that I think that it would be easy for it to be like, oh, well, she's obsessed with him, so she's just on him all the time, and...
You know how I see their relationship? It's like a younger version of May Hughes from
okay.
Fullmetal Alchemist. Like, he was obsessed with his wife, and
That's
he
true.
loved her, and he would show her off, and it was beautiful. No one questioned that. No one thought that's creepy or stalkerish because they're married and have a kid. But these two are dating. And
Imagine
they very much
Miles
like
Hughes
each other,
stalking
and, like,
his
what
wife
did-
down the lane.
I can easily imagine that.
I
He'd do
totally
it.
could.
He'd do it.
Yeah, he loved her. He loved her
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much. So
What a-
like,
what a
honestly,
man.
like,
What a
like
real
Mace,
man.
Mace Hughes cracks out his wallet. He's like, these are the pictures I took with my family knowing about them. And then he cracks out this much bigger wallet, and these are the ones that I took without them knowing.
Yeah, like, see, I mean, like, into everyone, no one bats an eye and thinks that's beautiful.
Yeah,
Same concept
yeah.
from Momokuri. I really think
anyone
so.
giving it shit, fuck off. This is great.
And more,
Yeah,
it also...
it's great. It's
character
adorable.
designs are adorable. The whole aesthetic feels great. Like,
Yeah.
the look and feel of this show, the color design, everything just feels so, like, poppy and pastel
and it's
cute,
it's got
and the
soul
music
in it
is
too.
great.
Yeah, I like the music. Remember when the long hair girl is just like playing the background music on the piano as things are happening? I really liked that. That was great.
Yeah. Oh, and the ending song is adorable,
That's true.
dude.
It's true.
It's the girl just singing, and it's like a bumpin' little bubbly song, and I contemplated.
Oh man,
singing
and
it.
remember when
it.
she
Don't
totally
do it.
showed off her bra with strawberries on it, and she didn't give a fuck? That was awesome. Loved it.
Oh, dude, it's great.
I think that the relationship dynamic in this show is also very true to how a lot of like first relationships play out too. Like
Totally.
because like both people are like, I'm not that great, but this person I like is so great, right? And like they feel super lucky that they're in that relationship, and they don't realize that the other person feels the exact same way about them. So it's like I think that's very true, and I don't think it's unhealthy because he likes her pretty much as much as she likes him. He just doesn't realize that. Neither of them realizes how much
that's
the
what
other one likes
stalkers
them.
always say. Oh yeah, my target totally loves me as much as I love them. That's why I follow them every day so that they'll figure it out.
No, but it's
I'm with you.
It's true in this
Honestly,
case.
same.
Yeah.
Same.
All right. Well, I love that show.
Yep,
10 out
it's
of
great.
10.
Everyone watch
it.
it.
10 would recommend.
Now we got to get back to Alderaan.
Next.
Jesus.
Right.
So there's two ways that this is going to go, because we're going to disagree strongly about the next two shows. So should we have people who hate the show we're going to talk about describe it, or people who like the show that we're going to talk about it describe it?
We're going to say the likes.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm gonna talk
okay.
about...
Sure.
Okay, so
I want your weird autistic rant about New Game to be like its own
That'll be its
okay.
own thing.
pocket. That could come after we've talked about what the show actually is, and
So-
then you can give your like.
Who's got
strange-
positives about this show?
I have some positives
Okay.
about Alderaan.
Okay.
I don't think it's great,
Okay.
but so Alderaan's a fantasy show, but it's a type of fantasy show that we don't see often, which is it's like a war story where they've got World War I level tech.
Like Valkyria Profile or
Valkyria Chronicles. Not quite that degree of tech. Like it's not. It's.
Oh yeah, that's World War II.
Yeah,
my bad.
and this is Magitech, right? But like this is just the advent of Magitech blimps, which are like wooden carriages.
Right.
They're still like balloons with baskets underneath them, basically. But those are high-tech weapons of war, yet at the same time, people have magically powered single-shot rifles. And everybody's got, like, a magical sprite thing that is their partner and helps them fight better. And it's all about this war between a empire that seems to kind of be rotting from the inside out due to its just its political structure,
childhood obesity problem, right?
And neighboring republic that and there's like politics here that seem kind of interesting and thought out beyond what you'd see in your typical light novel adaptation, which is ultimately what this is. But.
Well, I guess that's where I take over. This is a light novel adaptation from Madhouse.
I think you're overselling it, Jeff. I definitely do. It
screams light novel out of every pore of its body. It is the most boring shit I've ever seen. And this was actually like, I actually became horrified while watching this.
Really?
Because I had this long, slow realization where the first episode started up, and it's fairly pretty, right? The character designs are
except for their fucking lips, which are gigantic and hideous.
Yeah, well, they obviously tried to make it look like a Western look. Like, they wanted it to look like more of a Western fantasy. It's the kind of thing that, like, because this is Madhouse, they would do that. Any other studio, this would have just looked like a light novel, you know? But Madhouse would make the characters look more Western.
Madhouse would
and
produce
put that kind
it
of spin
properly.
On it. But every shot is flat and boring. All the background characters look like complete shit. They look like they're from a different show because they're not important. Everything's just shot, reverse shot, people talking. It's boring as fuck. Boring backgrounds, boring everything, right? Other than the fact that it almost looks like it would be pretty if not for the fact that it's so boring. But here's what horrified me. So the show starts up, and the first lines of dialogue are like characters describing themselves to one another.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then describing their situations. And then describing all of it. I started like, it was like, oh my God. All I've heard so far is exposition. There was not a single line of dialogue that wasn't exposition.
Digi not just describing themselves, but say they were in an argument and saying, "Oh, Ikta whatever his last name was, because they've all got really weird
Yeah.
names. He's like Ikta Solan. I think that's it.
What's the
Soran.
player?
Ikta Soran. Oh, you, whatever. And then like they all say each other's full names, right? Like they're like,
Yeah, they do.
like a mother trying to scold her child. And that's how you get to know their names. It's super awkward.
Digi,
show
you
has
reminded
the
me,
most-
Digi. You reminded me that not only did that happen the first, they all introduce each other. Then, like, a new person comes in. They do a second round of introductions, introducing every
I'm
character.
not even talking about that far
What
in.
the
I'm
fuck?
talking about the very
Okay.
start, before
Yeah.
they even get on. Like the
Oh,
main
yeah,
character
yeah.
sitting up in a tree, and like there's a girl who's walking with these people, and all of them are having a conversation that goes like this: "As you know, we
Yeah.
are at
Oh,
war with this
Jesus.
country, and that's why you're. Oh, isn't your father out to sea because
Yeah.
of the fact that he's a general in this army?" And then the main character guy's like, "I'm this person." Like they're all just describing who one another are and what the situation of the world is to one another.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it just goes on the whole time.
I mean,
the whole episode.
You know
I
what was
counted,
the greatest? You know what was the greatest part of the episode? When the princess went to
What?
take a shit. That was awesome. I loved that. That was my
I
favorite
counted
scene.
the number of lines that weren't exposition, and it was like 5, and all of them were like random like asides. Like it would be like, I am this person.
Yeah.
By the way, you're like
So-
like some vapid comment. Like all of it was just describing one another to each other or describing themselves to each other. And the whole first half is like they get onto a boat and each person will walk in the room and they'll be like, "Here's who I am and here's what my power is and here's what we're going to do together." Cool. You sit down. Next person walks
So-
in. Here's who I am. Here's
So
Oh, God, it was
the
miserable.
one thing that I will say for this show in how it introduces its characters, that I mean, it's not great. I'm not gonna say it's great, but in terms of acceptability, puts it above something like Ass War, or other such light novel shows.
It's just a
it's-
different coat of paint,
It
though.
is
It's really how I feel.
not that. It's the main character is more interesting than typical light novel guy, and justifies.
Is he?
He's an asshole. He's an unapologetic asshole, which makes him more interesting than
I don't find that interesting anymore.
misanthropic.
I've
It's
seen
You know,
it's
dude,
more
you know what they
interesting
did?
than misanthropic,
You know,
but actually
speaking-
a nice guy, which is
speaking
all
of
light
making
novel
the character
protagonists.
interesting,
but
though-
I just can I.
Okay.
So the thing about him is you've got all of these characters who talk about him and while talking about themselves, which is clumsy as fuck. But they talk about him, and you can tell that everybody's got a lot of disdain for who he is and how he acts, and he acts like a jackass. But then he constantly displays his trait,
Competence.
no,
you know?
yeah, his one positive trait, and it's in a sort of show don't tell kind of way, which is he's like, okay, so the tactics here aren't going to work, and they're like, no, fuck you, you're not fucking patriotic, that's wrong, and he's like, okay, but he's right about that, and like he's right about
So
the
he's
chess
right
game.
all the time.
He's not right
He's
all
an
the
asshole,
time.
but he's always right. He's a dick, but he saves people.
No,
from
no, just
drowning
let
and
me
saves
finish the
little
fucking
girl.
sentence, man. Let me finish the fucking sentence. He displays that he has tactical knowledge that it's justified in the story that he would have, and that's the one part of the exposition that is somewhat justified. They're talking about the political situation, and then he's like, no, but all of you are wrong because XYZ, and that does define his character. I'm not saying that it's a good character. I'm not saying that it's
it sounds like
original
Onisama
character,
from fucking Mahoka. Like it's
but more of an asshole about it. And I'm at least on board for unapologetic asshole who nobody really likes compared to asshole who everybody wants to fuck for some reason.
You
I
know,
mean, you're talking about like a shit compared to a shit that's covered in piss. Like
you know what my favorite part of the whole thing was? My favorite part was the very last thing that happens when the narrator comes in and it says, "Stay tuned, because soon Our humble guy will become the best guy, general, lazy hero of the nation. It's like, what is that's like the laziest possible thing you could do to get me invested in your show. Just tell me how cool he's going to be eventually. They just straight up tell you he's going to become the invincible lazy general. What is that?
I mean,
I hate that.
The framing of that is terrible, and that they're trying to do the Valkyria Chronicles thing, where like they end the chapter and then it's like a book somebody's writing, and it's like. This year, blah blah blah, is the time that blah, blah, blah. I like it. The things that are really attracting me to this are just the trappings of historical fiction, which I like.
Yeah.
And that's, you know what? I'm gonna just, I like the setting. That's what has drawn to me into this enough to keep watching it, as opposed to other generic light novel shows. And I feel like everybody has a generic light novel show that they'll watch because it's got one thing that they like.
I mean, sure, if you like one thing and the show's on.
And it's made by Madhouse, so, you know.
There's
yeah,
one
but
other
they're
thing.
not doing a good job with it.
They're not doing a great job.
They also
with
made fucking Mahoka, and Magical Wars.
Did they?
Magical Warfare.
Oh god, Mahoka was
There's
bad.
one other thing I liked, and it's that
real
the
bad.
first shot where we seen the main character, he's in a fucking hammock, and what's the first thing he does when he gets stranded behind
builds
enemy
a
lines?
fucking hammock.
He makes a fucking hammock. He makes himself a fucking hammock. I respect that. I liked it.
And
that's it.
The episode.
The man worships hammocks, and I respect it. God
The
damn it,
exact
he's got a
moment I
passion.
stopped watching in episode 1 was when the lolly fell off the boat into the ocean.
And he died.
And
Yeah.
she just keeps falling while holding the same pose.
Yeah.
Just holding her arm up and going, am I about to die? And I'm like, swim, you fucking
Yeah,
idiot! Flail
yeah.
your body!
She's
Move
cold,
swim.
man.
She's
It's cold.
royalty. Maybe she never learned how to swim.
She's not even trying. She's just sinking.
It's not her role to save herself. That's another character's
There's
role.
a lot of dumb shit.
right.
I will.
All right, we've established that.
So, did any of you guys watch episode 2? Is the other question?
No.
Because in
No.
episode 2, they show a legitimately good tactic that made me think, are these guys the bad guys? Because they, like, 3 soldiers show up who are instantly more likable than them. 3 enemy soldiers show up who are instantly more likable, very helpful, and they kill all 3 of them in cold blood. And it's like,
Oh Jesus. That's kind of cool.
yeah, it's so I feel like this is
murder.
I feel like this is marginally more mature than the Asterisk Wars in that it's about something other than a high school tournament. Although at the end of episode 2, they talked about them going to officers' school, which is making me think
here we
that it's gonna become the worst thing in the world.
Pack your fucking bags. We're going back to school, motherfucker. Hell yeah. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Jesus Christ.
All right, well, let's take a look at another show.
That's not
this
set
one-
in high school.
Yeah.
No.
Next up, we're going to talk about New Game,
Yeah.
a show that Jeff
An
really
objectively
hates
good
for
show.
some really stupid reasons that
Yeah.
we'll get into.
Really good reasons. And I normally like
this-
Doga Kobo shows, so
This is a really cute girls doing cute things show.
Mm-hmm.
Very obviously 4 coma, random jokes, just a bunch of cuties, really attractive character designs if you ask me.
Yeah, they're great. They're
And
objectively
they're
fantastic.
all lots of lesbian undertones, and it's a
doubt.
good time. It happens to be a show about a girl who, fresh out of high school, joins a game company
which is bullshit.
Yeah, whatever.
to become a character designer for this game series that she was a big fan of that made her want to, like, she wanted to become a character designer because of this game series, and now she gets to work with the people who designed the game. She's on the character design team, and it's just kind of her and all these fun characters chilling out, making games, getting drunk. It's a good time. I like that the girls are older, which means that I don't have to feel bad about being attracted to them. And they do things like go out for drinks.
Except they all
never
look
feel
like
bad about
fucking
that.
children. So you're
Whoa,
still
whatever,
They
man.
don't.
It's also
the main,
fucking anime
The
and
main
fictional
girl
characters.
looks like a child. None of the other girls look like children. And the joke in the show is that the main girl looks like a child, and she's not that attractive.
No,
so I don't.
the one
Yeah.
with the bow in her hair also looks like a kid who has the tea set.
No, she was.
She's not attractive either. That's the
I
other.
don't know.
There's
There's
a
the
shy
Genki girl, the Tomo girl. Tomo was hot as fuck.
Yeah,
I wanna
the
fuck
Genki
her.
girl is super hot.
Yeah.
Partly because she's a Genki girl, and that's always a good plus in my book. Really cute girl who never talks except for through instant messenger. She's super nice on instant messenger, but in person she's too shy to communicate, and she's definitely gay for the main character girl.
Yeah, for sure.
There's the girl who's the leader of the character design team, and she's like super waifu tier, blonde girl who sleeps on the floor and
Shows her panties off
works
all
a
the
lot.
time. It's good stuff.
She's great. There's this other girl who's like around her age. The show is obviously trying to ship them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun show.
And there's two other, these two other
if it
girls.
sounds-
There's two other girls we only see for a little bit. Who
If
I
this
love.
show-
There was a really tan girl, and then there was like
Yeah.
a really pale girl, and they just reminded me so much of I don't know. I'm wondering if this is
the
a
director
thing.
of the game.
Yeah, that's
Who's
right.
just,
The
like, a weird,
director.
eccentric. Like I just
Yeah.
kind of imagine she's like a female Hideo Kojima, like just some weird eccentric
Yeah.
game designer who doesn't really want
Only
to work.
she's hot
and
as
just
fuck.
wanders
Well, I
around
mean,
and
she was
does
pretty
weird
hot,
shit.
but her and this other dark-haired girl really reminded me of Resort Bowen. You know that really pale girl and that
It's
that
funny
tan
you
surfer
mentioned-
girl.
I was about to say that if it sounds like we're basically describing porn,
Yeah.
that's
The only
honestly,
difference is they
this
don't
show,
fuck.
Yeah.
This show felt like I was like the level of engagement I had with this was more similar, not so much to porn, because porn I would just use and dispose of, but
Yeah.
I actually like these.
You don't like porn
Bible
for the
Black is the
plot?
greatest plot ever
Yeah.
conceived.
Well,
I don't-
but,
what I'm
Bible
saying is
Black,
I don't
Black
necessarily
is a
like
fucking
this.
masterpiece.
I don't
Agreed.
like this show for the plot, but what I like about this show is like what they are implying with it, like works for me. Like the fact that this show is basically Yuri bait, right? And it's
Yeah,
like all these
yeah.
cute girls, and it's implying that they totally like each other. And even though the show itself does not actually go through with portraying a lesbian relationship, it does enough with the characters that I could imagine it myself, that I could project, here's what those two girls are going to be like together. And it's really cute and fun. And so I feel like a lot of what I'm getting out of this show isn't really in the show. It's more stuff the show is leading me to think about that I like about it. Whereas the show itself is just a cute, fun time with a bunch of cute girls just being adorable.
I have
Jeff, do you want to
yeah,
give it?
let's-
Nate, do you want to? give
I was going to
goes off?
say just something to lead into Jeff's thing, so just go ahead, dude. Let's hear your shit.
Okay, so new game. I am coming at this from a different perspective from what most people will be coming at this from, which is that I
don't think it's that
have
different,
worked
but-
in and adjacent to the game industry for quite a long time. I used to be a game journalist. I went to school.
How old are you again?
I'm 24. So for 4 years of my life, I went to game design school, and then I transferred from that to job hunting, which is very difficult, to working as a game journalist. So I've seen the game industry from all sides, and the one thing that I will tell you, which is the same thing that Sandy was saying about the idol industry, is that the game industry is super fucking competitive. They basically don't hire people ever unless they need somebody to fill a specific role, or they are a huge company that is trying to build up their internal development staff over time. That's the only reason that somebody might be hired as an intern.
And by the way, audience, if you feel your eyebrow slowly
No.
raising while he says this, that's totally normal. That's understandable. Don't be alarmed.
This is an indie studio. This is a small studio with less than, I believe it's like, it looks like a studio of about 40 to 50 employees working on a small scale independent game. Which there are a lot of, and none of them would ever hire somebody straight out of high school. They wouldn't fucking do it. They wouldn't hire somebody who doesn't know how to use a program that they need on the first day of their job. So the
Okay,
main
and
character...
here's where
Shut up,
here's
Nate!
where I
Nate!
come in, Jeff.
Nate!
Nate. Fine.
It's my
Continue.
fucking- A, you work in the tech industry, not the game industry.
All right,
Two
let me
different
tell
fucking
you
things.
where I work.
But
Let
B,
me tell you where I work. Okay, Jeff, that point you just made. All right, me and Jeff argued about this for like an hour on our chat thing. So I am a software designer. That's what I do every day. I
Yeah.
go in and I do that. I had to learn so much of the software that I currently use on the job. For the first 3 months I was there, I didn't do a single meaningful contribution to jack shit. And my company is small. It's around 100 people total.
But your company is a tech company, not a game company, and it's
you
two
really
different
all right. But
things.
This was the nature of our disagreement, because you claim that there is so much of a difference between a game company and any other tech company that my experiences have no bearing, and they are not applicable to the things we're saying. You don't think that it's possible that a company like this would bring someone on who doesn't already have the expertise?
I don't think that it is possible that a company like this would hire a character designer for a game that they are in the middle of fucking working on and put that person on that project when that person does not know how to use Maya, the most basic thing that they need to do that job. This isn't a mentorship, though. It's not a mentorship.
There is such a thing. I'm not saying it's an official mentorship. I'm saying that there are real capacities and real jobs in every industry where they bring on lower people who are not experienced in the field, specifically with the idea to pay them less money and train them into that position. Yeah. It's a thing that happens all the time, including the game industry. There's no way it doesn't happen.
Okay, so here's the thing about the game industry.
Furthermore, if it didn't happen, it doesn't even matter if it doesn't happen, because if it even is possible that it could happen, then there's no reason to be incredulous about it happening in this show.
The game industry has so many fucking unemployed people who are 10 times as talented and hardworking as this fucking girl will ever be. This girl did like 4 things on her first day that you'd probably get fired for. She spent all of her time doing basically nothing.
She did exactly what she was told.
Nobody at
the company did a good job.
Nobody at the company told her what to do or what they were working on when she got there, which I don't understand how you could make it through the interview process without signing an NDA and knowing what game you're working on. She might be the greatest artist in the world, but if they needed somebody who can 3D model to do 3D character design for their video game, they would have hired one of the hundreds of people in Tokyo right now who are unemployed, know how to do character modeling, and have like 5+ fucking years of game design experience under their belt. These jobs, the job that she has gotten, never open up ever. Doesn't happen. And she is unbelievably incompetent at what she does, as are all of the people.
You don't understand what it's like to be hired as a new employee. All right, Jeff, if your issue is believability, there is one simple example that makes this whole thing go away. And it's just, what if her dad knew a guy who worked at the studio, knew an executive? That's all it takes. Bam, they give her an interview. Okay, she'll do. We're going to hire her.
No.
Done.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, it depends. It depends, because I tried to get into the gaming industry. I tried to work for Riot. So I can tell you off of my experience, Riot is a company that's very rich, has a lot of money for just one fucking game, and it is super competitive. You cannot get in just based off of references alone, because I had a lot of references from very powerful people, and it doesn't work that way. If it's an entry-level position at a very small company, that makes sense, but if this is a renowned company, they would pick someone who already has
and there's a lot of assumptions being made, though. Is this a renowned company? Are they
I don't know. And those are the factors.
I agree.
We do not know.
It has a franchise.
It
has a franchise. What part of the story is that it has this fantasy franchise, this RPG franchise, Fairy Fantasy, that this girl is obsessed with, and that is kind of a big deal, because
the fact that the fact that one person is a big fan does not necessarily make it a big deal.
They're on their third game. If a game makes it to 2 sequels, that means that it's a successful franchise.
It means they're afloat.
I think you're both right, and then you're both incorrect at the same time.
I'm never incorrect.
It depends. It's for things. Well, it's because it's variables that we don't know. Like, how big is this company?
But that's
what
the thing.
position is this?
Even the fact that it's possible makes me think, well, okay, this is just a case where it worked. There you go. Problem solved.
This
to me is like.
Your argument is that it is impossible. It cannot be that this happened.
This girl would not have gotten hired because, like you said, what if it's a situation where her dad knows somebody at the company? Guess what? There are 30 people who are great at character modeling, who went to college with all of the people who already work at this company, already have a rapport with them, and would have had to get passed up for this job. They would have known about the job before this girl knew about it. There is no way she would have gotten hired.
You're ignoring the ancillary benefits of being able to pay her less.
They would have been able to pay those people less, because Sandy, you can back me up on this. Even if you've got a lot of experience in the game industry, they will still offer you a very low-paying position, because what are your other options?
Right, like you so desperately want to get in that you'll take anything and then work your way up. So, like, what I'm saying is that I think it's possible, but it is so unlikely.
And
okay,
and,
right. Well, you know what? Setting all of that aside and reeling all this back
I have
for a second,
one other point that I want to make about this, not related to the girl, and it's short. It is just that all of these girls, while they are cute and endearing, would drive me fucking crazy if I had to work with them. Because
they're so hot.
Because they're incompetent.
That would drive me crazy.
They're incompetent.
What are you
They don't
talking
communicate
about? Oh my God,
with each
what is
other.
this? What is happening right now? Are you a crazy person? This is bizarre. What world are you from? You don't see them when they're doing their work, dude. We see little snippets of their day when they decide to have tea and shit. They're fucking coding and model building and shit. Come on.
I gotta reel it in because
fine.
First of all, Jeff, I find your
You're
argument...
too close to this thing, Jeff. You're too close to this thing.
I find your argument incredibly pretentious and hard to get behind just because of the idea that you think it's literally impossible, as Nate's saying.
It's almost impossible.
Who is to speak for every game studio in
Honestly,
existence? Who is to speak for any of that shit? I mean, there are so many reasons you could come up with for why this is possible, like Nate said, that but here's the more important fact that just backs away from this whole argument is that none of it matters to this show.
Yeah.
Because this show is not a dramatic story about game development. It's a cute girls doing cute things show, a 4-coma manga comedy that has almost nothing to do with game development.
Well,
the fact that they're in a game studio is the most bare bones.
Well, there's no good shows about game studios. There's no shows about game studios, so this is all I fucking get. And I'm angry about it.
Wouldn't make a good show.
I want to support you a little bit, Jeff, and I get your frustration that there's no anime out there. I don't know how many shows there fucking are about this shit. There's no show out there. Hang on, that's just I mean, you could say that it's misleading about what it's like to be in the the game development industry. I don't think that it really deserves to be cast under that shade. This isn't Shirobako. This is just a cute girl story.
And you're arguing that you would love it if there was a show about game development that took it seriously, right? Cool. That would be a good show. But first of all, Shirobako exists, and I know it's not about game development, but all the same things could apply, and it makes sense for Shirobako to be about anime development because it's an anime. It's an anime about making anime, but everything in it, the workplace drama, is applicable to anybody. The whole point of the show is not just to be, this is what making anime is like. This is what working in Japan is like. This is what it's like to work for a company and to do serious work. And that's why that show works for everybody, because it's applicable to whatever your situation is. I mean, this show has no interest in being about games, and I think that if you wanted to just do Shirobako again, but this time it's about video games, do it as a video game, because that would make way more sense to systematize the ideas of game development, because that would be a passion project that someone who cares about games should do.
No, but
this should not be an anime.
The thing is, that's a very bad argument, because game development is fascinating, and you can tell interesting stories about it. Case in point, one of the greatest novels written in the last few decades, J-Pod by Douglas Copeland, is fundamentally about what it's like to work at EA, what it's like to be a cog in the machine at a company like that.
But it's not anime, and therefore it's shit. So I don't know why you're bringing it up. Anything that's not anime is pointless and has nothing to do with this podcast.
The way, Look, Jeff, the way you're coming off is that you're way too serious over a show that is not serious.
I just want to be
Jeff,
angry
your own
because being
experiences.
angry is
I
fun to
really
me.
think this is
That's
I
like
honestly
me
think this
getting-
is post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, this really triggered.
I totally agree, Jeff,
Jeff,
because
yeah,
when
like,
I saw something
that's
like
like if
okay,
I
sorry, you
just
go ahead,
got-
Sandy. My bad.
Well, I'm just gonna say that, like, it's like if I went off the fucking handle for free, something that you know is just, it doesn't take itself very seriously. It's a fucking guy show about guys getting naked, but me, I wanted to be an Olympic swimmer, and I couldn't, and fuck these guys that they managed to make their dreams come true, and like getting so upset over one show. Just
I will not
Jeff,
calm
Jeff,
down. I will
For
not
what it's
calm
worth,
down. I will
Free
not
does
calm down.
depict swimming with a lot of detail and
Yes.
like more realistically.
Free-
Jeff, let's say that you
but
are
this
absolutely
show is not
correct, Jeff.
about that.
It's just even. Yeah, go on.
I
Because this
just
show's not about following your passion either. It's not a sports show.
no. This is a show
it's-
about somebody who's not who wants to be an adult, and this is a show about adulthood. And you know what? I can.
I don't even think it's really that.
And this
think
is
it's just
this is a show about cute girls
lesbians.
doing cute things.
That's what little
And
plot there is.
That's like, it only bothers me because there are interesting stories that can be told here. And you know what? You're absolutely right. I came into this wanting something that the show is not. And that has made it impossible for me to really judge it as what it is, even though I don't particularly like cute girls doing cute things shows a lot of the time. That's more Digi's thing. That's to a degree more Nate's thing. But there should be an anime about this because it's really, really interesting stuff. And it is a unique industry. There's nothing like game development. And this just misrepresents it.
It's hard for me to take your word for it just because A, how many other industries have you worked in, and B, how much of the game industry did you work in? Like,
And you know,
maybe
Jeff,
a lot of it is not that different. Maybe only some of it's that different.
I'm with you on all that, Jeff. It's just, for me, as a guy who works very similar to the way that happens in the show, I actually found it pretty relatable just to my day-to-day life of having to go in and like deal with people, and you know, I had to learn new shit. I have to learn new shit every single day when I'm working my job. And you know, I'm just saying, maybe you're totally right, but for me, this is a totally separate thing that made me like the show more.
I'm not saying that you don't learn on the job in the game industry. That's obviously not true. I'm saying that the specific job that they need you to do when you get hired is something that you're contracted for. Game companies never ever hire like a salaried employee right out of the gate.
You know what, Jeff? I'll give you this much, Jeff. It seems that they're kind of willing to just wing it once she gets in and figure something out for her. That's true.
I really want, like, what I want, Jeff, is for you to find someone who's like an industry veteran and like have them watch this show and tell me what they think.
I can find that for you right now. Let me just
I mean someone who's worked everywhere.
I can not.
I guess you could get me that the dude from Extra Credits. Not
somebody who's worked everywhere. I mean, I tweeted about this and somebody responded to me. That was
is their information verifiable? How do we know that they're telling the truth?
So I mean, a few people were like, "This is just cute girls doing cute things," but one person was specifically like, "Yeah, this was really frustrating to me because I worked in the game industry."
Okay.
So
a sentence with that though, I immediately hate them as a person.
Yeah, honestly, no. To Sandy's point, I'm with Sandy's point. We can get mad about any show about people achieving stuff that we personally had issues
but somebody
with,
tweeted at me. My boyfriend and I are both game artists, and man, it was frustrating to watch. The shortcut was wrong too for the Maya parody. Fuck. So you know.
That's.
I've seen so many shows about like writing that I totally don't believe, and I look past it because I don't expect it. I don't know. I just feel whenever someone's like, because I've seen these cases where people are like, I worked in this industry and I thought this show was complete garbage for this and this reason. And then there's always someone else who comes along right after them and says, I also worked in this industry and I had no problem with it because I'm not a fucking autist.
And that's what you're getting at. I just like it when...
Look. If we're just gonna reel it back real quick, like a real world application, yeah, it sounds a little bit bullshit. It's possible, very slightly possible. And then if we look at it from like an anime
Doesn't matter,
perspective,
yeah.
it's just an anime.
The girl has
calm down,
purple
it's fine.
hair.
Yeah,
Nothing
so
in the
there you
show
go.
is
And-
believable
Look,
already.
We're done. Fucking stop it.
Yeah, let's
We're
move on.
done.
Next,
Move
let's
on.
go to the next show. Onara Goro. This is a show about a talking fart. I thought it was hilarious.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
I remember that.
I think we can
10
all
out of
agree
10.
on that. 10 out of 10.
Yep.
Sandy, did you see Onara Goro?
I did, and I
Excellent.
think it's fantastic.
I was excited for this show too because it's from the same guy who made Ando-san of the Forest, Mori no Ando-san, which was a weird 7-minute short that floated around YouTube for years, and someone showed it to me one time, and I fucking lost it. So
Man,
when
this
I
is
found out
why
he was doing
living
a show
in
about
a-
a talking fart, I was like, I am so down.
I just don't think anyone in America would come up with the idea of personifying
No.
a fart. You know, that's way to go, Japan. You're knocking it out of the park these days.
I love that the ending theme of this show is like a baby metal-ish band. Like it's like a bunch of cute
Yeah.
girls idols like doing dances.
Oh, yeah,
in
it
like
was
this
weird.
warehouse location. Like
Yeah.
the ending theme is live action, and it's like all these cute little idol girls in like black dresses
Singing
like,
about farts.
singing over like a heavy metal-ish beat. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Is awesome. I loved it. I loved every
I
minute
wonder.
of it, of which
I
there
was
were
kind of
exactly
wondering if
4.
those girls got tricked. I feel a little bad, but
I doubt it.
Fuck them.
All right. Well, that's all we have to say about that show because it's short and
Yep.
we really said it all.
There's a fart that talks. That's it.
Up next is Orange.
Oh,
who
boy.
wants to introduce this
Oh,
one?
boy. I
Sandy, did you watch Orange?
yeah.
Sandy?
Sandy? Did you watch Orange?
She disappeared already.
Sandy.
Sandy,
She went to go. Yeah.
She probably had to take a walk.
I scared her
Probably.
off with my new game rage.
yeah.
All right. Well, Jeff, you can go ahead and describe Orange.
But I just did all that talk. Okay, so Orange is one of those shows about a group of teenagers, 3 of whom are girls and 3 of whom are guys, who one of them at some point in the narrative has a death happen to them. What makes it a little bit different from, say, Anohana or what have you, and similar shows with that dynamic, is that the death happens in the future of where the story is taking place. And the hook is that this girl, Naho, gets a letter from herself 10 years in the future who's got all of these regrets in this 1 year of her high school life that she wants her to rectify. And the big one is that this girl, or that this guy, Kakeru, that she had a huge crush on, who was like the new kid at school, isn't there anymore because he died because of reasons, which are spoilers. Lots of stuff is spoilers in this because it's all the whole show's about emotional revelations, right? And it's all about this idea of like overcoming regret and saying yes to things and being happy as a result of that, right? And how maybe that won't actually make you happy, and regret is just part of life, and blah 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 blah. It's you know the concept, right? It's a time travel show. We've had a lot of those right now. It's a sad show about. It's a cute girl
Is
doing.
it a time travel show or like a? Does anyone
Technically.
actually move through time?
The diary moved through
Yeah,
time.
the letter moves through time. So it's kind of like Steins Gate a little bit, where they send a message
Yeah.
back through time, and that allows them to change the past, right? And so she's got this letter that tells her stuff that's going to happen and stuff that her future self regrets not doing. And so it's like small stuff, like she regrets inviting this guy she likes out the first day that she met him, and she finds out later that that's because of like really bad reasons, or even littler things like not checking a message in her pencil eraser sooner, or not eating or not making lunch for him. And she just goes through all of these things and like corrects the mistakes, and it's hopeful, but you just know at some point she's gonna be crushed, and that's the show. It's a cry fest.
This show is exactly the kind of show I hate most in the world. And it's because So we've got a girl in the future. She's got regrets or whatever. She discovers time travel. And what does she do with this discovery of time travel? She decides to send a diary of hers back in time to make her past self have a heck of a senior year at high school, you know? Instead of change the whole fucking world. And by the way, this was I didn't know if this was intentional, if this was like a joke or what.
Well, she's trying to save a person's life, is what she's doing.
Is she?
Yes.
Because she was just... All right, if you say so, but that wasn't clear at all the first episode. But there's a huge problem with this, which is like... Okay, actually, a bunch of my issues were predicated on the idea of her wanting to, like, make... She describes in terms of making her life, like, more fulfilling and undoing regrets.
She has a husband and child.
That's the thing, though. She's fucking with time right now. She's gonna abort that baby if she does the wrong thing.
Yep.
This is a time travel abortion she's dealing with right now. Like, does she not care? Is this really what's happening? She wants to, like, divorce her current husband and get with the guy that she was in love with in high school. She's gonna fucking dump her baby and her husband. What is this? Who does that?
Well,
Is
see,
he
that's
the
the problem.
I think she might be creating an alternate timeline, though. So it's
Jeff,
fine.
hold on.
No,
So did
that's
you
fucked
say-
up.
Jeff,
it's fine.
Is
sure.
it confirmed that she's trying to save his life? Because
Yes,
I was
yes,
under the
it's
impression.
Yeah.
confirmed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I read ahead, so I know the whole story
You know-
because it's finished. It's finished. I know exactly
You know
what happens.
how I
I'm not
knew
gonna
that this
spoil
was a
it, but
garbage show? It was
It's a
no,
really
all
good
right, just
show.
Hear me out.
Fuck you,
Hear me
Nate.
out. Hear me out. It's because when she got the letter and things started to be confirmed that it was in fact from the future, she didn't read the whole fucking thing. She was like, "Nah, fuck it. I'll
Yeah, I
read
thought
it
that
later.
was
Don't
really
worry
weird,
about
too.
it." What was
That
that?
really
Who
bothered
does
me.
that?
Because I mean, you wouldn't. Because would you believe
I
someone?
would've read the
that's
whole
why I
thing
clarified.
So
after
here's
things started to be
here's
proved.
the difference: is her character, like, would, like, knowing stuff really, really far in advance could fuck things up, right?
That's right.
Like,
that's
could
right.
totally throw off the letter's predictions. So taking it one day at a time, I think, is the smart thing to do.
How
then
does
you're not...
she know? How does she know these little changes aren't gonna? She doesn't know anything. This future
she
bitch
doesn't
don't know
know.
shit.
She does.
Is she a time travel expert?
No.
I do find
but
the concept of this show incredibly frustrating, but not unlike New Game, I feel like I have to just like
You have-
to accept this
I
concept.
can't turn off my brain
I'm
for the show. I
asking you
can't do
to.
it.
So this is like I guess we're flip sides on New Game, right? Because I can't
Yeah.
I can't turn off my annoyance with the lack of research, and you can't turn off your annoyance.
All right, I
with-
did not have to turn off anything to enjoy a New Game. All right,
No,
I don't concede that
you,
point.
you don't, because that's not something that bothers you. But this is something that bothers you,
Because
and
it's
it's
not a
not something
problem.
that bothers me.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it
that's
is very stupid. I think the plot is stupid, but again, you have to accept it in order for the show to happen.
Yes,
Like,
That's right.
It's the conceit of the
She's
show.
trying to abort her fucking baby.
Yeah,
she
yeah.
thinks
For me-
that.
No, but
What
it's
is
a
that?
different timeline. They show
For me,
her. They show her in the future, concurrent to what's happening, and stuff hasn't changed, right? So they show what will happen in the future, and she's just creating a different timeline for a different version of her past self.
Did she know that when she
many
sent the
worlds
fucking diary back?
interpretation, Nate. Many worlds
Did
interpretation.
she know? All that
Look,
matters is
all
what
right,
she
all right,
knew.
All right, calm down.
All right.
The concept
It's
is
important.
stupid, but the question is, what's it in service of? It's in service of a story.
Yeah.
Is the story interesting? As Jeff said, it's a teen melodrama. It's
Yeah,
a bunch of high school kids.
Oh, and by the way, these fucking people look like the happiest kids in the world. I immediately hate all of them. No
Yeah.
one's that happy in the whole world. Get the fuck
I gotta
out of here.
say,
I really like
this
the
show,
characters a lot.
I went into this
They're not
like,
bad.
funnily enough, the director of Steins Gate is directing this.
Okay,
Of course.
perfect.
I couldn't imagine any reason other than because it's a time travel show. Because his
Yeah.
credits include Steins Gate, Technolize, and Shigurui, all of which are brutal, violent, insane.
That's probably why the
atmospheric
future looked so
tone
like
pieces.
creepy and weird.
What
you
if
know?
what if
Yeah,
this
so-
is his Madoka, right? This is his
No.
I'm turning
well,
over
this
a
is
new
a complete
leaf.
manga.
Yeah, right.
Everyone knows what the plot is.
He's just gonna
this
rewrite
manga's
it.
very popular, by the way. This is a very highly rated, and it's out in all of it's out in the U.S. You can go buy this at the store right now. It's complete. It's a complete manga.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it like when I saw that he was directing this, I was like, why the fuck would they put him in charge of a teen melodrama?
He directed
And then
Beck.
once I started
he directed
watching
an
it,
episode of Beck.
an episode. But anyway, I thought it was weird, but watching the show, I do think it's very well directed. He brings a lot of interesting techniques to it. It's got lots of great cinematography. It bored me to tears. I
It's-
hate
pretty.
their teeth.
It is pretty.
I hate their fucking teeth.
There's
it
a lot
always
of
shows
teeth being shown. It's
it
true.
always shows their back row of teeth for some reason, and I'm like, I don't need to see that. It's creepy.
It's
and weird.
it's shoujo-ish slight over design. Like that's also why you can always see the line defining
other
their
than
lips.
the teeth thing, I'd be fine with
defining their
look.
lips and stuff.
I just
but,
to me this show was like, it's so obvious what it's gonna be, right? Like it's gonna be a team.
This is a worse version of Girl Who Leapt Through Time. Is pretty much what it
I'd
is.
say-
Well,
different.
it's obvious. There's oh god damn it! I have to let this fucking cat in my window for a second. Banging up a storm. I'm trying to fucking finish this sentence.
Poor Digi.
so
He's got
I-
pussy up the wazoo.
Ah!
Oh shit!
Okay. Anyway,
The pussy
As I was
problem's
saying.
been dealt with.
I like it a lot. I
I-
understand how you guys can be like
Yeah.
annoyed with it, but like me, I'm easy, like for the same reason why you some guys like shitty shows.
I
like
don't-
fucking-
I don't
Monster
think
Musume
this is
is a good
shitty.
show,
I-
alright?
Yes,
it
This
is.
is not an argument to have. I don't think it's shitty. I think that, like Digi was saying, this is very well directed. It's also
I haven't even gotten into
like
my point
like
yet, but-
Sandy was saying, it's very pretty. In fact,
Yeah.
the first thing I thought was, wow, someone's trying to be Makoto Shinkai up in here.
well, Makoto Shinkai's movies are not good.
Yeah, but
They
they're
suck.
pretty. They're pretty.
They're not pretty. The characters look like shit in his
The
movie.
background art.
The backgrounds,
God.
the backgrounds look great. The
That,
characters
no,
look
but
like shit.
that's what. So
and they don't animate at all. Anyway,
I'm enjoying
in-
it, but Digi, go.
How many
Digi
episodes
watch
did
one?
you watch?
of what Orange? We're talking about Makoto Shinkai
Yeah.
about looking shitty. This
We'll
show
get
looks
back
great.
to
This
fucking
show looks
Orange.
beautiful.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, but how many episodes?
I
for the
saw
people who are
exactly
against
one,
Orange?
exactly
I've seen
one.
I made it about 6 minutes into episode 2, and the reason I gave up, and don't get me wrong, I think this is a very well made show. It's just absolutely not for me, and the reason is
Yeah, same
that
thing. Same here.
I started watching it, and the very first thing like that is immediately evident is this is a melodrama, right? Like it hits
Yeah.
you right away with the like nostalgic, feelsy music. It's like it's got the narration, the like really that was the year when everything changed for me, like that kind
When
of
the
narration.
Fire Nation attacked,
It's got
yeah,
it's got that feeling like everything in every element of the show is pointing towards this is going to be a drama where where it's about this group of friends and what they're going to deal with, their interpersonal problems, their big dramatic things that happen to them. All of that's really evident, right? And then the show is like, all right, well, in order for you to care about these characters, let's show them hanging out. Let's establish their friendship. And the way it does that feels so completely unreal to me.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
it feels like a facsimile of the idea of here's what friendship is. Like they share all these quips, these little fast jabs back and forth. They're always like, haha, we're having fun. We're all friends. We're doing friend things. And it just like it doesn't sell me on the idea
they walked
of
home
high
together.
school friendship at all.
The first day that new kid was there, they walked home with him, and like he's gone for 2 weeks after that, and he's like, "Where's our best friend? Where did he go?
Oh,
our new best friend
there's-
is gone."
there's a-
My
We're
experience of
incomplete.
friendship is not 6 people smiling constantly
Yeah,
and hanging
yeah.
out and going like, yeah, we're all buying bread together. Which bread do you like? I like this bread.
I did like Bread
bread
Girl,
is
though.
cool.
She
And
was
I'm like,
cool.
what the fuck? I don't want to hang out with any of these people. Like, I have
but
no
they'd all
desire
get along
They
with
seem
each
like a bunch of
other.
normies, and I hate them.
Yeah, they're normies. That's the thing. That's why you don't like them, because they're normal people. And we all.
This is a very normie show to me.
And-
It's-
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
like,
I
agree.
I like
gotta
that.
eat this fucking cat
I
outside.
like that their friendship is like immediately apparent and very easy. Like it's easygoing and
It's inhuman, is what it is. It feels like fucking dolls.
it
up on
doesn't
stage.
feel like your experience of it, and that's like.
That's true.
And I mean, it's not a show for Digi. As Digi pointed out when he was watching it, he was like, Jeff will probably love this, and I do. I don't like it as much so far as, say, Anohana or other shows that in this vein. But it hasn't made me cry yet, even though it's tried to have that moment. By episode 3, it had that.
That's a bad sign.
It hasn't made me cry yet, which I mean, the thing is, Anohana didn't really get me crying until the very last episode.
You're like, I
and it
feel like you're
earned
looking at your watch like, it's not making me cry
Yeah,
yet, man.
these
I don't
fucking
know.
tears. I paid for tears,
where's the
goddammit.
fu-
So I would
I was promised tears.
I would say that in terms of writing out this emotional arc, right? Like, it's not as good as it could be. I think that, like, the conflict for her is interesting between, you know, doing what's in the letters and, you know, changing who she is, basically, to be somebody that her future self would regret less, is interesting. But I don't, because to an extent, the happiness, the overall happy tones that you guys are talking about, that these people are very happy and friendly with each other, and thus far there hasn't been much in the way of real conflict, except for in episode 3 when you find out why he was away from school for 2 weeks and what the implications of that were. And you kind of get mad at future Naho for not writing more specific things in that note. To just be like, no, really.
Yeah, see, all right, that's the problem. When you got time travel, you've got a person with literally all the knowledge in the world.
You gotta
and
specify.
if they don't tell exactly what to do to fix shit, it's like, well, what the fuck are we even here?
Yeah.
That's what the show is lacking. The show does not have enough science fiction. It's got too much drama. It needs a bit more.
You want your
more.
hard sci-fi, and I
don't even need hard, dude. I just need enough to be believable.
Right now, I'm enjoying the atmosphere and the characters enough that even though it's not hitting me, I'm not on the emotional roller coaster yet. I'm still enjoying it.
Well, all right.
You know, I'm just torn because I want main girl to get with the guy that's gonna die, but then she obviously doesn't get
Or
with him
does
and gets
she?
with the other guy, and so I'm torn because my ship.
I like her with the tall guy for what should be obvious reasons. I like that he gets the girl in the end.
Did anyone else? Hang on, I just want to say at the very end of the episode,
God, we're fucking 4.5 hours into this thing, man. We still got a lot of shows to talk about.
What about at the fucking end when he just says, like, by the way, I'm a better soccer player than that guy. That guy's cucking her from the past.
Yeah.
From the fucking past.
Yeah.
What is happening? Jesus Christ! Like, let the man have his wife, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's move on.
I think if your tastes generally align with Jeff, watch this show, because when I first saw this, all I thought was, this is a Jeff show and not a me show. It's the opposite of a me show.
It's a Sandy show.
Yeah, it's a Jeff.
Speaking of Sandy, would you like to tell us about Oz Mafia?
Oh, God.
Which apparently you have a lot more context into than we do.
Oh, sure.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I watched only the first episode of the short, and like honestly, it's doing that thing where like I guess they made it was like Oz Mafia in Japan was a big enough commercial success that they got a TV short for it, but the TV short has nothing to do with the game.
It's all of the characters from the
cute,
game in high
I guess,
school.
but yeah, basically, so it has nothing to do with the game. It's a completely different story, and it's whatever. Look, it's stupid. I'm gonna watch it anyway because I feel like I need to. But
It was
the game is
not
way better.
good.
Look, I don't need to. Yeah, I don't need to explain myself. I
understand.
I feel loyalty to
you
it.
know,
But the game is good.
Nate
Yeah.
is still
The game is
watching
good.
Final Fantasy Brotherhood 15,
You
and I'm
dumb
sure
fuck.
for similar reasons.
I'm a bad person.
Yeah, but
No, but I mean, like the game is great though. It is. I like the game a lot. I just
the only
the anime.
the
never-
only
I can understand that.
conversation
Watch
that
it
matters
anyway.
about this really, who's best guy? Sandy, who's best guy?
Well, me, obviously. Ha! Oh, yeah.
Well,
No, because he's
out
best.
of you guys,
Yeah,
me,
Sandy, yeah, that's
but-
clear. But who's best
is it
guy
is
in
it
Oz
the top
Mafia?
hat?
Like, to be honest, I can't say for sure because I have to play everyone's
that's-
group before I
Okay.
feel like I
Very
feel,
even-handed of you.
And I played yeah, like I like doing that to see because I mean like I feel different things. My feet gets wet on different occasions. Hello? No, I mean no, but like I have to try them all out before I know. And right now I've only played 3 routes, and I got 10. So I gotta.
There's
do
a lot of
rest.
Speaking
gonna
of chugging through the rest, let's try to chug through
Wait,
some
okay,
more
wait, let me
fucking
ask you a
shows.
question
We
about
are-
this. This might sound insane, but at the very end, like during the credits when there was that like sketch pad where the character was being drawn, is there like a weird like Princess Tutu Drosselmeyer thing going on where she's like controlling things from outside the universe of the thing? Is that a thing?
Why are you? No.
No,
That,
like,
okay,
it's
never
it's-
mind.
it's-
I
it's-
got that
what the
impression.
anime
I don't
is
know.
doing.
Shut up.
It's
Okay,
it's
all right.
God damn.
So-
I remember this beautiful time where I had a vision that because there were fewer shows this season,
and
we'd
fewer
get through
people
this
in the
fast.
call, and fewer people in the
Yeah.
call.
In fairness, I spent a lot of time talking about Berserk. So
You
that
did.
was, it was like 40 minutes.
I haven't talked that much compared
True.
That's
Our
why I
fourth-
wanted to
our
bring
fourth
Sandy
or fifth
out
person
to,
rarely gets the chance
to talk about how great Robin Hood is. I just want to know if you've seen Robin Hood yet.
Qualidea Code.
Wait, whoa, dude, you're skipping the best one, Puzzle
What?
and Dragons X.
Oh right,
Come
Did
on.
you actually watch that? I thought
I
that
watched
was a
it.
sequel, so I didn't watch
I watched a bit
Is
of
that-
that.
no.
It was okay.
It's like a
I-
series of children's franchises kind of
It's
thing,
the new
right?
Well,
Pokemon.
I mean,
it's the new
it's
Pokemon.
whoa.
There's
you guys,
a lot of new Pokemon.
It doesn't sound like you guys know it's an adaptation of the game Puzzle and Dragon, only
Oh,
which is a
that
mobile
game.
game, which I have played a bit of, and it was kind of cool
it's
to see
Bejeweled-
my Water Dragon man in an anime. I liked that. That was kind of cool. I don't play it anymore. Now I've upgraded to Kingdom Hearts Unchained, and have no use for this anymore. But you know what
It's
was
like
cool?
a kids show, right?
I actually, it's definitely a kid show. You can tell by the hair
Yeah.
of the main
Yeah,
character that it's a
that's
kid
what
show.
that's why I didn't watch it. I was like,
Yeah.
this is just
It's
the new
it's
kids
not
show.
worth it. But I did like that in the game they actually, for whatever reason, they actually have like the Bejeweled lineup 3 gem or lineup 5 gem for like a strong attack. That's a real mechanic in the show that they do. It was weird. But that's it. Not worth
All
watching.
right,
Don't
let's
do
talk
it.
about this shitty show called Qualidea Code.
Oh boy.
This is a waking
didn't
nightmare.
watch it.
This
Yeah.
is I watched this with
Yeah.
my little brothers in the room, and like I don't know. Okay, this is an original anime from A1 Pictures.
Whoa,
right?
really?
I have a reputation as someone who really despises A1 Pictures.
This is not going to help.
The trailers looked really bad, and I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to watch this. I'm probably going to hate it, and I'm probably going to make fun of it. But I expected more just because it's an original anime. Like, I
Yeah,
just
big
expected it to
mistake.
have some kind of concept that would be a reason to make an original show. No, this
Nah.
is the like, first of all, ugliest show of the season. I think we
That-
can all
Oh,
agree.
yeah.
Dude, that animation, just the one shot of her, what was she doing? She was like, go on. I'm trying to remember something. Go
I
on,
pointed out that one shot where they zoom in on the pre-rendered background, and literally
Yeah.
the pre-rendered background is only rendered to 720p. So when they zoom in, it's like this fuzzy ass fucking shot that I would get zooming in Premiere on something, which is a ratchet thing that I do on my channel sometimes because I can't
Yeah.
do anything different and I'm one guy. But this is a professional animation studio.
I just have a note about a falling animation that was like no movement at all, like a fucking sarcophagus falling from the sky. You know?
The perspectives on the backgrounds are wrong. It's just wrong.
The opening
Yeah,
scene of this
yeah.
show, it starts off on like an action scene, like it's like the world getting destroyed kind of thing. It's like aliens or whatever
Right,
are
right.
attacking, and they're fighting the people, and everyone's fucking dying. And like ordinarily in a show like this, that's an opportunity just to start off with a lot of energy, put some animation into it, and get you like, yeah, all right, cool, action. But it was like a flat line. Like the imagery was so boring. It was like all just like single color, not detailed backgrounds of all just red. A couple of these ugly kids who get like killed by aliens. It was horrible looking. And I was like, that's really how this show starts? Like with that and like terrible explosion sound effects. And then it cuts to like most of this episode is characters flying over water, which, as we've said, is a very easy way to animate a big fight scene because you don't have to draw any backgrounds. It's just over water, and perspective doesn't matter, and location of characters in relative to one another goes out the window. It's just a clusterfuck, and like the whole first half of the episode is like these characters having a boring conversation, mostly while just walking to this like meeting they're going to.
Walking. Walking and talking. Yeah.
Walking, okay? I pronounce my L's very strongly. I feel
I'm
strongly
glad
about
Sandy's
L's.
getting in on the giving Digi
No.
shit for his shit way of saying words.
I feel like this is a theme on every podcast.
I think Jeff is
Oh,
worse.
fuck off, Sandy. I'm
Definitely
exactly
worse.
at least I can pronounce segue. Digi.
To seg
No.
you into the next
Yeah.
You
one.
piece of garbage!
Digi can't.
So the characters just walk through this really boring, shitty looking environment. And then the only moment, there's one tiny pulse in this episode, which was when the main character just grabbed the girl and jumped off the building. Because he was like, we got to get there fast. And she was like, oh, let's go down the stairs. He's like, no, fuck that. You can fly. And she's like, but, and then he jumps. I thought that was funny. But then they have this huge, distended battle scene where all these characters are all, like, trying to look badass. And, like, the fighting looks so bad that it doesn't feel badass. There's, like, one girl who's standing on, like, a rock in the middle of the ocean. Like, all these fucking things are flying at her, and she's got 2 handguns, and she's just like pointing in every direction and shoot, like Gungrave, like when you hold down the button for too long and you just start shooting in every direction. I don't know if anybody's played Gungrave, but she's just shooting all over the place, and like the idea is supposed to be that she's like all flippant, like she's like, oh, I don't even care about what's happening, you know, I'm just shooting like without even aiming, I'm so cool. But like it just looks like shit, and it doesn't look cool.
It was all
it
shitty.
looks like it wants to be cool, and it's just utterly doesn't understand the concept of how to make something look cool. There's a part where like a girl like runs, like she's supposed to be like running fast to go like slash an enemy, and so she like runs towards the camera, but like the perspective is so fucked up, and they don't animate anything to convey speed. There's no like action lines, or her outline doesn't change. She's just like running, and it just looks stupid. It's so flat.
So much
bad.
garbage, man.
The perspective in the backgrounds is like actively wrong. They'll have like things
it's
not
amazing.
pointing towards the horizon line that should be pointing towards the horizon line. It's like a basic failure of art.
It's pretty incompetent.
Oh God, it like,
why is this an original show? Why did they feel the need to go through with this?
And I
because
love
they
that,
didn't have a light novel show for this season.
Yeah, they were like, okay, all right,
ran
let's
out.
just come up with something. We've got to make superpowers. Yes. Why is he fighting? Because he hates everyone. He's got a sister. Yeah. Oh, he's not gonna walk in on the sister. He's just gonna talk to her from outside while she's in the shower. We're really mixing it up this time, guys.
And his sister used to be his One-chan, but now she's his Emoto because he was woken up earlier from from his coma thing.
Yeah, they were cryogenically
You know what?
sleeping.
There was one little bit that I actually liked, just kind of like you did. There was one part I liked, and it's when the girl sister starts her singy song, and like this big aura spreads
forgot
over the
about
field.
that.
Like the
Jesus
song was good,
one
and I
thing-
thought that was cool, and everyone was like, "Whoa,
I
cool!
thought that
They're
song
doing
sucked.
something."
yeah,
and I
fuck you,
hated
it was
that
good.
The
scene.
one thing,
was good.
the one thing about this show that
The
I
music
did
was
like, I
terrible.
like the music. I like the music in
The-
this show.
there was
I
a
like that
song
song.
early on
The insert-
that was like a pretty good song.
Dude,
and
there was
the
like
rest of it
there was like a fucking bargain bin Technoloid song, like way before,
Teddy
or
Lloyd.
Teddy Lloyd, yeah.
It
was
just
shit.
sounded like a bunch of like shitty dubstep, like for a lot.
Yeah,
of it.
I heard the dubstep, man.
the insert
fuck?
songs were at least like not generic anime insert songs. They were different.
All right, well, we got to move on. Let's talk about Regalia, the Three Sacred Stars.
I didn't watch
also didn't
this.
care about this show.
I didn't watch
I
it.
watched it.
Nate, did you watch it?
I sure did.
Watch it? I didn't.
Tell us about it.
Hang on, let me look at this so I can remember what the fuck the show
All right,
is
I'll
about.
do it. Regalia,
Yeah,
the Three
please.
Sacred Stars is the,
Oh, yeah, this one.
it's lolly robot show basically. Like it's just a kind of terrible mecha show where it just happens to be like a bunch of moe girls piloting the robots.
Did you? This is the point where my only note is I didn't care enough to take notes. That's what happened with this one.
It's boring. What's weird about it is that like most of the crowd who's into mecha shows is the opposite crowd of who's into like cute girl moe shows. And so like blending these two worlds together felt really weird because I was watching it like I really wanted them to. It seems like there's a lot of like lesbian undertones and cute little girls, and I was like,
it's got
cool.
that.
I want to watch it for that. Like I was kind of hoping that it would be like that, but then there was cool mecha action, maybe more like Strike Witches, you know, something where there's action that's just kind of accentuating the cute girls narrative. But like it doesn't really like the girls aren't.
This is
like,
fairly grimdark with the fighting.
I really liked the character designs. I thought they were adorable, but then like they just kind of were bland characters who didn't really do anything.
You know,
and then
I
the story
agree.
kicks it seems like it's putting a lot of emphasis on the mecha story,
Yeah,
but that
yeah.
story is not at all interesting.
I gotta
It's like
say,
the
this
most
show
bland thing
started well
possible.
because I really liked. I don't know why. I've never been into like little girls, but seeing her like get on that step to like be high enough to like reach the sink so she could do stuff. I thought this girl is cute. I like her. I want her to succeed in her goals.
And she's an older girl who looks like a
and she's all like, oh, I'm the older
reason.
sister. Why doesn't anybody treat me like a respect I deserve? That was cute. I immediately liked her. But the rest of the show was pretty much garbage. Didn't care about any of it. But
it was just so boring.
The one thing I did like, and honestly might make me watch more, was just I thought that the for lack of a better word, transformation scenes when the mechs appeared were actually really cool. And like when the main girl summoned her mech, whatever the fuck it's called, it reminded me a lot of Anima from Final Fantasy X, who's like this weird fucked up demon in like chains, and she shatters them. And I was like, if the show is full of that would be cool. I want to see more mechs appear with crazy shit happening.
It's cool that they did mecha battles with actual 2D animation.
Yeah.
But the mechs, like the way they move and stuff, like doesn't have a lot of logic. But it's very super robot. It's like the one thing's like shooting a ball and chain at her, and she's like a super fast mech for no reason. She moves like fucking.
She does the kung fu moves, man. Yeah.
Like it could have been a transforming hero show, and it would have made no difference. So.
Yep.
I don't know. The whole overall impression I had was like, I don't really get it. Like, who is this for? Because like, who wants it sounds like something that would be for me, like cool mecha action and cute moe girls, but then neither aspect is like really put to the forefront in like an exciting way. It's just kind of boring. And I was like,
you know what else was weird?
Nobody.
Like the blonde girl felt very like B character. Like she wasn't really a star.
Feel
and
like a main character.
At the end of the episode, like she's God Emperor of mankind or something. What's happening? I had no idea what was happening when she walked out like as president. Whatever.
Well, that's
who cares?
enough about that show. I guess we're gonna touch on briefly Real Life.
Yeah, sure.
Which I didn't want to talk about too much because I already did a whole review of it because the whole show came out in one day.
Oh yeah,
best
that's right.
release ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They Netflixed
which is
it.
the best idea possible.
And
I
that's
really
why
liked
I
the
haven't
show.
watched it yet.
I thought it was great. I did my review. I've talked about it in my recommendations video, so if anyone else wants to talk about it.
Shit, dude, I didn't see you do a review.
Yeah. I did it on Digi After Dark.
Okay. I'll go watch that. But I thought it was good. My immediate thought was that this is like NHK, but with magic instead of like real shit, like the stuff I care about. But it was better than that.
It's not gonna be like NHK.
Well, I'm just saying it reminded me of that at first. It was.
See, this is why we can't talk about this show because it's all out. So like, if you're giving like a first impressions, it doesn't help anybody because we could just probably have seen the whole thing.
Yeah, if you're interested in Real Life, you've seen it. I haven't seen it yet, and I think it looks interesting, and I'll watch it at some point.
I'll have to watch your review because I'm skeptical of the quality of this. So
if you like.
I'm just saying I'm skeptical. I'm not saying it's bad.
If you like high school romantic comedies, this is a good one of those, and it also happens to be about an older guy dealing with his problems. I think you'll like this, Nate, because of the workplace stuff. Like what he's been through in the workplace is interesting.
I'm with you on that. I was afraid, and maybe this is totally not happening at all, that he's gonna like escape like the bed that he's dug himself into instead of like fixing it for real. As long as he doesn't do that. It's
definitely about him like emotionally dealing with.
Okay, that sounds like something I would like. That.
All right, next up is Rewrite. Did anybody watch?
Yeah.
All right, Sandy, tell us about Rewrite.
Holy poop. Okay. So it's by the same people who did Clannad and Angel Beats Key Animation.
They're not. The game was by them.
The game was by them.
The game was by them. Right. Yeah, it's not the
Studio
animation studio, but yeah, that's
something.
Studio 8-bit, who's
I'm
done
looking at it.
some of their stuff, but not most of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, that's not what matters to me, is that because I really like Key a lot, I had high hopes for this, and I've only watched the first episode. I like it so far, and I'm gonna most likely finish it all the way just because I really like whatever Key does. Like, they have some things that aren't as great, but they have things that are really great, like Angel Beats and Clannad. But so this one I feel like is going to be somewhere in the middle.
Can I quickly just come in and say this show gets the award for most impractical school uniforms of all time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Those fucking sleeves on the girls.
Those
uniforms.
Those dresses would take like 40 minutes to put on minimum, and you'd need two people helping with it.
They're very kawaii, but we're here for the kawaii.
That matters.
Have you ever played a visual novel before, guys? Because that's what they're always
that's what
like.
they do.
Of course I've played. Who the fuck do you think I am?
But okay, so oh god,
I'm saying it doesn't translate well to anime. That's what I'm saying.
This is another Romeo Tanaka thing, right? Like, this is another Romeo Tanaka thing that I believe he wrote the script for this show too.
Did he really?
I think he was involved in that, because it says on the Wikipedia that he was involved in making the show. So Romeo.
I see a lot of script writers who aren't him.
Yeah, he may have just.
Oh, it says he did series composition,
Yeah.
so
there you go.
as a
Okay.
lead writer.
Wait. Should someone give the summary about
It's about the.
That was
idea.
what we called on you for.
Yeah, that was your job, Sandy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't like being the one to summarize things. I'd rather just give my
Oh,
opinion.
okay.
Jeff, you can
Jeff,
go
you
ahead.
do it,
I didn't.
yeah.
I only watched like 6
Unless
minutes
it's some
of this show.
trashy shit. Then
Yeah,
this isn't
unless you can
trashy.
summarize it by being like, there's this guy that
Actually,
asked the girl
Nate,
out.
Nate, you watched the whole first episode, right?
This one I like skipped through. I just
Okay.
you know.
Okay,
Describe the plot. To me.
Okay, so there's.
And honestly, I actually don't know what this
Yeah,
Neither did I.
so-
time I watched.
That's
I-
another reason
that's
why.
why
None of
I
us
stopped
actually
watching.
watched it. That's the
So I
secret.
watched
Okay.
the first episode, which is an unfucking bearable hour long, and then I watched 5 minutes of the second episode and gave up. So I am.
I can't believe you were man enough to give it even a try. That's impressive.
Just to see the OP, because I have to see the OP for everything.
Yes. Okay.
At some point, but yeah. So rewrite. It's about this guy. He's like a normal high school student or something. And then all of a sudden, he's in the post-apocalypse and all of the buildings are destroyed and he's like walking around. And then he gets to this meadow and a girl with magic ribbons murders him. And then he wakes up and it was all a dream. And that's... and
Good start.
And then...
Good start.
Yeah, well, I don't know
I'm
what the plot
describing
is, I
this
really
minute
don't.
to minute because the plot has no structure, right? So he's like been cursed by this girl, like by this ghost girl. This ghost girl sneaks into his room every night and sucks on part of his body. Not a
yeah,
fun,
baby. That's what I'm
not
talking about.
Not a fun part. Not a fun part. She gives him hickeys, and he wakes up, and he knows that he's got a ghost because he's got hickeys. But during the day, he's not particularly concerned about that because instead, the show spends like 80% of its runtime introducing all of the different cute girls who he could potentially have a relationship with.
Yeah, like that little disciplinary eye patch lolly. She was cute.
In the visual novel, yeah. So there's like all of these different girls who have like unique character designs, including one who's got a completely different school uniform because she's a transfer student, and they
Change your fucking clothes.
a much more practical school uniform. Just by the way,
yeah.
So there's all these girls, and there's like. It spends its whole time introducing all of these girls, even though this guy's being haunted by a fucking ghost who murdered him in his dream, and who, as we find out at the end of the episode, is going to murder him in like 3 days if he doesn't have like paper shinigami to protect him. So he like has to talk to this witch girl at his high school who helps him out with that. But also he's got this childhood friend who clearly wants to fuck him, and he is helping out. And there's
Was she the one with the massive tits, or was that a different?
no,
show? I can't remember.
she's the one who was sleeping in the
All right,
middle
to
of the
get-
park
we-
after
we
he
got
woke
it.
up from his dream.
The show doesn't make any
It doesn't
sense.
make any sense.
All right,
it has no
whatever.
plot structure.
To just like I think that what's going on right now with visual novels, this seems to happen every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's always some visual novel that has like the characters and the general setting are like just generic bullshit, but then the story is told in some kind of really weird out there way, and people adore these things.
Yeah, it
If you
tricks
look at,
people into
like,
thinking it's good.
if you look at like the Fruit of Grisaia or Rewrite, or these are all like visual novels that were super hyped, that people are super excited about, and then they make an anime. And what inevitably happens is everybody goes, oh man, they're making an anime out of that game. And then every single time everyone watches the show and they go, oh, well, it's not that good. You should be playing the game because the anime can't capture the game because the game is told in such a complex way.
Then why
that
the
there's
fuck
no
are we
way they
even
can
making
make
Why
an
is it
an
an
anime
anime
in the first place?
I have to interject because I was reading the plot synopsis on ANN or on my anime list, and so I watched the entire first episode, and this wasn't established, but this is apparently part of the premise. The main character, Kotaro, has the superhuman ability to permanently rewrite any part of his body to multiply its strength or speed. And
What the fuck?
That's
See, they didn't
that's the
talk about
premise of the show, and they don't get to that in episode
What does
1
that even
because
mean?
it's so dense with characters.
Yeah, that's why I came up with a nickname for the show, Nigga Got a Ghost. That's. I also wrote a theme song based on that. Need good guy to ghost. Need good guy to ghost. Watch out. Need good guy
All right,
to
enough
ghost.
about re-rate. I couldn't
that's
make
it.
it 6 minutes into it. I was so confused. I was just like, I don't fucking care. As soon as he found the girl sleeping under the tree, I was annoyed because that's just such a visual novel thing.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
like, the girl's dumb and she's weird. I don't care.
He wakes up he wakes up from the dream where he's murdered, because his friend's
No,
mom.
we're trying to move on, Jeff. We're trying to move on.
I just
Let's
can't.
talk about
We haven't unpacked the fucking episode because there's so much going on,
Forget it, man.
and none of it matters.
Forget it.
Well,
It hurts.
wait.
I
oh.
liked that girl was attracted to coins. That was cool. Let's move on.
I did actually like
Sandy,
that.
did you have any points?
Well, I just wanted to say that, like, yeah, I think visual novels in general just kind of suck when they're turned into anime. The only one that I've ever seen where I was like, you know what, that's a really good way, and you might bash me for it, but I really like the way they went about Yosuga no Sora. I like that. That was a good
still
telling
haven't
of a
watched that
visual
show.
novel into an anime.
But I have watched
It's good.
scenes from that show many, many times. So.
Yeah, no, I've deconstructed this shit so many times because, like, I'm just like, I understand why a visual novel just doesn't do well as an anime. It's either because they rush it and then no one gets any screen
Yeah.
time, or they try too hard to introduce everyone and then everyone has too much
All I know
screen
is
time.
that-
But Yosuga no Sora did the thing where everyone gets an arc,
Yeah.
like 3 episodes, and it's great. It's great. You get enough time, you fall in love with each character, and you see some good scenes
Yeah,
of
some
sex.
really
So, like, you know.
amazingly well animated sex scenes that are better than most.
Oh
porn.
yeah, oh yeah, best.
all right.
It's such a good anime. But
Saiki
anyway, yeah.
Kuso no
Moving on.
Sainan. I always say nyan. Sainan.
Is that a short?
Saiki Kuso no Sainan.
No, but it was in a different category for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, it's right in the list for
Yeah,
me.
it says short. It says.
It's not short
we
though,
have
so
talked
I don't know
about
why it's there. Yeah,
Well, the
I
thing
thought
is
this was
that
weird.
it's a
Yeah.
weird way it's broadcast because from what I understand, first of all, there was like 13 specials that came out before this came out, and then they release it like as like a collected episode, but it's just a bunch of like web shorts, like collected or something like that. I don't know.
Huh.
I was researching this
Okay.
beforehand and it was confusing, but this is straight up just a Shonen Jump gag manga. It's the same kind of humor you'd get from like Gintama or something like that, but not nearly as good as Gintama, but it's definitely that, like just straight up. It's about a guy who's a psychic who has every psychic power imaginable. He's all powerful psychic.
And-
he can read minds, do teleport, do everything, and as a result, he hates everybody because he's had to hear everyone's thoughts forever, and just they all fucking suck to him.
Except for this one guy who's so stupid he can't read his mind. So this show was Psyche K was clearly made because Mob Psycho was coming out and getting hype. And
I was gonna say the comparisons are obvious.
I don't-
and
between
and
the
somebody
two.
was
Fact.
like, okay, so like this is getting hype. We got to pick this up. But I thought it was funny. I thought it was different.
Dude,
Yeah, I had a
don't
decent
beat
time
around.
with it.
This was straight up the funniest show of the season by
yeah,
far. I
yeah.
loved it. I loved this show. It was awesome.
That-
the joke when that fucking Chunibyo is like, okay, I'll fight the snake. What did he do? Thunder Judgmento, and
No,
then the
Dark
guy does
Judgment
the fucking
Thunder.
bolt for him,
Yeah.
and it makes him think that he has sword. I laughed.
That was so
like
funny.
the second best laugh of the entire season for me. It was amazing.
The best-
that particular joke didn't
Yeah.
really work.
The
for me
the
that
one
much.
the
Oh,
one
man,
that
it was. I loved it.
The one that hit me was the stuck-up girl who's like talking about, oh, I'm the prettiest girl in school, but I'm not just pretty, I'm nice. And like in
Yeah.
her mind, she's constantly looking down on everyone, so she's not
Right.
nice.
You know,
She's-
I
But
didn't
the funny
actually.
thing is that she's
yeah,
not
go on.
doing that maliciously.
No.
She really believes she's nice.
She's-
She thinks
That's
she's
true.
a great
That's
person.
true. She's
Yeah,
just deluded.
but
That's
but
funny about
the
it.
thing is, Psyche can read her mind, so he's just like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, and then she keeps like, because he's trying to ignore her, and she keeps trying to construct this like narrative in her mind of why she's why he'd be ignoring her, and then she's like, oh, he must really like me, and he must think I'm an illusion. He must fantasize about me all the
Yeah.
time and just see me. And then the thing is, he almost spots his friend, which would fuck that up. So he teleports away. And then she thinks that she was seeing him as an illusion. So she's like, oh my God, am I in love with him? And he's like, oh God, no.
You know, that joke didn't hit as hard for me, but this show was just like, it was really fast with the gags. It didn't waste my time. And for one episode at least, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Consistently funniest show of the season for me.
The joke that got me was when the parents are fighting and he's about to eat the piece of like flan and
coffee
it falls,
flan or whatever.
It falls and it's just like 4 frames of him falling next to it, and then he just slurps it up in midair.
Yeah.
And that killed me.
The guy can do anything,
it's
man.
funny. And I think it has potential to get even funnier because now that it's established all the characters, they can just do crazy stuff, and the show seems like it's willing to go pretty fucking weird.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's another one of those shows that's just like the guy with the thing, right? The guy in high school with the thing.
Did anybody watch Scar Red Rider Zex?
Nope.
Yes, I did.
Sandy, did you watch this one?
No. But I watched the next one.
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Nate, what I did not make it 6 minutes into Scar Red Rider Zex. I was immediately bored and annoyed.
Show with an X in the title other than Tales of Zestria, I just write off because X's always mean something shitty.
You know what? I got a note, made it 8 minutes in and dumped it. It was shit. Don't watch it.
You couldn't finish it.
I could not.
Nate
I thought I
claimed that he finished
it.
every show this. Every first
this was the
episode.
one. This is the one show that was not worth my time. Everything else was all right.
It's a mecha anime visual novel adaptation, I believe.
It's a visual novel. It's an otome game.
Yeah.
It's a visual novel otome game.
Can you please go back to what I said? Have you seen a show with an X in it that wasn't shit, please? Like,
Hunter x
scrolling through
Hunter,
this-
please.
Hunter x Hunter.
Okay.
All right.
But
Other than
anything
that,
else,
you're
like, I'm
right.
looking
Anything
through
with like
this
a Zerd or like an X
Sandy,
extreme.
do you want to talk about Servamp?
Yes.
Oh, good.
All right,
You
tell us
trash.
about Servamp.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh, look, I saw it on the list and I was like, this is gonna be trash. Like, look at those tags. Action, shoujo, vampire.
Josei, actually. It's a Josei.
It's a shoujo for me on this list. So.
Why don't you guys fight about it?
No, I don't care. Look, it's meant for females. That's it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so you can tell it's pretty boys, bunch of pretty boys. And so immediately while I'm watching it, so it's about this guy who he even says I'm just a normal guy, and I'm like, of course you are. He's just he doesn't like do it. He's normal, right? He's typical. And then he picks up this black cat somewhere along the lines, and it turns out this black cat is guess what?
A hot guy
vampire. And he
vampire.
finds out
A submissive
guy
vampire.
Also, you forgot this guy's backstory is he was adopted by an older male family member.
Oh, that's
and
right.
And he's
who taught him the ways of love,
He was
obviously,
also-
that he's going to spread to the world.
This what it is like I was about to drop the fuck
Yeah.
out of it because it was the scene where he comes home and like the character is like a person and he's just all like, oh, who are you, get out of my house, and then it turns into a super cool edgy with like hardcore music playing and like just exhibitioning how cool this vampire character is, and I'm just like, wow, this is so edge, I hate it, it's like DeviantArt, I'm out of here. But then the second he opens the window, he can't stand light, and the way he can't handle the light is he turns back into his cat form, and it's really cute. And then he's essentially just like a glorified, not even, like a really shitty vampire version of Elle is what he reminds me of. Because he's like, he has the bags under his eyes. He's just kind of laying there and he's like, oh, it's too much effort. Oh, I don't like anything. But you know what sells this show to me that I was like, all right, this is charming. But then I found out that my favorite voice actors are in this. This is Yuki Kaji. He's the voice of, what's the character in JoJo? Keiichiro?
Koichi.
What's his name?
Koichi.
Yeah.
Koichi
so-
fucks.
Yeah, but the thing is Yuki Kaji as vampire form does a really cool low voice that I couldn't tell, but when he's in cat form, he sounds like Yuki Kaji. He sounds like the way Koichi sounds. And then you also got Yoshitsugu Matsuoka, which is Soma, and he's one of the other vampires. And I'm like,
by the way, Soma is the guy who she's got an app where he whispers in your ear.
that is not true. Look, look, man.
Isn't that the voice of Kirito? Yoshitsugu Matsuoka?
Yeah, Yoshitsugu
Oh, my
Matsuoka,
favorite.
yeah.
It's funny because those are
so I
two
mean,
of my
like-
least favorite voice actors. Those two
That's
so
that's
good, though.
because
But
you're
I
not
mean,
a girl
like,
who wants to be turned on by voices.
I'm
Oh,
still-
yeah,
I
definitely.
don't know why.
Like, they're a part of the top 10 of, like, hotties, right?
Well,
that are
I
always
haven't
go.
really heard
Fujoshi
them
shows.
in Fujoshi shows. I mostly know them as playing a lot of harem leads, and I hate them from those. Yuki Kaji was like
Yeah.
the voice of boring guys in like the late or like early 2010s.
Nah, man, like they really. Well, I think Yuki Kaji found a good niche, but like he's like just voice acting wise, I don't know if I should be disappointed in them for being in such a trashy show,
Nah.
or like actually be proud of them for being like, wow, you're adventurous, you're in a trashy
Yeah,
show.
why not?
But like I am my interest is very piqued solely because of the voice acting, and also because I think it's kind of cute. Because I think it's gonna be slightly homo, but not homo.
It's
like
gonna
hashtag
be.
no
It's
homo,
they've
but...
got an odd couple set up right from the start, which is that this guy's
Yeah,
got
but I mean,
his
you know,
Pokemon boyfriend.
You know,
And he needs
It
to suck
reminds
his
me
blood.
of
He needs to suck his
Pokemon
blood. That's an
Yeah,
in,
it
man.
sounds
That's
like
an
it.
in.
You know what? It really, the thing I thought of while watching it was Seikon no Quasar, but with guys
Yeah.
and no
Yeah.
girls, right?
Yep.
So like he has to suck his blood, and it's gonna get all sexual, and he
well,
needs it
I'm
for
glad
energy,
you mentioned
and,
Quasar because the funny thing about this show is I really enjoyed it, and
I did too.
Oh,
I
really?
completely expected to totally hate it, like, because I had the same impression you did. It's a bunch of pretty
funny.
boys, and like I saw the trailer for this, and the trailer is like nothing but character art. It was just like still
Right.
pictures of a bunch of beautiful men,
Yeah.
and I was like, all right, and then I start watching it, and first of all, I love the character designs in this show.
They're great.
For a reason that everyone's gonna know immediately, because I am a huge fan of dark circles under the eyes of characters. It's like totally my aesthetic. So I love the designs. I love that I was sold on the main character guy almost immediately, because his whole thing is that he just does everything that no one else will do.
Yeah.
Like whenever a task
Yeah, I
needs
like
to
him.
get done,
I like that.
everyone's like, I don't want to do it. And he's like, fuck it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, so he does all this shit, and so he's like a master of like, you know, cooking and cleaning and all this other shit, which is great. I am any guy who does like all that girly shit is my guy waifu.
Yeah.
I will totally go.
Your
skate
guy
It's a
with
lot
one of
better
these.
than
Your
the guy who's
gaifu.
like the laser.
Gaifu.
Yeah, my guy.
Good
I
one.
love this guy because he's just like he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do all this shit because y'all are just gonna pass the buck. Fuck that. The buck stops here. I get shit done. And you know he figured this out because like his uncle told him, you know, society pushes forward because someone does it.
He reminds
You know,
me a little bit of
someone has to
Emiya
get it done.
Shiro, you know?
Yeah, but
Emiya
like a
Shiro,
not
yeah.
retarded version of.
He's a
Emiya
little bit
Shiro.
retarded, but not that retarded.
But he's cool, and I like him. And the vampire is just a lazy hikikomori guy, and I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty fun. And
Which is
he
fitting
turns
for a
into an
cat.
adorable cat. I like the whole like master servant relationship thing because it would be so easy to make it sexual, and they didn't. Where like this is a
Yes.
show where it's like, well, they obviously are. This is obviously made so that girls can, you know,
Ship
project all
them,
this stuff
yeah.
onto it. You can say
Oh,
they're gay,
totally.
but the show itself doesn't actually go for any of that. It just wants to tell this story that just happens to have all these elements that could easily be turned into something else.
And
But the show doesn't even really play them up that much.
The
It
characters-
doesn't play up the ho yay or anything like that.
The character.
I think that's what makes.
Yeah,
sorry,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna say the characters are really fun and have good chemistry, and the fights play
Yeah.
like something that you'd see in a shonen anime. Like,
I feel like
Yeah.
I saw a different
Yeah.
show from you guys. This was garbage through and through. Nothing of interest happened. I hated every second of it.
Well, I liked what I
Like
liked
that
about
when
it
that
is
guy
that,
showed up at the end, it was like, oh my god, this is the worst character I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I
I-
loved it because it was so edgy, but in
Yeah,
a way that
yeah.
I love edge when it's like smirking.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love like when something is over the top violent, but it's not to be like what like you know, oh man, we're all so serious and violence is happening. When it's just like goofy and like, you know, hey, if someone's gonna get hit, why not make a fountain of blood come out, you know? And
I
like
guess.
that's kind of the way it is. It's because it's very violent. I love blood. I love violence. I love vampires. You know, usually I like my vampires to be little girls, but in this case, I'm fine. I'm
course.
starting to realize maybe I just like vampires in general, as long as they look cool. You know, dark circles is always a huge plus for any character design. And even though I thought that the guy who they fought was extremely obnoxious,
Yeah.
I loved his
Yeah.
design.
He was-
and I loved that he looked like a Guilty Gear or a BlazBlue character.
yeah, that
Like he looked
he
like
did,
some
I
dude.
suppose.
I
like
could
a
see
shit
this
one.
being the setup of like a good fighting game, right? Like you got like
Right, yeah. It feels like a fighting game in a lot of ways.
I feel like it's a setup for a Mario Kart Double Dash sequel.
That's a good point, actually.
Like I really like shows like this where, like you were saying, is that like you think it would be like a low hanging fruit, but then it isn't,
Right.
and so because then it doesn't make it that easy. Like for me, I think my favorite way to ship guys, because I'm not into yaoi, is when they're totally straight and maybe they have a little moment, but not really because they're totally straight. So then that's me just playing upon my fantasies to be trash. Like that's fun for me. Whereas if they're just blatantly gay, then I'm just like, oh, this is fun.
It's
I
like
gotta say-
it's the equivalent of like a girl in a really hot dress is hotter than a girl who's just like naked, you know?
I
Leave
agree.
something to the
That is
Yeah,
very
exactly,
debatable,
exactly.
and that depends on the girl. But
Nah.
I think that this show,
Sundresses are better
I-
than naked, just straight up.
I
Sundress
definitely
beats
felt
naked.
this show, like this show's not like amazing. It's not deep or anything. It's definitely pretty, straightforward and a little trashy.
But it's fun.
But like it seems very self-aware about that, and I was kind of sold by the OP. Because the OP is exactly that.
That was
Yeah.
so
It's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a
It was
super
so
trash.
stupid.
I adore
It was garbage.
Japanese metalcore music.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh my god! No, I was taken aback. Like I was eating, my spoon fell out of my hand, and I was like, "What the?"
I
I'm a
literally
huge-
have these words
Like-
written. The opening was next level garbage. I
Yeah.
have that
I,
written down
I
in my
loved it.
notes.
I'm a huge fan of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and like bands like that and like Hysterical Panic and like all these like because and this song's not like amazing. It's not it's nowhere near a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas song, but like something about Japanese like nu metal and metalcore music is like it fully embraces how cheesy the genre is and then like pushes it to
Yeah.
another level where they throw in like all these high-pitched keyboards and vocoders and stuff and like it's like Fear and Loathing is fucking awesome. This band did it
So
okay
it's basically
job.
what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Like where it's like it's so bad that we like it.
Right.
Like it's just like
but
that
but
opening
but it
was
knows it's
god-awful,
bad.
But I
Like
liked
it's
it.
fully
Yeah, like, I
embracing
had fun.
this is fun, stupid music that you're supposed to mosh to, and I would. I love mosh music. I love just going in and destroying shit as long as it's self-aware, which whenever it's like
Yeah.
like beat down music and stuff where they're just like a bunch of guys like actually angry, that's not fun to me. But when it's like aggressive music, but it's like a bunch of dudes who are dressed like fucking a candy store, like that's hilarious and a ton of fun to
Yeah.
watch.
Exactly.
That's how I felt about this show overall.
Because it feels like satire.
Yeah.
I like satire.
All right, the next one is Taboo Tattoo. So who wants to talk about that?
You knew about the manga, so I guess you should talk about it because
I didn't finish the first episode. So
There's a
and I-
manga, huh?
I want to take the
well-
next one. So
the thing about Taboo Tattoo with my history with it was that the first chapter of the manga came out like 5 years ago, and I read it at a time when I was like shotgunning a bunch of like chapter ones of different manga. And what was impressive to me about it was that it had this really great fight scene in the middle in this warehouse where just it was really cohesively drawn. Like for a manga fight, it had like a sense of kinetic energy to it that you could follow, and it was like really cool. And it was really well drawn. So when they made the anime out of it, I was like, oh, I really hope that they capture that element of like great fight scenes, like just go all out on the fights. And I will say that one fight in that warehouse was pretty well done. It had it was almost like shot for shot the same thing as the manga, but
That's good.
They used like the 3D rendered backgrounds and camera movement, and I thought they did a good job of making the spatial awareness was always on point. I understood where the characters were in relationship to one another, and some of the choreography was okay, but there's just not enough like great animation to sell it. Like it doesn't feel punchy and impactful and memorable. It's just like an okay fight scene, and then the rest of the episode, the animation is just garbage. Like the aesthetic of this show is hideous, and it's because I believe it's JC staff, and I believe it's
Yeah, this looked
using
just like Fate Zero. This looked exactly the same to me.
I don't know where you're getting that.
Did
this
anyone
is-
else? I mean, the character designs looked just like those characters.
in terms
The face,
of color,
right?
color palette, maybe yeah. I'd say
Fate Zero looks great though.
This
This
looks
show,
ugly.
I think what they were going for is they used kind of the same techniques they did on Prison School, And in Prison School, the idea was that the manga was like super detailed and well shaded and everything. And so they came up with this like kind of weird looking technique for the anime that was hit or miss. But in Prison School, it was really important that the show looked straight faced, because the comedy of Prison School is that everything looks serious and the characters take it seriously, even though the situations are stupid. And in this show, they use that aesthetic because it's like a dark kind of like, it's kind of going for a dark, edgy feel. But then it constantly goes into like these wacky comedy scenes, and the aesthetic does not translate for those scenes at all. Like it'll be everything's all dark and serious looking, and then all of a sudden it's like a totally different look, this like wacky cartoony, and like the music gets all like pop, like it'll be like a throbbing techno beat over some serious faces of characters in this dark city, and then all of a sudden, oh, you forgot your lunch, and like everyone turns into
case in point
like,
is that childhood friend with her gigantic tits. This is the one I was thinking of. Holy shit, those were massive.
The show is constantly bouncing between these two incongruent tones. It looks terrible, and like the backgrounds are all like these shitty pre-rendered backgrounds that when a character's running by, it doesn't look like they're in the same show.
The compositing is bad. The compositing is
bad compositing,
almost as bad as Quality Code.
Yeah, it just feels like shit, and like the characters feel very generic. I felt no life in this show at all, and I did not make it halfway through. So I don't know what the plot is at all.
It's super clear that this show got the short end of the stick from JC staff. Like, just straight
compared to
up.
Amanchu, for sure.
Yeah. Just like, they didn't give a fuck, right? Like, they had a good show and an okay show. Like they're making like 4 shows this season. Actually, they've got Manchu.
They always are. They're very active.
Shokugeki no Soma, Psyche, and this. And
they're doing Psyche Kuso. I didn't even know.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're doing that with Egg
that probably
Firm.
cost them nothing.
Yeah, probably.
They probably animate that in an afternoon.
Yeah.
Dude, this had some of the dumbest ideas I've ever seen. So right off the bat, our main character is just a guy who loves to fight people who are beating up people in the subway. Oh, and this guy gives him a literal superpower. He just gives him a thing. It goes into his hand. Oh, thanks for that. Now I've got God powers. God, and like, I'm fascinated. Whenever there's a thing, it's like the trashiest thing imaginable to me, that like the plot is these American items are like, this is so bizarre to think that like anyone could think that this would make sense. Like, oh, there's this American company that makes magic tattoo rocks, and you put them on, and you know what it reminded me of in this movie Shaolin Soccer, and you see this all over the place. There was this big like thing of these American drugs that made their soccer players the strongest soccer players. They were all like the Hulk out on the field. That movie fucking rules. That's like my favorite movie ever.
Right.
But it's so like goofy to me that they would think that that's enough of an excuse. And like later on, we meet like the girl and her partner guy, and she's like, he says like, oh, lieutenant, blah blah blah, and I'm like, wait, are these people like military? Like, there's no way they're like in the fucking army or something. And they're like the tattoo retrieval division of the United States fucking army.
Did you get to episode 2?
No, I did not.
Her name.
I can't believe you did.
Is Izzy. Her name is Izzy.
No. Her
is
name
that?
is not Izzy. That's her.
No?
That's the fake name that she gives them. Her name is one of those Japanese names that they give to Americans.
Oh, good.
Her name
what is it?
Is Bluesy Floozy.
What? What? Oh my god, that's the greatest name I've ever heard in my life.
And that's why I was
Floozy?
enjoying this show, because it's so fucking
Oh my
dumb.
god.
Bluesy Floozy.
All right.
Like, she shows up in class, she's like, hi, my name is Bluesy Floozy. I'm like, wow, that couldn't be a more obvious fake name if you tried. And then it's like, you are, and like there's a serious
Holy
fight
shit.
scene where it's like, you're, Lieutenant Corporal of the U.S. Army, Bluesy Floozy, you motherfucker, you're gonna die!
Oh my, I thought it was weird when I heard the name Izzy, because, I mean, that is a real name, but I was like, man, that's weird to hear. Outside of Digimon, that's weird to hear in a fucking anime.
No, that's her
and
nickname.
Now her
right, we
real
gotta move on
name
for this.
is
We've only
Bluesy
got
Floozy.
Bluesy Floozy.
4 shows left, and we're 5 hours in.
Okay,
move
I
on.
want to talk about...
Tales of Zestiria X. Jeff, you said you want to talk about it?
So
Go
I,
right ahead.
like
I
me,
gotta go to the
some
bathroom.
Tales of games. And Tales of Zestiria is like a mixed bag for me because the story concept and characters were really good, but I felt like they weren't executed on well enough in the game. And the show by UFO Table gives the opportunity for that to happen. So the premise of this show is that the world is falling into despair slowly. Malevolence in this world, like the feeling of malevolence, is a real force that corrupts people and turns them into monsters and corrupts the land. So like the world is attuned to the emotions of people. And like spirits move through the world and can also be affected by this. There are the seraphim, which is all of these spirits that nobody can see. And there's this whole mythology built around them. And whenever malevolence comes to a boiling point in this world, a person called the shepherd steps forward, and basically he's Jesus, he's the savior, he saves the whole world and unites the world of the seraphim with the humans until the next time in the cycle. So it's like this really epic myth, and it's about these really likable characters. You've got Soray, who is this human who grew up with seraphim and is one of the only people who can see seraphim, and then...
Wait, did everyone go to the bathroom again?
I think so, yeah. No, just Digi.
I just heard Nate's door opening and closing. So.
Yeah, I had to go.
So it was you
myself.
guys. You always leave when I. So
It's just because it was the Tales thing.
Yeah.
And I don't have much to say about this.
Yes.
I love Tales, but I never played this game or watched the anime yet. But it's UFO Table, so it
looks like a
gorgeous.
movie.
Looks pretty good.
It looks movie quality.
It's so beautiful.
I completely disagree with that.
There's.
I do not think it looks movie quality.
In a lot of places, it
Maybe
does.
modern anime movies
Modern
where they
anime
don't really live up to the old ones.
It looks
at
like
all.
an UFO Table movie.
Like a Nanoha movie, maybe.
UFO Table. But anyway, it looks pretty. It looks really pretty. It looks prettier than what you would expect from a TV show. So this takes the characters that I really liked from those games and tightens up the story so far to make it more engaging. I don't know how they're going to get through the whole story of the game in 12 episodes at the pace that they're going, so it's probably just the first season, and then they're going to do more. Hopefully. I hope they do, because it's...
Please don't tie up UFO
So
Table with
it's
this
just a
show
retelling
forever.
of the game.
I know, right? Just
What
play the
happened to
fucking
UFO
game,
Table
dude.
shows for me?
Sandy, yeah.
Jeff. And so is it just a retelling of the game? So like if you either chose
Yes, it is mostly just a retelling of the game. They've expanded on some stuff, cut other stuff, and there's a prequel. So even if you want to play the game, there's episode 0 of this show is a prequel that establishes stuff going into the game that enriches that experience.
So then you don't have to play the game if you just
No,
wanted to watch
you
the
can do
anime.
one or the other. And either would be
Okay, great.
enjoyable. Now, the thing that makes this really interesting,
Well,
or
enjoyable in air quotes.
the thing that makes Tales of Zestiria interesting compared to other Tales series, and what I'm really looking forward to as this show goes on, is that like in a lot of JRPGs, your character is quote unquote the savior, and they're special, but nobody really treats them like that. They go through the same plot beats, and they've got to fight other humans because petty squabbles or whatever. In this, your character's like magic, sort of totemic Jesus, right? Like it's got a bit of a Native American inspiration to its art design and stuff, and there's
hence the feathers in his ears.
Yeah, there's
and
lots
shit,
of
yeah.
totemism going into the design of like animistic religion. There's a lot of really good stuff going into the design of this world, but the thing is that this guy is basically Jesus, and in the game, he is exponentially more powerful than any other human who doesn't have a contract with Seraphim like he does. So there are bits in the game where, like in every other Tales of game, the corrupt ruler of the city tries to take him on to like fuck with him. But the thing is, you go into those and you're fucking wiping out every enemy in those scenes like it's Dynasty Warriors. Like one hit kills on tens of enemies at once. It's
Jeff, I don't mean to speed you along, but that's the game. I'm sure is a lovely game, but
like it really sells how powerful this character is, but it also throws him up against threats that are dangerous. So it's different from your typical Tales of story, and I'm excited to see the show play out. Does anybody else have opinions on it? I just wanted to...
I just thought that I only watched episode 0 and just scanned through episode 1 a little bit. I didn't feel it was a particularly riveting story. I mean, maybe it's because I watched episode 0. It didn't, and it just didn't do it for me. But that's all I got to say.
Episode 0 is like a collection of OVA stories that are not very well spaced together and not very well paced out. Like, that should probably have been longer because there's clearly stuff cut. Like, you watch that, the pacing in that is really weird. Episode 1 onward is much better paced and just much better in general.
Okay.
Well, I made it 3 minutes into episode 0 and got bored to tears, and then I made it 5 minutes into episode 1 and I also got bored to tears. I thought it was complete. I did not give a single fuck about what was happening. I don't appreciate the aesthetic at all. It just...
Who's saying this?
Me.
Did you saying this shit?
God damn.
I was not... Because the thing is that I'm not into this like modern UFO table aesthetic that much. That like I know people really put this on a pedestal, and at the moments when there is animation, then it is definitely impressive in these shows. But like, I just so much of it is like, here's a super detailed background of just like whatever, and some character who doesn't really look like they're quite on the background because inevitably the backgrounds have like so much lighting effects on them that like it's impossible for the characters to quite look like they're there. And most of the episode she was just like walking around, and it was real boring.
Once
she gets, like,
I
attacked
just
by
think
a
this sort of thing is really best
and...
contained. I played Tales of Symphonia, and I know there's an anime of that, but I don't really think that would make a very good anime. Honestly, the story is not the strongest in that game, in my humble opinion. I just think like the fact that it's a game really allows me to apologize for the shittier
was, like,
story.
Stumbling around a temple, and
yeah.
There was like all these CG
stuff
bugs were attacking her.
That was stuff that they added for the anime. Once like you quit probably right before it actually. Well, she went into there's a big city and all these people were there and this person ran in and they were like, "This girl's here," and they started talking back and forth, and I was like, I don't care about any of this shit. Like, just give me any reason to care about this girl before you tell me anything about this world, because I don't care about this world inherently. I don't find it interesting to look at. Episode 0, I think, is just there for people who played the game so that they have something extra to enjoy.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about episode 1, but
no, episode 1 doesn't start with that. Episode 1 starts with her.
Well, I'm talking about after when she leaves the temple, then it cuts to like this town, and there's like all these people around, and then
that's like her backstory. Yeah, there's like a little flashback. Yeah, it's.
I don't know. I was just really bored. I have little interest in the game
Agreed.
either. My brother played it, who's played most of the Tales of games. He played like 10 hours and got totally bored and thought it was shitty. So
let's not shit on something that Jeff loves.
It's poorly paced. I will give you that. It is poorly paced, and I stopped playing the game, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they tighten up the story. And the one thing that I will say that this show definitely does worse than the game is the opening's not as good, because the opening of the game is really good.
The opening was way weaker. It sounded like a B-side of the opening of the game.
You've heard the opening of the game. That's some hard rock.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Sandy, you had something to say about you were saying
the show.
You were making noises like you had something to say about Tales of.
Oh no. Well, I mean, like, I'm amused, but I agree with you, and I dislike Digi.
Even though you haven't seen the show yet.
Digi. Wait, but I agree. Well, no, I don't agree, but I've heard a similar opinion from my animator friends who do stuff for Riot, for League of Legends, and they don't like UFO table stuff either because they broke it down to me, and they said that there's so many effects in the show, or like let's use Fate Stay Night as an example. There's so many effects that there's no real actual animation, so that's how they get by. Yeah. And they just put all these lighting effects that they're not actually animating.
The thing about UFO table is that there was a time where they were one of my favorite studios, and their style was entirely the opposite of what it is now.
Jump.
Where back in the day, it was all these really bright, colorful, weird, insane original shows. All of them were original. They were all totally out there, and they were all a lot of fun and had tons of heart and were like nothing else on TV. And then they did the Kare no Kyokai movies, which I love, and then
Fate
Zero.
Zero,
which I also
Yeah.
really enjoyed, though I don't really care for the aesthetic of that show too much. And then ever since then, every show has just been, I've just been bored with it, and I'm just sick of. I want back the UFO table that made weird, colorful, fun stuff.
so-
and they did make the movie Majiko Shimai Yo-Yo to Nene, but that movie
In
wasn't
that
good,
case,
so.
in that case, you might want to watch the Tales of Symphonia OVA collection, because that's
Yeah, I
something that
probably
they
will at some
made
point.
before they made this transition over from
Right.
car.
Well, they also they do a lot of video game cutscenes. They did a lot of cutscenes from a lot of the Tales of games.
They did
and
the
they've done lots
opening
stuff
of.
for other
They
games
do
and
the
shit.
openings for all
Yeah.
the Tales of games these days.
Right.
Yeah, I figured
mean,
it'd be those guys.
It was
I
not
like it. Look, I like it a lot. I understand where you're coming
Right.
from though, because now they're going with like, oh, look how flashy and look at all this technology we have. We don't need to animate when we can have bright lights.
And I'm
lens
annoyed
flares all
by
up in your face.
the meme that it's unlimited budget works for UFO table. Like everyone thinks that the shows
Yeah.
are like the best looking shows on television. And I'm like, they have amazing digital effects work, but I don't think that necessarily means that it's the best looking show.
What-
Although there are scenes in Fate Stay Night that are mind blowing.
When the
like
characters
that
are moving.
fucking fight scene.
Ugh.
The fight scene between Archer and Lancer in episode 0 was like unbelievable how good that animation was. But like nonetheless, overall, a lot of it's just characters standing around in really pretty backgrounds, you know. Anyway, moving on. The next show is not listed on my anime list, but we're gonna talk about it. For anyone who's seen it, Thunderbolt Fantasy.
I did not see that one.
I watched that.
Oh, you
one.
didn't?
Shit.
Sandy, did you see it?
I feel cheated.
Oh.
Thunderbolt Fantasy is a puppet show.
What the
and
fuck?
it is awesome. It's basically
The Japanese
Okay.
take on Thunderbirds. Yeah.
well, it's a show where there's a bunch of these like really exquisite looking dolls, essentially, that are it's like
how the show was created is Gen Urobuchi took a
Yeah.
trip to China and saw
I was gonna explain this
Chinese
after I
puppet
explain
shows.
what the show is.
yeah, and he's like,
Well,
I
it's
want to do
Taiwan,
something
actually.
with that. To
It's-
Taiwan, yeah.
It's a Taiwanese. Gen Urobuchi was at a convention in Taiwan, and he saw like a booth for these guys doing this like crazy. It's like puppeteering with these like. Because they don't really look like puppets, is why I'm struggling so hard to describe this. They look like dolls. It looks like stop motion animation with dolls, except that it's puppets. They're like hand puppets or whatever. But he like saw this exhibition these guys were doing and thought it was so cool that he decided to write a show about it.
Awesome.
For anyone who doesn't know, Gen Urobuchi, most popular anime writer who did Madoka Magica and Psychopaths and a bunch of other shit. Very high profile guy. He decides to just write a show about these puppets, and they were like, hey, we think your shows are cool, sure, we'll do it. And so yeah, it's like this crazy original story that's like set in like an Eastern fantasy world where like most of the first episode was just like fighting. It was just puppets fighting, like with like way over the top like sword skills and like special effects and stuff. And it's really violent, like any Gen Urobuchi thing. Like characters are getting their fucking heads chopped off and shit with like blood splatters of puppets. It looks awesome.
Yeah, like they do like a lot of like Power Rangers effects on everything. It's called Pili puppetry, by the way, or Pili.
There's a mixture of like real effects and digital effects that are both going on, and a fucking Hiroyuki Sawano soundtrack. So like crazy epic music. That's the guy who did Kabaneri, Attack on Titan, Kill La Kill. The soundtracks for all those. So it's in the style you know him by. It's that kind of music against puppets. And like the plot is like, because when you look at these puppets, the way they're designed, they're very ornate, and it's like this very like classical fantasy story of like these warring kingdoms and like a demon lord versus the good guys kind of thing. But I don't know. I had a ton of fun with it. I was like, I need to see more of this. I need to know where this is going because it's such an interesting concept alone. And I love Gen Urobuchi, so like even if it's not his strongest story, I feel like there's got to be some meat to it, you know. And there was some pretty decent dialogue in the first episode, aside from like the most of it being fights.
It's also drawing on like Taiwanese mythology, right? So it's
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about it.
So it's
But,
like it, because I mean it's got Taiwanese characters and stuff, and there's a lot of, I mean it starts with a Buddha parable, so it's like very much Eastern fantasy.
Right. Yeah.
And it's enjoyable as heck. Like it's got that good mix of like good action, pretty interesting mythology, and then just cackling supervillains, right? Like the main villain comes across like Rita Repulsa.
It feels strangely appropriate that it is a puppet show.
Yeah.
Like, and the action scenes, I think the fact that it's puppets enhances how cool they are by like a lot. Like, they're not amazingly choreographed and directed, but when you're just seeing like puppets flipping through the air and doing ninja shit and like cutting each other's heads off in like incredibly violent displays of gore, it's like, this is fucking great.
You know what
it's definitely a spectacle.
You know what my favorite thing about the action is? When they do like running scenes, or like where they're like running on water, or they're doing like kicking through the air, and it's like they only show the legs because it's obvious that they've got like a guy's hands inside of a leg prop, like doing that, right? Because that's the only way that they could make that work. But the fact that that's basically how Chinese action cinema is cut anyway. Like whenever a character does a kick, they just show their legs because they're suspending them from wires.
It felt very Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to me.
Yes.
Like, it's very wire fu,
that's cool.
Like kung fu movie type of thing, or like Hero or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I had a good time with it. I have no idea if it'll be like great in the long run, but the concept is so interesting, and it presents itself with so much hype. Like with the fucking Sawano soundtrack, like just blaring on all cylinders. I'm like, all right, I gotta see this.
It's different.
Yeah, it sounds like something I need to go see.
It's different enough from other anime that like even if you're not super into the story, I think you'll enjoy it just for the aesthetic.
Yeah. Or you'll be horrified with the aesthetic and have no desire to look at it. All right, moving on to the next one is Time Travel Shoujo. Who wants to talk about this one?
I'll talk about it because this show was kind of fascinating to me. So this is clearly a show for kids because it's kind of I think it's kind of an educational show about science history.
It's based on like a series of edutainment books.
Oh, is that so?
By like
okay.
a teacher. It's very like Magic Treehouse or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the feel.
So it feels pretty much exactly like a PBS cartoon special from the 90s, or like one of those Bible adventure
but one that's for
stories.
like preteens. Like it's not like childish. The designs and everything give the sense, and like it has like a little bit of stakes to it, and like some.
Oh yeah, dude! Like that time that the dude got a baseball in the chest and had a fucking heart attack. What the fuck was that? What was that?
That guy clearly has a heart murmur and probably should not be playing sports.
Like either that baseball broke every rib and like hit his heart and fucking fucked him up, or I don't know, man. He's not gonna last in the real world. Anyway. The show was trash if you're an adult. If you want, I don't know, if you got a little kid and you want to teach him about science and shit, I had to skip through it. I got super bored.
Well, the idea of this show is that a main character girl is kind of dumb, but she's a daughter of like her dad's a famous scientist and her mom is a cook. And there's a lot of like parallels between like cooking and science. She's someone who loves to experiment with cooking and try to find solutions because her dad is always preaching to her about how cool science is. And so she thinks science is rad, but she has no understanding of it because she's an idiot. So
which is really good, because if she wasn't an idiot when she went back in time, she would fuck up everything.
Consequences.
Right. That's basically how they close the time loop in this show, is that the idea of it is that she goes back in time because of this necklace thing she has, and she encounters all these famous inventors, real-world famous inventors, who, in the case of this show, apparently all of whom worked with magnetism. So, like, the theme is that it's inventors who worked with magnetism in some ways, and each of them is like trying to make their big invention.
And she meets them
because she
meets them all on the cusp of their discoveries. Is I think
and she is so stupid that she can't just give them the answers, because even though she knows that in her time that these things are already understood, she herself does not know why these things happen, and therefore it does not ruin the time loop. But she's also trying to find her father because he's been disappeared for like 3 years. And
into time.
Yeah, this show
Yep.
felt very like old school to me in the way that the characters presented, because she's like a style of like dumb like Genki girl protagonist who was like common to original anime from like the late 2000s or I mean, early 2000s and late 90s.
This
And,
show should
like,
be on the Fox box or some shit, you know?
Yeah,
No,
it looks weirdly old. Like the character
Yeah,
designs
it does.
look like they're from the early 2000s. And it's got that like weird, like I said, it's like for preteens, so it doesn't quite feel like a kids show, but then it obviously also is not for adults because it's like
Yeah.
blatantly edutainment. And I don't know, I had a pretty good time with it. I don't see making it far in though.
I like the little end science lesson she did, kind of like Gunbusters end episode. Well, actually, those were like separate, but you know, they were cool. I don't know, I liked them.
It feels to me like literally like Magic School Bus with a little bit more plot.
Yeah.
Like it's
Or Wishbone.
or
Do you remember
Wishbone. Yeah, no.
What's the story? Wishbone. Fuck yeah.
But like
It's like that.
yeah, it's just this character who like reads a book and then goes to talk to the famous guy in that book, and that's the story arc. And the only difference is because it's an anime, the story arc plays out across 2 episodes. But like when they were doing the OP, at first the OP was like, the OP is what made me get this, right? Because I was watching the
Right.
OP and the first part's like, oh, cute girls.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then like they show off Thomas Edison and all of these different famous inventors just doing their poses, and I'm like, oh my god, this is Peabody and Sherman. This is that.
Yeah, that's right.
And that actually made me want to watch it more because I miss watching shows like that.
Yeah, I was glad it existed, whether it's for me or not. I felt like maybe there's someone who is going to be like, maybe someone's going to get inspired to do science, you know?
But you know,
Get
I
more
really
women
want
into the STEM fields
in a
with
later
this show.
episode, they need to address this baseball to the heart thing. What the fuck was that?
it was
What
pretty
was that?
intense.
I need to know. It
That
it
kid is
consumes me.
super
Alright, we've only
Move
got-
on. Yeah.
We've only got one show left.
Right.
Tsuki Uta.
Oh Jesus.
Who all watched this
Not
one?
me.
I kind of watched it. If you
I
can
guess
call
I just call this B Project, but
Yeah,
better
that's-
slightly.
Sandy, did you
Oh, was
watch
it? Oh, what do you know?
Sukiuta?
But no.
So you didn't watch either
Good
of the
move.
male idol shows.
No, because
You
I
had-
don't care for like that
You
kind
had
of
one
stuff.
job,
Like, you can-
Sandy. You had one job,
Well-
and it was to be trash for us.
I was trash for other
She
things.
was trashy
like
enough.
Hatsukoi Monster.
She was
This-
able to explain Osmafia.
Survamp.
I think
She was
that's-
trashy
that's
enough.
good
You're right. I'll give you a
Yeah.
pass this time.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for being sorry with Evo. Okay, I didn't have time in between all the cons I've been to.
Tsuki Uta is another one where it's a bunch of guys in an idol group. This one it's not nearly as like cynically terrible as B Project was, where that show just felt like fucking lifeless and corporate.
Yep.
This one is more like hey, it felt more like it was written like for idol fans to just be like, yeah, idols are cool, aren't they? I don't know. I skipped through the episode.
Me
Like,
too, dude. Yeah.
there was a moment where I was like, all right, I completely get the point, and this is obviously not for me. And then I skipped through. I liked that it at least had like a character, because the first episode's like there's this girl who's obsessed with this idol group, and she really loves the one guy, and she's sick, so she can't go to the event.
Oh
So
yeah,
she
the
sends
little
her
brother had to go. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
she
right.
sends,
Okay.
She sends her little brother to go buy the thing that can only be bought at the event. And the little brother ends up meeting the idol group guys, not realizing who they are, and just has a great day with them. Like they end
Yeah,
up hanging
they
out with
become
him and like
best
going to the
friends.
amusement park and like being his best pal in the whole world. And he thinks they're super cool. And then he ends up seeing their show later that day and realizes who they are. And now he totally thinks idols are cool and wants to borrow his sister's CDs and stuff. And he's got like pictures of him
Lol.
with these idols. It was a cute
That's not
idea for
bad.
an
That's fine.
episode. I thought I was like, all right, that's way better. Like if I just wanted to watch a show about like a lighthearted show about a bunch of pretty boys singing, this would be my choice by far over B Project. And like the
Agreed.
costume designs are almost the exact fucking same.
Yeah.
What is it with like idol groups and military uniforms?
They're sexy, man. The
Because
Beatles
it's
Beatles made it
hot.
cool with
But
Sergeant
it's like
Pepper,
weird.
you know?
Like
It's hot. No, I mean like when I was in the military, there was a thing that we'd always say, and I'm sure everyone knows this. Like people.
Everyone
in
But
loves
why
a
is
man
it
in
like
uniform.
1800s?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Why is it like English uniforms from the 1800s or like or I guess Meiji
because it's
era?
hot and it's regal.
People-
it's
yeah.
regal and it makes you feel classy.
You feel classy.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know.
To me,
It's
it's
fancy,
like at
dog.
this
It's
point,
fancy.
I don't associate it with like soldiers. I just associate it with idol groups. So I just feel like you're dressing as an idol group, which I guess is fair. I hate the
Yeah,
way that
dude.
girl idol groups look too. I can't into this
Yeah.
whole genre. Everything about idol stuff just.
Yeah. I can't do idols either. I'm right there with you. When it comes, like, I have a hard line for how much trash I'll watch in idol groups and in a lot of sports anime. I can't do.
I'm looking forward to the inevitable. What's the fucking word? The show that disassembles the idol genre and makes it and brings it above. Deconstruction. That's the one.
That would be
That's the
Wake Up
one.
Girls. Already tried
yeah?
to do that kind of. I wouldn't call it a
No, dude.
deconstruction, but it was like a. It was like trying to be like the more real one, like where
Oh,
the
yeah.
characters had to experience more hardship and stuff. It's not that good.
No, what I'm looking forward to is a female version of Kami no Mi. Zoshiru Sekai,
yeah.
the world God
Yeah.
only knows.
Oh,
so like,
yeah.
because that was a deconstruction of like visual novels and
Yeah,
like flags and all that, right? And it
I don't
was
know if I'd
perfect
call it
satire.
deconstruction,
And
but satire maybe.
okay, well, like
It had
it was
bits.
really good satire, right? And like he explained, he was funny, it was good, no one thought it was distasteful,
Yeah.
it was great. And so I want something like that where like a main character girl is surrounded by all these hot guys and she's just like, no,
Yeah.
I'd
and
be
just
into that.
doesn't fucking care. Yeah, I want to, because I mean, every time it's a reverse harem show, she's always a lifeless husk of nothing.
It's
because
because no guy would turn down a girl that wants to fuck him. You know, it's that's an issue.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I just want one where like a girl has like my kind of attitude of like, no, I don't care how hot you are. Get
Well,
the fuck
Sandy, if
away
you can
from me."
dream it, you can
Like,
achieve it. One day.
Yeah, you're right.
One day.
You're right. I'm just gonna go send it to.
Yeah,
Japan.
email
and
that
write
to
it all down.
Miyazaki. Get that shit rolling.
All right, well, we finished all the shows. I want everybody to just tell me what your like top 3 most recommended shows for the season are, and then we can wrap this up. So Jeff, what are your top 3 most recommended shows this season?
Sweetness and Lightning, Amanchu, and Cheer Boys, I would say.
All right, Nate, what are your top 3 most recommended shows this season?
Actually, wait. Sorry. Sweetness and Lightning, Mob Psycho 100, and Cheer Boys. And Amanchu.
Okay.
But Mob Psycho 100, because otherwise Crunchyroll will stop giving me money.
Nate, what are your 3 shows?
Yeah. I'm definitely going with Amanchu, the Cheer Boys, whatever the fuck that one's called, Cheer Danshi, and fuck, what was that retarded one that I loved? Henri.
Anje Verge.
Henri, whatever. Watch that show. It's amazing. Everyone should watch it.
Anje
Sid.
Vierge.
Yeah, and also Mob Psycho. Oh, and also Berserk. That's yeah. If you want to
Sandy-
get fucked.
Yeah, and also all
Sandy,
of them.
what are your top 3 of what you've seen so far?
My top 3 are definitely Cheer Danshi,
Yeah.
a lot. Sir Vamp, and we didn't talk about it because you guys said it was a sequel, but it isn't.
Oh.
Or well, no, wait, it is. JK, I take it back. But Danganronpa 3.
It has
Oh
a
yeah,
3
Danganronpa
in
3,
the
not a
title.
sequel. Not a sequel.
No, it is. I'm sorry, I forgot. I was staring at it. It is. So, but like, I definitely say Danganronpa 3, it's Cheer Danshi, and Sir Vamp.
All right.
So both
Sir
two of
Vamp.
those are serious, and Sir Vamp is
Sir
like
Vamp.
it's kind of not, but I think it's hilarious and I like it a lot.
I would recommend Cheer Boys by far the most, Ama to Inazuma or Sweetness and Lightning as a close second, and then Momo.
Anje Verge, dude.
Oh,
Give it
Momo
up to
Curry is
Anjay.
also really cute. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Momokuti
that's true.
would be my
That's- yeah.
number 3.
Yeah,
Unless for some reason that doesn't count, in which case, yeah, fuck it. Momokuri is my number 3.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
It counts,
So
man.
I would recommend a lot
Those
of
are the only
shows
3
this
shows I
season.
like have high. There's a lot
few.
of shows I didn't drop, but the only shows I like actually have like high expectations for, or like high hopes for. I shouldn't say expectations. I never expect anything, but the only shows that I like have high hopes for are Sweetness and Lightning, Cheer Boys, and Momokuri. Those are the 3 shows that like I think I will enjoy all the way through. Everything else, I have my misgivings about whether I'll finish any of them.
Yeah.
Which is not unusual for me. That's not me putting down this season. I usually only finish a couple shows. But that's it. Thanks again for listening, everybody, to this unbelievably fucking long podcast. I guess they're always going to get longer. 'cause
Going
why
strong,
wouldn't they?
yep.
And thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Popushi, for joining us. Sandy, for being you had great insights when you were able to talk. And honestly, you talked more than our fourth guest usually does.
Yeah,
that's true.
You were pretty good.
Oh, great. I hope I can do
Yeah,
this again sometime.
next-
Yeah, I hope so. You're awesome.
Yeah, it was
great
good
talking
having
to
you on.
Alrighty, that's it.
Thanks.
See you in the next one.
So goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sayonara, minasan.
Jim.
Johnny!